Anton's Tiger Roar Special Forces fleet was escorting the MS Yagama at the same time. The 1st Brigade fleet of the 1st Army of the Mother Base has just completed escorting a certain country's logistics military supplies. Several months have passed since the colonial melee in District 6, and the situation has not subsided, but has become more and more chaotic. This also caused the economy of the colony in the 6th District to plummet, and many businesses have fled the colony in the 6th District to find another way out. Indirectly, many low-level people are unemployed. Apart from being busy with wars, the authorities of various countries are more worried about how to solve the unemployment problem. The unemployment rate remains high. So many unemployed people can only find another way out. Some veterans who have served in the military have either been called back to the army by the state or joined the mercenary regiment to make a living and support their families. The rest of the people can only take the risk and join the ranks of crime. Crimes such as theft and robbery have gradually increased in many countries. Some unemployed people joined pirate organizations or formed pirate groups themselves, which caused the colony pirate groups in District 6 to breed. In addition to the breeding of pirate groups, human trafficking organizations are also gradually growing in the 6th colony. Not only local human trafficking organizations, but also human trafficking organizations from other colonial areas have also entered the 6th colony, arresting and kidnapping local countries to escape of the people. The most profitable criminal organization in the colony of District 6 is the most profitable organization of the pirate group and the human trafficking organization. The former can sell anything they can grab. As long as they can grab arms, food, or resources, they can sell them at a good price. In addition to human trafficking, the latter can even dissect people and sell their organs to the black market for huge profits. Next to the drug trafficking organization is Colony 6, which ranks 3rd among the most profitable criminal organizations. In many countries, due to the war, the economy has suffered a severe decline and people's livelihood has declined. Some drug trafficking organizations have taken the opportunity to let people who cannot escape and are unemployed and have no income grow drug raw materials. Drug trafficking organizations took the opportunity to encourage these unemployed people to grow drug raw materials. Although there are reports from the masses, in addition to drug trafficking organizations bribing the government with money, more importantly, this also solves the problem that those unemployed people have income, and people who have jobs and income can pay taxes, which also leads to theft and robbery. Crime is down. In addition, the drug trafficking organization also promised the local government that the drug problem would not cause the country to flood the country. The government of the country concerned turned a blind eye to the temporary solution to the unemployment and crime problems. Drug trafficking organizations can sell drugs to other regions and colonies in large quantities and at high prices, so drug trafficking organizations keep their feet on their business. The criminal organizations above are the most lucrative industries in the colony of Sector 6. Right now, the most profitable business is the arms company and the food company. The former takes advantage of the opportunity to make war money, and the latter takes advantage of the war inflation to raise the price of food. In addition to the above two most profitable industries, another most profitable industry is the mercenary group. Except for some large enterprises and multinational corporations that still have business in the colonies in District 6, they will pay to entrust mercenaries to guard merchant ships in order not to be robbed by pirate ships. In addition to these large companies and multinational companies entrusting mercenary groups, many national militaries also entrust mercenary groups too. Logistics supplies. Because many countries have suffered serious casualties due to war, and many logistics soldiers have also been transferred to the front line by their superiors, causing problems in logistics supplies. When there is no other way, the military of many countries entrusts the mercenary group with money too, the logistics support to the destination. The most sought-after mercenary group in the 6th District colony belongs to the Tianyi mercenary group. The first choice of all large companies, multinational companies, and even the military of various countries is the Tianyi mercenary group. Because the Tianyi mercenary regiment has not failed a single mission. As a result, many companies and the military of various countries entrusted Tianyi mercenary group with high prices. The Tianyi mercenary group is really short of manpower for the piles of entrustment documents every day. Even if some troops are dispatched from the 8th sub-base of the colony in the 7th district, they are still short of manpower, so they can only choose the highest bid to earn the most. Entrustment of interests. If you can't entrust companies or the military with the Tianyi mercenary group, and you need escorts urgently, you can only entrust other mercenary groups as the next best thing. However, the price offered was not as high as the price entrusted to the Tianyi mercenary group. This made many mercenary groups in the mercenary guild very jealous of the Tianyi mercenary group. For the price entrusted by the same company, the remuneration received by other mercenary groups was less than 25% of the Tianyi mercenary group. The various mercenary regiments were really unhappy with the Tianyi mercenary regiment. Although it's uncomfortable, who knows that the Tianyi mercenary group has super powerful weapons? Watching the Tianyi mercenary group eat meat, I still have a piece of bread to fill my stomach. No matter how unhappy I am with the Tianyi mercenary group, no matter how jealous I am, I dare not provoke the Tianyi mercenary group. In case the Tianyi mercenary group wiped them out directly, the mercenary guild would not dare to avenge them. On the other hand, the Tianyi mercenary group was unwilling to recruit troops to expand their scale when they were short of manpower. In addition to pursuing the principle that the number of soldiers is not in the number, but in the quality, the most important point is the fear that spies or secret agents from other countries will be mixed in when the recruitment is expanded. When the Tianyi mercenary group is recruiting some new mercenaries, they will conduct layers of probing and investigation, which also makes the new recruits still unable to handle more and more entrusted work. Juveniles or children bought from human trafficking need to spend more time in training, and it takes even more time to train them to be loyal to the Tianyi mercenary group. After a long period of observation, these trained teenagers or children became members of the Tianyi mercenary group, and they were more loyal to the Tianyi mercenary group than the recruited new mercenaries. On the other hand, the various industry companies under the Tianyi group moved to the colony with the sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary corps or a nearby colony. Once, Phillips No. 12 colonial satellite, the Tianyi mercenary group's 7th branch base, warned the Festum Democratic Nationalist Army not to hit the colonial satellite. I don't know if the Festum Democratic Nationalist Army ignored the Tianyi mercenary group's words or did not intend to. When the colonial satellite was hit, the 7th branch base directly dispatched a brigade-level fleet to directly annihilate the Festum Democratic Nationalist Army. Then, the official website of the Tianyi mercenary group directly announced which colonies are not allowed to be attacked, and whoever dares to attack, the Tianyi mercenary group will punish them. The main reason why the Tianyi mercenary group had such an act of letting go was because of the war at that time. The Tianji mercenary group had been dispatching employees from other companies of the Tianyi group to the colony. Originally, they wanted to set up branches or factories in other colonies or local colonies after resettling for a period of time. As a result, the colony where the employees were placed was attacked again, and the Tianyi mercenary group had to send troops to evacuate the employees and send them to other safe areas. This not only caused the Tianyi mercenary group to lose manpower and supplies, but also other companies in the Tianyi group also suffered huge losses. To this end, the Tianyi group held a meeting of the presidents, and the result of the discussion was that the presidents of the various industries of the Tianyi group would invest in their companies, factories, etc. to set up the colonial satellites of the Tianyi mercenary corps sub-base. Then, a warning from the Tianyi mercenary corps. As a result, these colonial satellites are very safe, which also allows many businessmen to flock to these related colonies to invest. Many countries extended an olive branch to the Tianyi mercenary group, offering a series of generous conditions, expecting the Tianyi mercenary group to come to their own country to set up a branch base and open their doors to welcome the Tianyi group to invest. At this moment, the Tianyi mercenary group has a signboard like a patron saint. As long as there are colonies with sub-bases established by the Tianyi mercenary group, as well as nearby colonies that have investments from companies in various industries of the Tianyi group, they will receive the protection of the Tianyi mercenary group. The current colony in District 6 has created countless chaos, but as long as the base of the Tianyi mercenary group is established, there will be a piece of pure land around that location. The Kingdom of Mycone, the country of Casolas, etc. have the parent base or sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary corps nearby, so they can project troops in a very short time. making these countries very safe and not affected by the flames of war. The Kingdom of Midalon was attacked by the Republic of China at the beginning, because those powerful countries secretly attacked behind it, and the purpose of these powerful countries was obviously to target Long Fei and his mother base. Long Fei did not allow any powerful powers to be around his mother base, so Long Fei acted decisively at that time, accepted the entrustment of the Kingdom of Midalon, and drove out the Manhwa and the powerful powers behind him. The Kingdom of Mycone, the country of Casolas, and other countries have attracted many businessmen to invest because of their safety. Many capitalists who escaped from the colony in the 6th district have also begun to send people to test them. Investment in these countries. Thrace, king of the Mycone kingdom, couldn't help shaking his head and smiling wryly at the current situation. A Tiani mercenary group that made him unable to sleep well. The current situation at this moment has brought huge benefits to his country. The Thracian king didn't know whether to cry or laugh. On the other side, Long Fei is currently resting in the exclusive lounge of the 1st Brigade Fleet, the Torres II MS mothership. Long Fei was lying on the bed, with his right hand hugging the sleeping Tao Xiong, looking at the ceiling. Long Fei thought in his heart, "It seems that my personality is a little different from my previous life. In my previous life, I would rather stay in the mother base than run out to take risks. It seems that people often say that the environment can change people's personality. The sentence seems to be correct. The environment in which I was born in this life is different from the previous life, so my character is not the same now as in the previous life." At this moment, Long Fei felt a little restless with his right hand, stroking the sleeping Tao Xiong's soft and delicate body. The sleeping Tao Xiong was caressed by Long Fei like this, which made Tao Xiong wake up in a daze, looked at Long Fei with sleepy eyes, squeezed Long Fei's waist and cursed. "You can't let me take care of you. Take a break. Don't disturb my sleep." Tao Xiong, who was lying on Long Fei's chest, turned around and fell asleep, warning Long Fei not to be restless. "Okay, I won't bother you." Soon, Tao Xiong made a sound of sound sleep. Long Fei turned around and hugged Tao Xiong's vest-like waist with both hands, smelling Tao Xiong's bright, soft and fragrant blonde hair, and then slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Long Fei's cell phone rang, waking them up. Long Fei picked up the phone and saw that it was Colonel AICC calling and connected. "Colonel, what's the matter?" "Boss, we have received a distress signal. The location is a colonial satellite. It is a distress signal sent by the local people. I would like to ask the boss, do you want to go and see what happened?" "Colonel, this matter." Long Fei's waist was pinched by Tao Xiong. Tao Xiong whispered to Long Fei, "Send someone to check. Send the advanced troops to conduct investigations first. If the local people really need rescue, then let's do humanitarian assistance." "Yes, boss." Tao Xiong got up from the bed, took out a clean uniform from the closet, and put it on. Long Fei got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up first, and then put on the clothes Tao Xiong had prepared for him. Long Fei and Tao Xiong walked into the Bao command room. "Colonel, how is the advanced scouting team going?" Colonel AICC handed over a stack of photos in her hand to Long Fei. Long Fei took the photo, and Tao Xiong stood beside Long Fei, looking at the photo together. There are pirate ships in the photos, and there are many pirate ships in the photos taken by the advanced reconnaissance team, and the flags of different pirate groups are also photographed. These pirate groups are occupying the colony at this time. From the photos, it is found that the pirate group has just occupied it, and there are also the wreckage of the local colonial satellite guard group and other pirate group MS. "Colonel, which country does this occupied colonial satellite come from? Has the advanced reconnaissance team found out that the distress signal was sent by the pirate group deliberately to lure others into the trap, or is it really the local people's distress?" "Boss, the colonial satellite occupied by the pirate group came from the number 3 colonial satellite, called Solomon Kingdom. The last distress signal received by the advanced reconnaissance team was definitely sent by the local colonial satellite people, and these pirate groups use jammers to intercept the subsequent distress signal." Long Fei nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "I remember that Solomon country is also a country from the democratic camp. No matter how weak the military strength of this democratic country is, at least it can get the support of powerful weapons from other democratic camps. How could it be occupied by pirates? Drop the colonial satellite. Boss, our intelligence network has learned that the Saluman Kingdom has joined the melee, consuming its own national strength, and even the foundation of the country has been damaged. Let alone a small-scale war with the outside world, it is a battle to defend the country. It's also powerless to fight. Hey, Long Fei sneered and said, I don't want to feel sorry for such a country, but thinking about the suffering of their innocent people makes me feel a little bit unbearable. Colonel AICC asked, Boss, do you want us to rescue those people? If it's normal, I really don't want to care about their life and death. Today just happened to pass by, and you told me about it. Instead of saying that I showed mercy to save them, it's better to say that there hasn't been a fight in the mission until now. The brothers in the entire fleet, including me, are feeling itchy and trying to find a place to vent, and just happened to find out about this. So let's do a humanitarian rescue. Yes, boss. Long Fei and Tao Xiang walked out of the Bao command room. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang with a somewhat displeased expression and asked, Do you think I'm indifferent and selfish and don't care about other people's lives? Tao Xiang glanced at Long Fei, shook her head and replied, Outsiders may think that you are indifferent and don't care about other people's lives. I have been your woman for a long time. If I don't know your heart at all, I will be your wife. Women really failed. It's not in your heart that you don't want to help those innocent people who suffer. The first thing you think of is your Tianyi group and Tianyi mercenary group, especially the Tianyi mercenary group. You have to think about their safety. Long Fei walked up to Tao Xiang and touched Tao Xiang's tender faces. Tao Xiang blushed a little shyly. She didn't dare to look at Long Fei and continued, Actually, you don't have to let your mercenary group take risks because of me, and you can't put your mercenary group into a dangerous situation because I want to save people. Long Fei kissed Tao Xiang's forehead and said, If anything happens, it is my responsibility. Don't worry about it. The decision is up to me. As I said just now, all brothers want to fight, but unexpectedly met a group of pirates. Then let the brothers feel restless and want to fight can have a channel to vent. After Long Fei finished speaking, he took Tao Xiang's hand and headed to the hangar. Colonel Isis gave the order to prepare for battle, and the mercenaries in the fleet gave out excited shouts. Wow! Fight, fight, fight! In the hangar, Rika had already put on a special Spartan uniform and was sitting in the cockpit of Luna Gundam, ready to attack at any time. Long Fei and Tao Xiang also put on Spartan uniforms. Long Fei chooses to drive Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, and Tao Xiang chooses to drive True Red Aegis Gundam. The Red Aegis Gundam, driven by Momoka, used the cruise mode as an assault, and the beam saber was activated at the front of the limbs of the nose, piercing through several mobile suits in a row. Pirate mobile suit drivers of various styles watched the True Red Aegis in cruise form reach that unparalleled speed. Most of the shells fired could not hit at all, and a small part of the shells had no effect on the VPS armor. Then, several GN beams penetrated and destroyed several good pirate MS. Luna Gundam holds a GN beam spray gun, and the floating cannon behind it separates, rushing towards the locked target. Rika drove the Moon Goddess Gundam and used the psychosensory device to control the floating cannon, hitting the targets one after another. I didn't expect the pirates to have the assault dagger developed by Brother Long Fei. I really don't know if they were sold to them by corrupt officers or bought it on the black market. The pirate group only discovered that the radar malfunctioned at this moment, and it is unknown whether the GM2 and various series of short sword MS teams are attacking from different directions. Two Storm Dagger mobile suits directly destroyed a modified spaceship with their powerful artillery. All GM2 milliseconds are painted with black paint. The black paint not only has the ability to resist beams, but also has the function of visual deception and reducing radar search in accordance with the environment of the universe. The black-painted GM2 is like a soldier wearing an auspicious suit and blending into the jungle. Many pirate MS drivers or ship crews did not notice many GM2 MS coming near them at all. The GM2 uses the visual deception effect of the black coating and the cyan particles of the solar furnace to paralyze the radar, so that when the pirate MS and ships are dealing with various series of dagger MS, they don't know where the attack comes from to kill them. AMS dodged the attack of a 105 short sword, and a GM2 seized the opportunity to pierce the target's cockpit with a solid saber. Long Fei drove the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, and was very satisfied with the performance of the black-painted GM Type 2. It seems that the developed cosmic camouflage paint works well. If you don't turn on the thermal device, it is basically difficult to find. Another GM, 2, was armed with a rocket launcher also coated with cosmic camouflage fluid, and hit the command room of a modified spacecraft with one shot. It is estimated that the leader of the command room, who modified the spaceship, will not know who killed him until his death. The GM-2 in cosmic camouflage works really well. Several GM-2 handheld beam guns shot down pirate MS-1 after another. The 1st Brigade fleet fired laser cannons at a relatively long distance, destroying the ships of the pirate regiment on the periphery of one side one after another. Occupying the colonial satellite is a team composed of many pirate regiments. The pirate groups in the outer periphery belong to the new pirate groups or the weaker pirate groups, and there are not many benefits distributed in the occupation of colonial satellites. Watching the relatively powerful pirate group in the inner circle being defeated by the Tianyi mercenary group, and a pirate ship on the outer periphery was destroyed by the Tianyi mercenary group fleet. These peripheral pirate groups immediately turned around and fled the scene. They didn't want to sacrifice the entire group for a little profit. Many pirate groups in the inner circle have nearly 3,000 milliseconds alone, but all MS are of different styles, and these drivers are most likely to catch ducks on the shelves. What's more important is that every pirate group works independently. They can't cooperate with each other at all, and they are more likely to hit their peers by mistake. It can be said that each other is a pig teammate. To make matters worse, they met a well-trained and unified Tianyi mercenary regiment, and even a mobile suit whose performance was far superior to theirs. The Tianyi mercenary pilots who participated in the attack on the Yoda Democratic Republic couldn't help complaining about these pirate MS pilots with super bad driving skills. For them, the skills of the mobile suit pilots in the Yoda Democratic Republic are not very good. These pirate group mobile suit pilots can't beat 5 mobile suit pilots in the Yoda Democratic Republic. Even the Tianyi mercenary MS driver complained that this kind of battle couldn't appease their restless fighting mood at all. Oh my god, I want to go to sleep at this level. It's really hard to cheer up. Several pirate leaders in the colonial satellite ordered their subordinates to send a video warning to the Tianyi mercenary group after learning about the situation outside. If the fighting is not stopped and the area is withdrawn, they will start shooting civilian hostages of the local colony. Colonel AICC received a video from his subordinates. Sure enough, many local people were bound and kneeling on the ground, and behind them stood a row of pirates holding rifles. Colonel AICC was a little distressed. The GM-2 coated with cosmic camouflage fluid can only be effective in space or in a dark environment. It is covered by ambient lights in the occupied colonial satellite, and it is impossible to sneak in. The ground troops have to wait for the MS troops outside to clear the route before allowing these ground troops to enter the colonial satellite. AICC explained the threat to Long Fei. Tell them, we don't follow your tricks. How many people they kill has nothing to do with us. Tell them that we just want to fight, and arrest you by the way. Let you tell your lair, and take all your things, spit it all on us. No problem, boss. After the pirate leaders received the response from the Tianyi mercenary group, after discussion, they thought that the Tianyi mercenary group was fooling them. So he asked his subordinates to record the video of shooting and killing civilian hostages, and the video of shooting and killing civilian hostages was played outside the colonial satellite with a projection video. Let the Tianyi mercenary group not dare to attack again. But Long Fei didn't care. Tao Xiang's communication video popped up on the cockpit screen. Tao Xiang said nervously, "Fei, we can't fight anymore. Those hostages will be killed by them. They didn't just threaten us, they really did it." Long Fei did not respond to Tao Xiang, but instead contacted Colonel AICC by communication. "Colonel, tell them that we don't care. It doesn't matter how many hostages we kill. Tell them to surrender now, and we can let them go back alive. It doesn't matter if they don't surrender. When they are prisoners, there will be a lot of torture." "Serve." "Yes, boss." Tao Xiang scolded angrily. "Fei, you are crazy. There are still a bunch of innocent children held hostage by them. You will kill many innocent children like this." "I'm not crazy. I do this. I hope more people know. Let everyone know. Using hostages to hold us is useless. Otherwise, the target or the enemy will use hostages to force us to submit. Although this time I'm sorry for those hostages, but this is also for future missions not to be affected by hostages." Tao Xiang was speechless for Long Fei's explanation, but Tao Xiang still said angrily, "You better pray that those pirates won't be forced to jump over the wall and bury all the people in the colonial satellite with your order of action. It really happened like this, I will hate you for the rest of my life and will never forgive you." After Tao Xiang finished speaking, she closed the communication. In fact, Tao Xiang didn't know, and Long Fei didn't want to do that. But Long Fei thought that if he was really forced to retreat by the pirates with hostages, then there would be targets or enemies who would use hostages to force him to submit. At the beginning, Long Fei received a report from AICC that when the pirates threatened to shoot the hostages, Long Fei didn't know how to deal with it at first. "I suddenly remembered that there was a country's special forces in my previous life who even shot and killed the hostages when necessary during rescue operations. This has led to the fact that if there is a hostage threat in the country, once the kidnappers know that it is the special forces that came to the rescue, they will immediately surrender or abandon the hostages and escape. So Long Fei used this method. Anyway, we are also robbing you pirates. The people you killed have nothing to do with me anyway. I don't care. Besides you hostages, your own country can't protect you, so it's none of my business." Long Fei asked a reason to cover up his conscience. Long Fei then contacted Colonel AICC and told him that if something like this happened in the future, he would have an action code if he didn't care about the hostages' action mission. The pirate chiefs were very frightened at the moment. They didn't expect that threatening the Tianyi mercenary group with hostages would not be effective, and instead made the Tianyi mercenary group increase their attack. Many pirate leaders immediately left here and left the colonial satellite. A small number of pirate leaders knew that even if they wanted to escape, it would be too late, and they could only fight to the death. The pirate leader even ordered the jammer to be disarmed, and then let the local colonial satellite media broadcast it live, so that the next thing would be conveyed to the entire world. A pirate leader is in front of a radio camera, with a row of kneeling hostages behind him. "I'll warn you again, the Tianyi mercenaries stop immediately, otherwise don't blame us for shooting the hostages." The pirate leader pointed his pistol at the head of the kneeling male hostage in front of him. At this time, there was a burst of busy noise around the scene. The pirate chief covered his ears in pain and asked loudly, "What's going on?" The news anchor in charge replied, "This is someone hacking into our channel." The busy tone just stopped. At this time, Colonel Isis appeared on the projection screen of the radio station. The pirate leader immediately threatened, "Tell your troops to stop attacking immediately, or I will kill these hostages." AICC said with complete disapproval, "Please go ahead." The pirate leader and the news director at the scene were dumbfounded and thought they had heard it wrong. AICC went on to say, "We will attack your pirate group, not to rescue the civilians in the occupied colonial satellites. We just treat your pirate group as fat sheep. I guess you have robbed a lot of things and made a lot of money well. Our purpose is to capture you. We don't care about the life and death of the common people here." The pirate leader couldn't believe his ears. This was the first time in his life that he heard a private armed force speak more thugs than the pirate regiment. AICC went on to say, "By the way, let me tell you about the pirate leader, and this channel is live broadcasting. It is best for this radio station to announce what I am saying to the world. This time we temporarily launched Operation Alpha. Remember, Operation Alpha is an operation to be done at any cost, an operation that doesn't care about anything else or about the hostages, and will kill the hostages if necessary." Now, not only the pirate chief, but even the news director couldn't help scolding at AICC. "How can you do this? You are in violation of international law and human rights. If you hurt innocent hostages, you will be punished. International condemnation." Aishi didn't care about the news directors yelling at her, and said to the pirate leader, "I'll give you a minute now to consider whether to surrender or resist to the death. You choose yourself. After a minute, I will come to listen to you. Decide." After speaking, the projected video screen is converted into a battle scene. In the picture, you can see a goddess of justice Gundam F-type, shelling and destroying a pirate spaceship that just ran out of the colony satellite port. Then the screen switched to a team of 6 dueling daggers covering an airship team landing at the port of the colonial satellite. The ground troops disembarked from the airship and began to perform the ground shock mission. The Red Aegis Gundam in cruising mode enters the colonial satellite and transforms into MS form. In addition to shooting down other pirate MSs one after another with 2 beam guns, it also shoots at the pirate troops on the ground with 75mm multi-tube CIWS on the head, destroying the pirate tanks. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type also entered the colonial satellite, followed by a team of 8 105 Dagger mobile suits to suppress the pirate mobile suit troops in the colonial satellite. Outside the colony, Elena Gundam uses floating cannons to attack targets from different angles. The Black Strike Gundam uses 2 guns like a sharpshooter, shooting at different directions and angles at the same time, shooting down targets one after another. Then use the rocket anchor to hook a pirate ship, and then use the thruster to slide and jump with the 2-unit electromagnetic gun to shoot down the pirate MS that passes by. GP-03D uses a huge beam saber, like a cutting machine. It cuts the pirate spaceship like a piece of paper. Then use the 70-meter mega particle cannon to penetrate several pirate spaceships with one shot. Outside the colonial satellite, there are countless wreckages of ships and mobile suits falling down. Many pirate groups signaled their surrender. The spaceships raised white chess pieces, and the pirate mobile suits threw away their weapons and raised their hands to surrender. The pirate leader in the radio station looked at every battlefield where the projection screen was switched. This was a one-sided massacre. The pirate leader knew that such resistance was useless. It was just giving away the head. 1 minute was just right, and the screen switched to AICC again. Do you want to continue fighting or surrender? I surrender. Just as the pirate leader finished speaking, there was a sudden shock that made him sit down on the ground. AICC knew what was going on and said, "You are wise, but it's a pity that some of your colleagues are stupid, so you just stay here obediently and wait for my people to make arrangements." After ISIS finished speaking, the projection screen showed a blank screen. A pirate fleet with a Black Eagle flag learned of the battle outside the colonial satellite. If you sneak out from the port with other colleagues, it is to personally meet the enthusiasm of the Tianyi mercenary group. The head of the pirate group with the Black Eagle flag directly issued an order to directly blast a large hole in the colonial satellite. The head of the Black Eagle pirates immediately ordered to escape from the hole. When the Black Eagle pirate spaceships came out of the big hole one after another, a GP-04 and 30 Dagger MS of various series rushed to the big hole. Intercept the Black Eagle pirates. Although the Black Eagles dispatched all the MS, they were not opponents of GP-04 and Dagger MS at all. The Ms. Team, head of the Black Eagle pirates, delayed his death, if necessary, but the other pirate ships were sacrificed as well, as long as he could escape. The head of the Black Eagles immediately ordered all the spaceships to break through. During the forced breakthrough, several spaceships of the Black Eagle pirates were shot down, and their own pirate MS was shot down one after another. Under the sacrifice of several spaceships, the ship of the pirate leader of the Black Eagles broke through the siege and accelerated to escape to the destination at full speed. The pirate captain of the Black Eagles was about to breathe a sigh of relief as he watched his ship finally break through the heavy regiment. With its superb speed, GP-04 caught up with the ship of the pirate leader of the Black Eagles in an instant. "Quickly, shoot down that Gundam." The head of the Black Eagle pirates yelled hysterically. Even military warships cannot lock on to GP-04, not to mention that pirate spaceships are ordinary cargo ships modified with very weak armaments, and even more unable to lock on to GP-04. GP-04 came to the front of the ship in an instant, aiming the beam gun at the bow. "I surrender." Long Fei and Tao Xiang drove their respective Gundams and looked at the situation on the ground. Countless pirates put their guns and weapons on the ground, and then squatted down with their companions in one place, dejected. In some places, there are still pirates who are unwilling to surrender and are dying. Suddenly, "Help me." Long Fei sensed a little girl calling for help. Long Fei communicated with Tao Xiang. "Tao Xiang, did you feel that you heard a little girl calling for help?" "I also have this feeling. The direction is." The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type and the true Red Aegis Gundam turned back at the same time, and the 2 Gundams headed to their destinations at the same time. Several pirates held rifles and fired at a wall. Behind the wall, a purple-haired little girl was scared and curled up in the arms of a stunning black long-haired beauty, and another stunning black-haired beauty with shoulder length held a pistol and fought back against the pirates outside the wall. Two beauties are protecting a purple-haired little girl and want to escape to another place. But unfortunately, there is no bunker to cover them from escaping to another place. If you run rashly, you will become a living target. The shoulder-length black-haired beauty said, I'm running out of bullets. The beauty with long black hair said, Chinchua, I will try to attract their attention. You take the little girl away. No, it's too dangerous. Chinchua, this is an order. Even if it is an order, I will disobey it. I cannot let you get into a dangerous situation. The pirates outside seemed to have heard the two girls arguing, and the bearded pirate at the head shouted, You two beauties, if you want to live, just hand over the little girl. We can let you go. If you hand it over by yourself, not only will we not care about you killing our brothers before, but we will also love you very much. The bearded pirate laughed lewdly after finishing speaking. The other companions also laughed lewdly. Don't think about it. Don't think that I don't know that you want to sell this little girl. You pirates dare to kidnap and sell people. Ha ha ha, the pirates laughed. Little girl, our pirate group is a criminal organization. As long as there is money to be made, we will do it. These scum, the black-haired beauty scolded. The little purple-haired girl tugged at the clothes of the beautiful woman with long black hair and said, Sister, someone is here to save us. The two beauties were very puzzled. There was no one around. How could anyone come to rescue them? A sudden violent airflow hit them around, and the pirates outside even let out exclamations. The beauty named Chinchua raised her head and looked outside, exclaiming, Gundam. Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type and True Red Aegis Gundam came to a damaged building area, came to the location of the cry for help, and found several pirates shooting at the wall not far away. When several pirates saw Gundam approaching them, they were frightened and fled the scene immediately. Not only did Tao Xiang not give them a chance to escape, she didn't even give them a chance to survive. The Red Aegis Gundam's head fired CIWS and killed them directly. Long Fei spotted three girls from the camera and walked out from behind the wall. A split video popped up next to the screen, and Tao Xiang asked, Fei, look, that little girl with purple hair sent out a call for help. Well, it is indeed the little girl. Ah, the other two women. You know? I know the one with the longer hair, but I don't know the one with the short hair. Help me guard my surroundings. I'll go down and say hello to them and communicate with them. Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type knelt down on one knee, the cockpit opened, and Long Fei jumped down. The purple-haired little girl was not afraid when she saw the two Gundams, and ran towards Long Fei when she saw Long Fei covered in armor falling to the ground. Seeing this, the long black-haired beauty quickly grabbed the purple-haired little girl and advised, Little sister, don't go there. It's dangerous. We don't know if they are bad people. The purple-haired girl smiled and said, They are not bad people. They are here to save us. The woman named Chinchua pointed a pistol at Long Fei. Once Long Fei did something that was not good for them, she would shoot without hesitation. Chinchua, don't be rude. Put down the gun immediately. The black long-haired beauty told Chinchua to put down the gun in a commanding tone. Although Chinchua put down her pistol, her eyes were still fixed on Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Chinchua and said, If I were to harm you, you would have ended up in the same fate as those pirates. Hearing Long Fei's voice, the beauty with long black hair asked tentatively, Are you Long Fei? Long Fei removed the covering helmet to reveal his true face and greeted the beautiful woman with long black hair. Long time no see, Your Highness the third princess. The beauty with long black hair is Su Jingyun, the third princess of the Han Xia Empire, and she was also Long Fei's classmate in college. Chinchua frowned and looked at Long Fei. Su Jingyun opened her eyes wide at first and said with excitement and longing in her eyes, Long Fei, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't expect that Her Royal Highness the three princesses of the Han Xia Empire would come here. I came out to play. I was originally playing in the colonial satellite of the Han Xia Empire, a colony in District 6. I just wanted to sneak out to take risks, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Are the guards or spies of the Han Xia Empire that bad? Don't you know where the majestic princess is going? Su Jingyun stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, Actually, I found a substitute to deceive them, But I didn't expect Qianxue to find me when I ran here, and you know what happened next. Long Fei looked at Qianxue, and Qianxue squinted her eyes at him. Do we know each other? Qianxue sneered. You don't know me, but I know you. Did your grandfather tell you that he arranged a marriage for you? Su Jingyun's expression was very surprised, and he looked at Long Fei with a little dumbfounded. Long Fei squinted at Qianxue and said, You are Shu Qianxue. Yes, it's a pleasure meeting you for the first time, my dear fiancé. Su Jingyun opened his eyes wide and looked at Long Fei and Shu Qianxue. He really couldn't believe that the boy he admired unexpectedly had a fiancé, and she was also her cousin. Hey, Long Fei sneered and said, That old man is not qualified to arrange my marriage. I don't recognize you as my fiancé. You are not qualified. Shu Qianxue's eyes flashed coldly. She didn't expect that the beloved granddaughter of his majestic defense minister would be pursued by so many boys, and even several princes of the royal family would launch a fierce offensive pursuit of her, but she didn't take her fancy. At the beginning, she was strongly opposed to the marriage Grandpa arranged for her. She had heard that Long Fei had no status in the Long family and was not welcomed in the Long family. It was only because Long Dingquan had a huge deal with his grandfather that Long Fei was arranged to enter Shu's house as her husband. How could she, a dignified and proud daughter of heaven, marry a man of no status as her husband? Later, Long Fei's incident spread across the entire world, and he became the leader of the well-known Tianyi group. It was only then that she, Shu Qianxue, knew about Long Fei's abilities and originally strongly opposed her marriage with Long Fei. Shu Qianxue changed her mind. Long Fei has such great ability. Only such a man can be worthy of a heavenly girl like Shu Qianxue. As long as Long Fei doesn't want to join the Shu family, she, Shu Qianxue, can marry Long Fei. Shu Qianxue said heartily. Well, you Long Fei, I'll give you face, but you are shameless. Do you think that your Long family's wealth is great? In the eyes of our dignitaries, no matter how rich your business is, it's nothing. Su Jingyun didn't know what Shu Qianxue was thinking. Even if she knew, she didn't want to pay attention, but asked Long Fei. Speaking of which, how do you know I'm here? Your Highness, to tell you the truth, I didn't know you were here. I came here because of this little girl. Long Fei pointed to the purple-haired little girl. Shu Qianxue and Su Jingyun felt strange and looked at the little girl with purple hair. Long Fei walked up to the purple-haired little girl, squatted down, and asked the little girl, Little sister, what's your name? My name is Angelica. Where are your parents? Angelica said with a sad expression, My father and mother passed away when I was young, and I live in a children's institution. Then little sister, how did you get attacked by those pirates? And how did the two sisters save you? I suddenly had a bad feeling in the children's institution. I felt that pirates were going to arrest people. I told the adults in the institution. They didn't believe me. Before the pirates came, I slipped away early in the morning, but I was still caught by other pirates. I found out that when the pirates captured me, they encountered two older sisters who came to help and rescued me. Angelica explained the cause and effect. Then, Angelica looked at the true red Aegis Gundam and asked Long Fei, Is that big sister the same as brother? How can you be sure that the pilot of that Gundam is a sister? Long Fei asked tentatively. I don't know, but that's what I feel. When I sensed that my brother and sister came to rescue me, I felt an indescribable feeling, like a family member. At this moment, Long Fei was sure that Angelica was a new human being. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue were a little confused listening to their conversation. Su Jingyun asked Long Fei, Long Fei, what are you talking about? Can't understand a word of your conversation. It's hard for me to explain this to you. At this time, there was a tremor on the ground. I think this colony is about to be abandoned, so let's leave here first. Long Fei held Angelica's hand, looked at Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue and asked, Do you want to stay here or come with me? Su Jingyun replied without hesitation, Of course I'm going with you. The goddess of justice Gundam F-type was manipulable in the MD system, slowly stretched out her right hand, and landed in front of Long Fei. A man and three women stood on the right palm of the goddess of justice Gundam F-type, and then moved the right palm to the front of the cockpit. For people entered the cockpit one after another. Angelica sat on Long Fei's lap. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue were on the left and right sides of the driver's seat. At this time, The split video pops up on the screen. It looks crowded here. Do you want me to help you? Tao Xiang's tone was jealous and unhappy. There is no time now. Let's return to the mothership first. Humph. Tao Xiang hung up the contact. Seeing the conversation between the two, Su Jingyun felt a little pain in her heart, but she asked Long Fei to know the answer. Long Fei, that girl just now belonged to you. Su Jingyun couldn't say the word girlfriend. Long Fei replied, she is my woman. Su Jingyun felt a twinge in her heart. Shu Qinxue frowned, looking at Long Fei with anger in her eyes. Angelica asked Long Fei at the right moment, Big Brother, can you help the colonial satellite? If Big Brother doesn't help, many people will die under the disintegration of the colonial satellite. Su Jingyun followed up and said, that's right. Long Fei, you can't just ignore death. At this time, the split video popped up on the screen again, and it was Tao Xiang who contacted Long Fei again. Fei, this colonial satellite cannot be repaired. Can you help the people here arrange to go to another colony in their country? Well, I'll ask the Colonel to arrange it. Long Fei contacted Colonel AICC to see if he could arrange for people from the local colonial satellite to go to another colonial satellite in their country. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it. The two Gundams flew out of the colony satellite and returned to the mothership. Su Jingyun's three girls saw the wreckage of countless battleships and mobile suits outside the colonial satellite, which shows how fierce the previous battle was. Huh. Su Jingyun pointed to a few pirate spaceships on the screen and said, how do these pirate spaceships go to the colonial satellite? Long Fei explained. It is estimated that the pirate crews of these pirate spaceships have all been arranged to go to another spaceship. These pirate spaceships are responsible for carrying the local people of the colonial satellite. After Long Fei finished speaking, he asked Angelica, do you want to go back to your welfare institution or follow us? I want to follow Big Brother and Big Sister. Long Fei said, it's not impossible for you to follow us, but do you have the awareness to fight with MS? Shu Qinxue and Su Jingyun looked at Long Fei in surprise, while Angelica remained silent. Su Jingyun said to Long Fei in an accusing tone, how could you let a child drive a mobile suit to fight? You are acting like a devil. Long Fei glanced at Su Jingyun, without any explanation, continued to drive Gundam back to the mothership. Su Jingyun didn't understand why the boy she admired back then became so cold-blooded after not seeing him for a few years. At this time, Moon Goddess Gundam and GP-03D, Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, and True Red Aegis Gundam returned to the mothership together. Su Jingyun and Shu Qinxue really didn't expect that this was their first time meeting so many Gundams up close. Suddenly, Sister Tao Xiang, Yu Yangchun, Long Fei, and Angelica sensed a telepathy at the same time, and this telepathy made them feel a powerful mental wave. Who can help me? 5 people received this mental wave at the same time. Long Fei and Angelica looked at each other when the screen split and the video of Yu Yangchun, Tao Xiang, and Li Xiang popped up. Su Jingyun and Shu Qinxue saw Yu Yangchun and Li Xiang in the video with their eyes wide open. These two children were about the same age as Angelica. Unexpectedly, the two children turned out to be Gundam pilots. Long Fei asked everyone, didn't you all sense that someone was calling for help? Yes, I have this feeling. At this time, Long Fei contacted Colonel AICC and told her that they would go to a certain direction. If possible, some troops would be dispatched there, and they would go there first. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. The Red Aegis Gundam driven by Tao Xiang immediately transformed into a cruising mode and headed for the destination at high speed. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type and the Goddess of the Moon stand above the GP-03D, and the barbs on the soles of the Gundam feet buckle the upper armor of the GP-03D. GP-03D pushes the thrusters to the highest speed, sprints at the fastest speed, and heads for the destination. GP-03D and Red Aegis Gundam are in cruise mode, as if chasing each other. Long Fei, what did you mean by the feeling you just said? Su Jingyun and Long Fei were really curious about the conversation they had just had. Long Fei remained silent and did not answer. Angelica turned to Su Jingyun and replied, Sister, we actually sensed that someone was calling for help, and the direction is right there. Angelica pointed to a part of the screen. Su Jingyun and Shu Qinxue looked at the screen along the direction, and found that there seemed to be light beams or stars like fireworks in the distance. Su Jingyan looked at Angelica and Long Fei with wide eyes and asked tentatively in surprise, "Could it be that you are superhumans with superpowers?" "Superman." Angelica tilted her head and thought for a while. Long Fei said, "If you want to say that you are a Superman, you can say so, but then please don't disturb our battle for the time being. Just watch quietly." Mr. Long, it looked like a refugee fleet was being chased by a pirate ship, but it ran to our merchant fleet and was dragged into the water by them. Xiang Xiang, a female assistant in business attire, dressed plainly, but still the graceful dragon Xian complained. Long Xian glared at the female assistant angrily, who shrank her head in fright. "Let the mercenary group responsible for defending our merchant fleet help this refugee fleet." "Yes, Mr. Long." The female assistant immediately complied. "A pirate regiment with the Black Centipede banner. The pirate's name is Poisonous Centipede. Originally, they wanted to rob a merchant fleet. The mercenaries of the merchant fleet were Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the Poisonous Centipede Pirate Group could only give up their thoughts. Just when he thought that there was no oil and water to fish for, he discovered that there was a refugee fleet not far away. The head of the Poisonous Centipede Pirates, Mr. Scar, smiled. Before it was impossible to rob the merchant fleet, then catch you refugees and sell them, and you can sell them for a good price. Scar Lao immediately ordered the capture of the refugee fleet. When the refugee fleet discovered the pirate group's approach, they immediately stepped up their horsepower, sailed desperately, and sent out a distress signal. The slower refugee ships were intercepted by the pirate ships, and the faster refugee ships continued to be hunted by other pirate ships. The few refugee ships that ran to the front saw a merchant fleet in front, followed by pirate ships chasing after them. The helm of the refugee ship, gritted his teeth, rushed to the merchant fleet while sending a distress signal to him. When Mr. Scar learned that the refugee ship fled to the merchant fleet, he originally wanted to give up the pursuit, but after learning that the merchant fleet was not the Tianyi Mercenary Group, Daoskar became very excited. Since it wasn't the Tianyi Mercenary Group, there was nothing to be afraid of, and he bought a lot of assault dagger MS from the black market. Basically, his Poisonous Centipede Pirate Group can be said to be walking sideways in this area. The mercenary regiment entrusted by Long Xian's merchant fleet happened to have assault dagger MS. In an instant, the two MS got into a ball. The refugee ship at the forefront of the escape has already run into Long Xian's merchant fleet. Judging from the number, the Poisonous Centipede Pirate Group has an advantage. The Poisonous Centipede Pirates gradually gained the upper hand. Mr. Scar was watching the situation on his main ship at the moment, and the smile on his face gradually became brighter and brighter. After this was done, the money he earned would not be a problem for a year. The female assistant beside Long Xian became more and more annoyed, cursing those refugee ships for dragging their merchant fleet into the water. Long Xian's expression became more and more serious. At this time, a mobile suit with a pirate attacking the dagger broke through the encirclement and rushed straight to the merchant ship where Long Xian was. The mercenary MS wanted to rush forward to stop it and protect the safety of the employer, but was entangled by other pirate MS and couldn't get away. Seeing that the pirate strike dagger MS was about to rush to the bow of the main ship where Long Xian was on, a GN beam directly shot through the pirate strike dagger MS and turned into two halves, turning into fireworks. Long Xian, including everyone present, was surprised as to where the attack came from, until the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type flew past Long Xian's eyes. Long Xian thought, "This is Gundam. Could it be that my brother's mercenary group is nearby?" Long Fei didn't expect that when he arrived at the destination, he found that the merchant fleet had the trademark of his family's Xianxian group. It seemed that the pirate group robbed the merchant fleet of his hometown. Long Fei tried telepathy and found that the mental fluctuations calling for help were on a refugee ship. Long Fei decided to deal with the pirates first, and then go to the refugee ship to find out what happened. The True Red Aegis Gundam in cruising form activated beam sabers at the front of its limbs and pierced through several pirate assault dagger MSs in succession. Then it formed the Ms form, holding beam guns in both hands, and shot down the pirate MS one by one. Moon Goddess Gundam used floating cannons to kill pirate MS one after another. GP-03D sliced several pirate ships in half, with massive beam sabers. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type took out a pair of GN pistols from its waist, shot each other left and right, and shot down Pirate MS one after another. Trans M starts. Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type presents a 3-red state, instantly turning into a trajectory, and wherever it passes, any Pirate MS immediately turns into a ball of fireworks. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue in the cockpit didn't expect that Long Fei had such super high driving skills and super MS, and the performance of Gundam far exceeded their estimates. From the screen, they could all see those Pirate MS being instantly killed by Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type. The entry of 4 Gundams directly caused serious damage to the pirate group in a short period of time. The mercenary group, hired by Long Xian, the MS driver, was dumbfounded. Mr. Scar, who had a bright smile, now had a very stiff expression, wondering if he didn't read the almanac today. No matter how hard you fight, you can meet the Tianyi mercenary group. Old Scar immediately gave the order to retreat. Ed, it's not good, look. Scar looked at GP-03D in the distance of the screen and aimed his 70-meter mega particle cannon at his pirate ship. A shot hit him. No, 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 no. This was his cry before he died. When the other pirates saw that their leader was killed, they hurriedly fled the scene. Even the pirate ship that captured the refugee ship at the rear, with no leader and no opinion, and knowing that the Tianyi mercenary group had killed their leader, gave up the captured refugee ship one after another and fled the scene immediately. After Long Xian watched the pirate group being beaten away, his nervous heart was relieved. The female assistant said to Long Xian, "Mr. Long, Gundam has sent us a communication request. Accept the request." On the screen, there were actually 4 people in the cockpit. Long Xian recognized Su Jingyun and said in surprise, "His Royal Highness the 3rd Princess." Long Fei didn't expect to meet the second sister here, and he lifted the helmet to reveal his face. "Second sister, long time no see." Long Xian was very surprised. He didn't expect his brother whom he hadn't seen for several years to meet at this time, let alone he would be with the 3rd princess. "Xiao Fei, why are you here, and with the 3rd princess?" "It's a long story. I'll tell second sister later. However, I want to know if those refugee ships are traveling with second sister's merchant fleet." "That's not true. They were hunted down by the pirate group and ran to my merchant fleet." "That's it. Then I'll deal with the matter at hand first." After finishing speaking, Long Fei hung up the communication. The Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type flew to one of the refugee ships, and the True Red Aegis Gundam followed at the same time. Long Fei ordered Li Xiang and Yu Yanchun to guard the surroundings. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue really didn't understand what the Long Fei and the others were doing. They always felt mysterious. Long Fei directly asked the refugee ship to open the hatch and let them in. The man at the helm of the refugee ship had just seen the strength of the Gundam, so he didn't dare to refuse Long Fei's request, so he immediately opened the hatch and directly put 2 Gundams in. A group of refugees watched the 2 Gundams enter the hangar. Many refugees knew that the Gundams drove away the pirates. Many refugees watched the Gundams curiously. After the 2 Gundams entered the hangar, the cockpit opened. Angelica and Long Fei walked out of the cockpit together. After Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue looked at each other, they also walked out of the cockpit. Tao Xiang also walked out of the cockpit and followed Long Fei. Long Fei, Tao Xiang, and Angelica all walked in the same direction at the same time. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue followed immediately. The refugees looked at Long Fei and Tao Xiang, who were wearing Spartan uniforms covering their whole body armor, and they would automatically give way. Long Fei, Tao Xiang, and Angelica walked towards a little red-haired boy. Beside the little boy was an older, beautiful girl with red hair. Seeing that Long Fei and his party were coming towards their siblings, the beautiful girl immediately protected her brother behind her. Long Fei showed his true face and said to the beautiful girl, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." But the beautiful girl obviously didn't believe Long Fei's words and still protected her brother behind her back. However, the little boy didn't feel any fear. Instead, he bypassed his sister and came to Long Fei. The beautiful girl immediately grabbed her brother. The little boy asked Long Fei, "Brother, are you here to save Alonso? I sensed your distress call." Long Fei replied to Alonso. The beautiful girl couldn't understand the conversation between her brother and Long Fei, and neither could the onlookers. Alonso said to the beautiful girl. Sister, this is what I just told you. Someone will come to save us. You see what I said, because someone received my call for help. The beautiful girl remembered that her younger brother had explained to her that someone would come to rescue them, and thought that his younger brother was comforting her, and thought that his younger brother had cheered up after losing his parents. But when he heard what his younger brother said just now, he thought that his younger brother hadn't gotten out of the shadow of losing his parents, which caused him to be mentally disturbed, and he said stupid things that people couldn't understand. The beautiful girl couldn't help but reach out and touch her brother's forehead, worrying whether the brother had a fever and burned his brain, but the temperature of the brother was normal. The beautiful girl already thinks that her younger brother has lost his parents, leading to autistic thinking. The beautiful girl couldn't help worrying and said to her younger brother, Alonso, what are you talking about? You haven't called for help all this time. It's just a coincidence that they came to save us. Alonso argued with reason. No, sister, they did receive my call for help. Alonso, don't scare my sister. The beautiful girl looked at her brother worriedly and terrified, fearing that he lost his parents and got mental illness. At this time, Long Fei said to the beautiful girl, Your brother is indeed right. My companion and I will come here, and we have indeed received his mental fluctuations. When the beautiful girl heard Long Fei's words, she didn't believe it at all. Instead, she accused Long Fei and said, My brother has already become like this, and you still have to pay for it. Are you trying to aggravate my brother's condition? The onlookers felt that Long Fei shouldn't talk nonsense like this, aggravating a child's condition. Everyone at the scene looked at Alonso with a feeling of sympathy. Because of the destruction of their country and the spread of the war, many people lost their relatives. Some people could not accept the loss of their relatives, resulting in insanity. This child is one of them. Long Fei said directly to the beautiful girl, Your brother is not insane, he does have this ability. To put it simply, he is a new human being. Except for Tao Xiang and Angelica, everyone at the scene didn't understand what the new human beings meant. Long Fei briefly explained. In simple terms, new humans are the evolutionary species among ordinary humans, possessing powerful spiritual power. If it weren't for your brother's powerful mental power fluctuations, relying on the suffocating calls for help from refugee ships, like you, the distress signals sent by the device, my troops have experienced fierce battles before, coupled with the strong magnetic interference left over from the environment over there. How could it be possible to receive your distress signal? The beautiful girl couldn't believe it, and then asked Long Fei, If you say so, how did you receive our distress signal? We didn't receive your distress signal, but we received his distress signal. Long Fei pointed to Alonso. Everyone present was amazed. The beautiful girl asked with a surprised expression, Then you and my brother are also new humans, right? It's not just me, she's both. Long Fei pointed to Tao Xiang and Angelica. Su Jingyun asked Long Fei at this time, Long Fei, did you and your companion come to rescue us because you received Angelica's telepathic call for help? Yes, otherwise, my companion and I would not know what happened to you. Su Jingyun half-jokingly pointed at herself and asked Long Fei, Then am I a new human? Long Fei glanced at Su Jingyun and replied, I don't know. It may be, or it may not be. Huh. Su Jingyun looked at Long Fei dumbfounded, not understanding what he was talking about. Shu Qinxue said to Long Fei, Can you explain more clearly? We are confused when you say it like this. To put it simply, the abilities of some new humans have not been awakened or are like sleeping. They are no different from ordinary people. Some things may happen and use this as an opportunity to awaken their abilities. Generally speaking, new humans have extremely strong abilities. Psychic abilities, spatial awareness, crisis awareness, etc. The beautiful girl asked Long Fei, Did Alonso awaken his ability because of the pain of losing his parents? Long Fei asked back, Then before he lost his parents, did he show you these abilities? The beautiful girl shook her head. That's possible. It should be that the pain of losing his parents awakened his sleeping ability. The beautiful girl asked Long Fei again, Then your new human ability was awakened like the pain of losing your parents? Just as Long Fei was about to answer, second sister's voice came later. It turned out that after Long Xian watched his younger brother drive a Gundam into the refugee ship, he also brought his female assistant into the refugee ship in an airship. just looking at a group of refugees watching. He took his female assistant into the crowd. Long Xian didn't hear what his younger brother had just said. Long Fei glanced at the second sister, and then said to the beautiful girl, "No, I gradually awakened the ability of new humans after fighting for a long time." The onlookers listened to Long Fei's words, and if it was someone else's, they would have thought it was some Chinibyu who said something stupid, but the one who said it was the Gundam pilot who had just rescued them. Some people believed Long Fei's words, but most of them were dubious. The beautiful girl asked Long Fei again, "Then do you think I am a so-called new human?" "I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not." "Is the new human still a human?" "Of course it's still human. As I said just now, the new human is just an evolutionary species among humans, and it just has some abilities." Finally, the beautiful girl asked a question that she wanted to know and was worried about. "Then the purpose of your coming here is to take my brother away?" "It is undeniable that I do have this idea. When I first came here, I wanted to see which new human being called for help. As for whether to take it away, it depends on your brother's wishes." At this moment, the beautiful girl is like a hen protecting its chicks, protecting her younger brother, with her eyes wary of Long Fei. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched, and he said, "You didn't hear what I just said clearly. I won't take your brother away by force, but to see if your brother is willing to follow." "My brother will never go with you." Instead, Alonso asked, "Can I drive your robot?" "Won't my Gundam be handed over to outsiders?" "Then I'll go with you. Can Robot Gundam let me drive?" The beautiful girl scolded Alonso. "Alonso, what nonsense are you talking about?" Long Xian listened to his younger brother's conversation with other people and was a little confused, so he asked the third princess next to him what his younger brother was talking about. Su Jingyan briefly explained the ins and outs of what she had just heard. Long Xian complained, "If my brother hadn't developed so many things, what did he say about new human beings? I would have thought he was suffering from the second disease of middle school. But then again, he has developed so many things. Even if he is a scientist, however, the new human beings should not be the result of his research." Shu Qinshu next to her listened to everything and kept silent. Once she returned to China, she must tell her grandpa about it. Long Fei asked the beautiful girl, "I've been talking with you for so long, but I still don't know your name?" "Cecilia, that's my name." "Okay. Do you have any plans for where you want to go now?" Cecilia was silent directly, and the people around were silent, and everyone looked very sad, because the country was destroyed, and now they are already the people of the subjugated country, and they are homeless people without status at this time. Now they can only be refugees. Everyone doesn't know what to do. They have been to many countries, and many countries are unwilling to take them in. Even if some countries are willing to take them in, they only take in a few compatriots, and most of the rest are still wandering in the universe. All the refugees on the refugee spaceship have almost run out of money, and if they cannot find other countries to take them in, they may really die in drifting. Cecilia said she refused before, but now she regrets and hesitates in her heart. Now she and her younger brother don't have a full meal every day, and there is not much money left on them, and there is not much food left in the bag, and they can only eat one can of canned food together every day. Long Fei also observed that the spaceship was very dirty and messy. It is estimated that these refugees have been wandering for a long time and have no country to take them in. At this time, Long Fei said loudly, "Looking at you, you must have been wandering for a long time. Some companies under my group are short of manpower. If you are qualified, I can hire you." Long Fei paused. I looked at the people around me. The eyes of the surrounding refugees at this time showed radiance, hope, and expectation. Long Fei continued, "You seem to be refugees from a subjugated country. Which country do you go to? Even if a country is willing to take you in and give you a refugee certificate, it may be difficult for you to have a job. The country that took you in is also afraid. It will affect the employment opportunities of the local people, and the labor department will also make things difficult for you. As for my group, as long as your talents and labor can be used by my group, although the salary for you is not much, it can guarantee you 3 meals. There is a safe place for you to sleep peacefully." At this time, some refugees had already raised their hands, saying that they were willing, and one after another, more and more refugees raised their hands, and even shouted that they could work, hoping that Long Fei could hire them. Long Fei raised his hand, and the refugees fell silent. Long Fei went on to say, "First of all, I must first be a villain and then a gentleman with you. If you are not competent or we don't need it, we will arrange for you to leave, and you can go to other countries to try your luck and see if you can get it. Take in because my group is not a charity. The refugees did not raise any objections or protests. They can only take one step at a time. Now they can only try their luck. If they can work and live and work in peace and contentment, it will be the greatest satisfaction for them now. Long Fei then looked at Cecilia and said, now that you have lost your parents, you also need a job. Take care of your younger brother. Although Cecilia was silent, she nodded. Now her brother is her only relative, and she really needs a job to raise him. Long Fei then said to Cecilia, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I have 2 children who are a little older than your brother, but they are already Gundam pilots. Except for Tao Xiang and Angelica, everyone at the scene was very surprised. Many refugees had also read the news and knew that Gundam was the most powerful mobile suit of this era. They did not expect that there would be a child who could drive a Gundam. Cecilia asked, are they new humans too? Right. Then Long Fei continued, whether your brother wants to join my mercenary group depends on his own wishes. My personal suggestion to you is that it is best to let your brother join my mercenary group and don't bury the new human beings. I guess your brother's ability can be discovered again. After Long Fei finished speaking, he said to all the refugees, now you can inform your companions on the other refugee ships, and then wait for my fleet to come, and follow my fleet to the destination. Then Long Fei turned and left, followed by Tao Xiang and Angelica. Long Xian immediately followed his younger brother, and said to him as he walked, brother, elder sister, and third younger sister miss you very much. Don't you think about going home? Second sister, I haven't thought about going back yet. Then can the second sister go to your home base to live for a few days? Yes, what should the merchant fleet do? Don't worry, I'll let my assistant handle it. Long Xian told the female assistant what to do next. Second sister, the third princess, and this Shu Qianxue, you can also make arrangements. With a smile on her face, Su Jingyun said to Long Fei with some displeasure in her eyes, Long Fei, I haven't seen you for many years. I also want to visit your home base and stay for a few days, can I? Why don't you give me some face as an old classmate for so many years? The third princess wants to come to the mother base. I welcome. Shu Qianxue followed up and said, I'm not going anywhere else. I'll go wherever the third princess goes. Assistant, go get busy. Yes, Mr. Long. The female assistant immediately left the refugee ship in the airship and carried out the work given by the boss. Long Fei looked at Angelica and asked, do you want to join us? Angelica did not hesitate and agreed to join Long Fei's mercenary group. Angelica would join Long Fei's mercenary group, not because she really wanted to join the mercenary group. It's just that she has no place to go, and the children of the same age in the welfare institution where she lived before regarded her as a freak. When she met Long Fei, Tao Xiang, and the others, she felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. Perhaps because of being a new human being at the same time, Angelica decided to join Long Fei. At this time, Long Fei said to Tao Xiang with a gentle tone, Tao Xiang, remove your covering helmet. After Tao Xiang showed her true face, Long Fei introduced to the second sister, let me introduce, this is my girlfriend. Long Xian looked at his younger brother with wide eyes. He never thought that his younger brother, a research madman, would find a girlfriend. When Long Xian looked at Tao Xiang, he saw that this girl was also very beautiful. Tao Xiang said hello to Long Xian. Sister Xian is good. Long Xian walked up to Tao Xiang with a smile on his face, held Tao Xiang's hand in both hands, and said, don't call me Sister Xian, call me second sister. Tao Xiang's expression was a little unresponsive, but Long Fei thought to himself, second sister, you just regarded Tao Xiang as a married sister-in-law. Tao Xiang said shyly, hi, second sister. Well, okay, Xiao Fei. What he said was too sudden, so I didn't prepare a gift for my younger siblings. I will definitely give gifts to my younger siblings someday. Second sister, there's no need for it. How can you be so embarrassing? Yes, I'm so sorry. Long Xian took Tao Xiang to another place to ask for his care. At this moment, Long Fei was leaning against the leg of Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type. Su Jingyun walked to Long Fei's side, leaned against Long Fei's side to find a topic, and talked to Long Fei. Long Fei, I really didn't expect you to be so kind that you would take in these refugees. Your Highness, third princess, don't think so well of me. I will accept these refugees. The main reason is that I checked the signals of these refugee ships when I entered the refugee ship and found that the country of these refugees has long since perished. But no matter what, you are giving these homeless refugees hope and giving them a place to live. Hee. Long Fei smiled coldly and said, no matter how I say it, I'm still a businessman and a capitalist. These exile refugees already have no place to live. As long as they are given a meager salary and a person who can shelter them from the wind rain residents is already the biggest luxury for them. In order to get these two things, they will do their best to work so that I can not only get low labor costs, but also get extremely high profits in return. Su Jingyun smiled and said, if it was someone else, they would think that you, Long Fei, are an evil capitalist who exploits people and eats people without spitting out their bones, but you didn't exploit them very badly. If you were a real evil capitalist, maybe you just throw a piece of bread for them to eat, let them squeeze into a small dormitory, and then ask them to use the largest labor force to work for them and earn the largest profit return, but at least you still have the dignity of letting them get a laborer. Long Fei sighed and said, as the third princess said, compared with those real evil capitalists, I'm only one step behind. The main reason is that I still have a bottom line that I can't cross, but I still have to follow the three the princess explained. Don't think too well of me. There were 9 refugee ships rescued by Long Fei, and under Long Fei's notice, they went to the 1st Brigade Fleet under the command of AICC. ISIS arranges the confiscated pirate ships and uses some of the pirate ships as spaceships for the people of Salomon's number 3 colonial satellite. The other part is used as the prison ship for all the pirates. The pirate spaceships destroy all the navigation equipment, let these spaceships stay in place, and notify the Salomon Kingdom to come and take them into custody. After the pirate leaders revealed their foreign accounts or hidden treasures, they were all sent to the ship where they were held. The mobile suits of the pirate group and the mobile suits used for engineering modification were destroyed, and the mobile suits such as assault dagger mobile suits and combat mobile suits were confiscated and then used for second-hand sales. Colonel Isis commanded the 1st Brigade Fleet, went to the number 2 colonial satellite of the Salomon Kingdom, and handed over the people of the number 3 colonial satellite to the relevant departments. Then, the 1st Brigade Fleet returned to the mother base in these 9 subjugated refugee fleets. In the meteorite group around the mother base, many meteorites are going to be transformed into factories or farms. Although the MD system can save a lot of labor, it still needs manual execution in terms of details. And at this stage, there is a lack of manpower. If you are hiring refugees from other countries, although the salary will be lower than that of local employees, there are still many procedures to hire, such as applying for work permits, insurance for foreign workers, meals for foreign workers, etc., for hiring local laborers. These procedures are very troublesome and complicated. Moreover, these refugees are still valued by international law or those so-called human rights organizations. Once they are harmed, not only the former will deal with the relevant companies, but the latter will even condemn the relevant companies and bite them on the internet. If they are criticized freely, they will be held accountable and compensated by the relevant international laws of the refugee country. But if you are a refugee whose country is subjugated, then the above problems will not be so much trouble. Even if you are attacked by human rights organizations, even on the internet, relevant companies can hire some internet writers at high prices to fight back against human rights organizations. Refugees from a subjugated country are the cheapest labor for capitalists. Even if they are overworked to death, there is no problem. To capitalists, refugees from a subjugated country are life worse than ants. After receiving Long Fei's notice, Li Jiaming immediately put aside the modification of the meteorite for modification. On the other side, Long Xian contacted the elder sister Selenum Nigrum, and the third sister Long went to meet the younger brother. Long Fei also made a video call with the eldest sister and the third sister. Selenum Nigrum looked at his younger brother whom he had not seen for several years. The childishness on his face was gone, and there was maturity and vicissitudes on his face. Selenum Nigrum and Long Wen had a conversation with Long Fei, knowing that his younger brother would not be able to return to China for the past 2 years. Long Fei introduced Tao Xiang to the eldest sister and the third sister. The eldest sister and the third sister also liked Tao Xiang very much, and they already regarded Tao Xiang as their future sister-in-law. Under the arrangement of Long Fei, Angelica conducted the test. Angelica's psychopath was rated as B, her space perception was rated as A, and she was strong or weak in other aspects. She performed the MS test and trained for a few days. Grades. Because of Alonso's sister's hesitation, Long Fei did not conduct the new human ability test for him for the time being. In about 5 days, the 1st Brigade fleet returned to the mother base, and 9 refugee ships were temporarily arranged to restructure the meteorite for a short-term settlement. Long Fei brought his second sister, Su Jingyun, and Shu Qianxue off the ship. Long Xian teased a little. "Brother, I thought that when you came back, your troops would set up their formations and welcome you back in a big formation." Long Fei rolled his eyes at second sister and said, "I'm not that boring." Long Xian looked at the ports, factories, etc. of the mother base and found that there are many automated equipment here. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue also discovered the advanced technology here. Shu Qianxue found that the mercenary operations here are much more efficient than their own soldiers, and their equipment is at least 20 years more advanced than their own. Although the country has begun to gradually upgrade, but now the whole has been updated, and it is still about 10 years behind the equipment of the Tianyi mercenary group. Shu Qianxue said heartily. The old man of the Long family really misunderstood. It would be great if Long Fei could stay in the country. These warships, MS, and individual equipment are all standard equipment of the National Army. Our country can not only defeat Russia and the Soviet Union, the Republic of Egypt, and the United States will have no problem in unifying the entire globe. Seeing Wing Gundam pointing, Su Jingyun said, "Isn't this Gundam the one that destroyed a fleet of the U.S. Lightning Kingdom with one shot?" "Yes, this Gundam is called Flying Wing." Long Xian asked his younger brother, "Xiao Fei, have you always lived here?" "Yes, I live here." "Then those meteorites around your mother base are dormitories." In addition to dormitories, there are also factories and environmental leisure places. Environmental leisure place? What came from? Long Xian had some question marks on his head, as did Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue. "Well, let me show you." Long Fei arranged for an airship to bring his second sister, Su Jingyun, and Shu Qianxue to a modified meteorite, Grassland Star. Long Xian, Su Jingyun, and Shu Qianxue visited Grassland Star and were a little dumbfounded. The meteorite was transformed into a lush grassland and several clear rivers. There are people responsible for grazing on the grassland, including goats, sheep, horned deer, cattle, buffaloes, ostriches, domestic pigs, etc., a bunch of common poultry. And under Long Fei's introduction, the environment here can be like the earth, it can rain, the environment of high sun and scorching sun can be controlled. Then go to Village Star. The environment inside the meteorite is like a mountain forest village, which makes people feel like they are in a rural area, enjoying the tranquility of the countryside, watching the locals raise chickens, ducks, geese, and plow the fields. This is a modified meteorite that can also go to the environment of mountains, forests and waters, or the ocean. I'm going. I feel like I've come to a garden world. Long Xian looked at the area in the garden, looking at the colorful butterflies and countless bright flowers. This modified meteorite is called Garden Star. There are also many local female mercenaries or some employees who come here to relax when they are resting. Long Fei took the 3 women to different modified meteorites, introduced the local environment, and also took them to see the meteorites where the employees lived. Long Fei even took the 3 girls to some factories to transform meteorites. Shu Qianxue looked at the factories producing different materials and utensils and said, "Not only food, water, air, etc. can be produced, but also metal, machinery, textiles, etc. manufacturing factories. The mother base is matched with the surrounding modified meteorite group, is almost equal to the size of a country. I am afraid that some small countries do not have as many kinds of industries as you." Long Fei glanced at Shu Qianxue and continued to introduce without saying a word. What did Long Xian think of at this time, and asked Long Fei. "Xiao Fei still had some meteorites before. You didn't take us there. Did you not complete the transformation yet?" "Well, It's true that the transformation has not been completed, mainly because of lack of manpower. We have shelved it. Now that we have so many refugees who have lost their country, those meteorites that have been shelved for transformation can continue to be transformed. After the transformation is completed, they will have work to do. This is what they can do. The price of staying. After hearing this, Long Xian frowned and said to his younger brother, Xiao Fei, these exiled refugees are already very pitiful. I hope you don't exploit them too much, and I hope you can treat them better. Second sister, don't worry about this. No matter what I say, there are still some bottom lines. I still can't do things that are too exploitative. The current living environment of the subjugated refugees who have been resettled is not very good, but for them at this moment, it is better than wandering in the universe. The important point is that they can have food and clothing for 3 meals. In addition to the accelerated transformation of the meteorites being transformed, some meteorite planets just lack some employees, and the managers of the local meteorite planets sent people to observe these exiled refugees. Find exile refugees who can do the job to hire as employees. In order not to be kicked out in the future, the subjugated refugees continue to wander in the universe. Every refugee actively participates in recruitment. Moreover, under Long Fei's instruction, the recruited refugees could bring their families and go to the meteorite planet where they worked. Those with families will arrange to stay in a 40-square-meter dormitory with 1 bathroom. For refugees without families, they will be arranged in a dormitory with a bathroom of 30 square meters and a total of 6 people. Refugees who do not have a well-known family among the refugees will have higher wages than refugees with families. It is mainly the latter, apart from the fact that their food costs are heavy, and they work alone, and the food has to be arranged for the family to eat a few bites. Another main reason is that Long Fei decided to transform a meteorite into a place where children can go to school and sent people to recruit teachers to teach the children. This arrangement of Long Fei made all the employees feel that the boss had taken the wrong medicine. The boss who always regards money as his life always thinks about earning money in his pocket and never thinks about taking money out of his pocket. Come out and help people. They even do charity and open schools for their children to go to school. When Li Xiuqing heard about Long Fei's plan, he was a little surprised and said, Did Lao Fei suffer from a high fever and burn his brain out? Or did he study things until his brain became confused, and he changed his nature to do charity? Long Fei was in his living room at this time. After dating Tao Xiang, Long Fei specially asked someone to open a living room in his room. Tao Xiang made a cup of coffee for Long Fei and put it in front of the table, and then sat down on his buttocks. On Long Fei's thighs, his hands hugged Long Fei's neck. With one arm around Tao Xiang's waist, Long Fei looked at the document with the other. Tao Xiang whispered in Long Fei's ear, Most of the employees today think that you have taken the wrong medicine. Why do you suddenly want to help those refugees and transform one of the meteorites into a school so that those children can go to school? Then do you think I've suddenly become abnormal? Tao Xiang kissed Long Fei's face and said, How could it be? I am your woman. If I still don't understand your character, wouldn't it be too unqualified for me to be your woman? Then why do you think I did this? Actually, you are only helping others when you can. It's just that you usually treat money as your life and value interests more than anyone else. Give up some interests, others you just try your best to maximize your own interests. So if you suddenly do something good, your employees will think that you suddenly become abnormal. Long Fei thought about it for a while, and he really put his interests in front of his eyes at ordinary times and didn't care what others thought of him. Today, he just took pity on the children of those exiled refugees, which really shocked the employees. And Tao Xiang knows Long Fei's character well. As long as it doesn't exceed the bottom line, Long Fei can do cruel things, but if it exceeds Long Fei's bottom line, Long Fei will not do it. Fei, those children bought by the commander-in-chief from the trafficking organization, can you also let them go to ordinary schools? I don't interfere with the commander-in-chief's decision. You can discuss it with him. Tao Xiang understands that Long Fei doesn't want to interfere with Li Jiaming's arrangements, and the children and teenagers from the trafficking organization that Li Jiaming bought. These children and teenagers are trained by relevant soldiers in the military school Meteorite, and so on. These are the future combat power of the Tianyi mercenary group. At this time, the doorbell rang, and Tao Xiang immediately got up to check. The screen showed that Long Xian was ringing the doorbell, and Tao Xiang immediately opened the door to let Long Xian in. Long Xian had something to discuss with Long Fei, but Tao Xiang wanted to avoid it. Brothers and sisters, this is not an important business secret, so you can stay here. Tao Xiang was sitting beside Long Fei. Long Xian discussed with Long Fei to hire the Tianyi mercenary group, and hoped that the merchant fleet of Xianxian group could always hire the Tianyi mercenary group. Second sister, you all want to take advantage of the war in the 6th district colony and the inflation of everything to make a lot of money. Long Xian shrugged and did not deny it. Okay, I'll tell Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming that I can give you a discount on the price. Can't you hire your mercenary group at the cost price? Second sister, in business and business, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Not to mention I have to support my employees. If everyone is like second sister, you come to set up a relationship, then how can my employees make a living? All right. On the other side, Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue have been in the mother base for 2 days, and both women have discovered that the technology here is ahead of the entire world. If nothing else, just talk about meteorites. The environment of the meteorite planet in the Planetary Environment Device, developed by Long Fei, is like the environment of all regions of the Earth. The colonial satellites cannot achieve this level. The environment of all the colonial satellites is either spring-like all the year round, or summer-like all the year round, and it rains from sprinklers above the colony. Although the ambient weather in the meteorite is controlled by the Planetary Environment Device, it can have clouds, dark clouds, rain, wind, and humidity, just like the Earth. It makes people feel that they are in the environment of the Earth. If the technology of the Planetary Environment Device is really used in the entire world, countries that want to build colonial satellites will definitely spend a lot of money on the purchase of planetary environment devices to make their colonial satellites have the weather like the Earth. At that time, the people of the colony satellites will no longer want to go to the Earth and experience the environment of the Earth. At this time, Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue were watching the herd of goats grazing on Meteorite Star in the grassland. Shu Qianxue pointed to one place and said, "Third princess, look." Su Jingyun looked in the direction Shu Qianxue pointed and saw Cecilia among the grazing staff. Unexpectedly, Long Fei had already started arranging work for these refugees as soon as he took in them. The second daughter walked up to Cecilia to say hello. "Hello, both of you." Cecilia saluted the 2 girls politely. Su Jingyun asked, "Is it okay for you to work here? Will it be hard?" "It's not hard. In my previous hometown, I was a herdsman. I can handle this kind of work." Shu Qianxue asked, "Then you work here, have you been bullied?" Cecilia shook her head. "No. People here are friendly to us and won't discriminate against us because we are refugees." At this time, the foreman called Cecilia to direct the goats into the enclosure, and then they could go to eat. After working in Cecilia, he went to the place to eat, followed by Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue. When the foreman saw Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue, although he didn't know the real identities of the 2 women, he also guessed that the 2 women were noble and said to the 2 women, "2. Our employees here don't have very rich meals. You are not used to it. You 2 should go to the VIP room for dinner." The 2 girls heard the euphemism of the foreman. Su Jingyun smiled and said, "How come? I just want to have dinner and chat with you all. The 2 of you don't even think we're welcome." Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue sat in front of Cecilia, and Alonso sat next to her sister. Staff meals are pretty good too, with rice and noodles, meat and vegetables, as well as milk tea and coffee for drinks. Although the taste is not very good, but the portion is enough, staff meals are enough, you can eat as much as you can, as long as you don't waste it. At this time, when a refugee employee came to eat, he asked his compatriots to shout, "Everyone, I heard that the boss who took us and turned one of the meteorites into a school so that our children can go to school." Many of the refugee employees were surprised. They didn't expect that the kind boss who took them in was willing to open a school so that their children could study. Su Jingyun and Shu Qianxue were a little surprised. They thought that it was his greatest kindness to take in these refugees and give them a job. They didn't expect that Long Fei would treat the refugees so kindly, which was beyond their expectations. Long Fei looked at the newly developed and manufactured Mysterious Angel Gundam and nearly 10 GN classic fighters. In addition to the bit control system, The improved design of this Gundam in Longfei is also equipped with a spiritual device and a solar furnace. Longfei also developed Hello as an assistant to pilot the classic GN fighter. The GN pod can be piloted by Hello or a human. After the classic GN fighter is integrated with the Gundam, the GN pod can act independently. Why did Longfei ask Hero to assist? The main reason is that Longfei is worried that the Secret Angel and GN Classic Fighter will merge into a Classic Secret Angel. In the first to third forms, Longfei is confident that he can use mental power to control it, but in the fourth and fifth forms, Longfei does not have this confidence. It is assisted by Hero in the cockpit. Note: according to the original floating control system, it is not compatible with Hero, but after the improvement of Longfei, this problem no longer exists. After the mysterious Angel Gundam is manufactured, the next development and manufacture is the Energy Angel Gundam. At this moment, the mother base has changed from developing and manufacturing 3 Gundams per month to only developing and manufacturing 1 Gundam per month. The production line that originally developed and manufactured 2 Gundams was changed to the production of 100 Shiki and Mk2G. In addition to the mother base, other sub-bases have also begun to manufacture 2 mass-produced Gundams, the 100 Shiki and the Mk2G. Long Xian, Su Jingyun, and Shu Qianxue came behind Longfei and watched Longfei admiring his masterpiece. Shu Qianxue didn't expect that her fiancé in name could develop so many Gundams by herself. Compared with him, all the scientists in the Hanxiao Empire are worthless. After overhearing an employee saying that the Secret Angel Gundam and the GN Classic Fighter can be combined, Shu Qianxue directly wanted to cast the ground on Longfei's 5 bodies. This kind of situation that only anime robots have, Longfei directly made it a reality. There is also the solar furnace he developed, which is simply a black technology that subverts the entire world. Longfei turned around and looked at second sister. "What's wrong, second sister?" "It's okay. I just saw you here in a daze, so I came over. The second sister is leaving tomorrow. Can you help the second sister arrange it?" "No problem. The third princess and Shu Qianxue will leave with the second sister." Su Jingyun asked with some displeasure. "Longfei, you really want to let me go early, don't you?" "Third princess, don't get me wrong. I guess it's been a long time since you ran away from home. The entire Hanxia Empire is very anxious. If you stay with me all the time, they think I kidnapped you." Why, Longfei, who is not afraid of heaven and earth, is so afraid of the Hanxia Empire now? "I'm not afraid of the Hanxiao Empire. I'm just afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings and causing unnecessary trouble." Su Jingyun rolled her eyes. Su Jingyun had some conflicts in her heart at the moment. She still liked Longfei in her heart, seeing that Longfei was very close to a woman named Tao Xiang. She was very jealous in her heart, wishing to break up the two and win Longfei by herself. But he also understood that if he really did that, he would not only lose Longfei, but also make Longfei hate him for the rest of his life. Su Jingyun thought about it and decided to leave with Long Xian tomorrow. When Su Jingyun turned to leave, she saw another old classmate, Shi Tingfen, and Su Jingyun stopped Shi Tingfen. Shi Tingfen did not expect to meet the third princess, and suddenly remembered that her colleagues said that the boss brought her second sister and 2 other girls. At first, Shi Tingfen thought it was the secretary or assistant of Longfei's second sister, but unexpectedly, it was the third princess. Shi Tingfen and Su Jingyun walked aside to talk about the past. At this moment, Yu Yangchun walked to Longfei and told him something. It turned out that Alonso sneaked into the airship flying to the mother base. He was discovered by the mercenaries shortly after arriving at the mother base and was directly caught by the mercenaries. Alonso made a fuss, yelling that he wanted to drive a Gundam. At the beginning, many mercenaries laughed out loud when they heard what Alonso said, thinking that this kid was really childish and ignorant. It's just that Yu Yangchun glanced at Alonso when he passed by and knew that he was the new human child among the exiled refugees. Yu Yangchun asked his colleagues to let go of Alonso, took Alonso to the lounge, and then ran to tell Longfei about it. This kid named Alonso, in terms of mental strength, is probably stronger than all of us. If he is the only one who can decide for himself, I am happy to train him, but this matter still needs to be solved. With his sister's consent. Then, Longfei asked his subordinates to inform Cecilia. and arranged for Cecilia to take her brother back to Meteorite Planet. Yu Yangchun stood beside Long Fei and looked at the mysterious Angel Gundam and asked Long Fei, "Boss, this Gundam also has floating cannons. I guess only us new humans can drive it. Will you drive it, or choose one of us? It will be all right." At this time, a mercenary came to tell Long Fei that Alonso was missing. "Why is he missing?" "Boss, he got into the vent, and we are now tracking it with a small drone." "I see you go down." Long Xian, who had been silent all this time, asked Long Fei, "What are you going to do with that kid? After you catch it, hand it over to his sister." Yu Yangchun looked towards one of them. His eyes slowly turned to the right. Like Long Fei, he said to Yu Yangchun, "It seems that the kid has slipped here." Long Xian frowned, surprised how his younger brother and Yu Yangchun knew where the sneaky child went. The two moved at the same time, and Long Xian followed behind without saying a word. Shu Qinxue, who was silently standing there, also followed closely, thinking, could this be the ability of new human beings? When they came to the ventilation pipe, Long Fei and Yu Yangchun stood on both sides, and Long Fei asked the second sister and Shu Qinxue to stand on the other side. The vent cap was pushed aside and moved to the other side, and the vent bored out of Alonso. Alonso saw the mysterious Angel Gundam not far away, with an excited expression on his face, just as he was about to lift his feet and run over. Long Fei directly grabbed Alonso's back collar and lifted it up. Alonso struggled in fright. Long Fei asked, "Is hide-and-seek fun?" Only then did Alonso know that it was Long Fei who caught him. Yu Yangchun whistled to his colleagues not far away, telling them to take him away. Alonso was carried on the shoulders of a mercenary, beat the mercenary's back desperately, and cried loudly. Looking at Alonso, Long Fei was taken away by the mercenaries and decided to deal with Alonso's problem after dealing with the current situation. Long Fei decided to test the mysterious Angel Gundam himself. Long Fei entered the cockpit of the mysterious Angel Gundam, and there was a blue hello in the cockpit. "Hello, hello, Long Fei is good, Long Fei is good." The blue hello greeted Long Fei. Long Fei responded, "Hi, hello. Teach me a lot, teach me a lot." The blue hero eyes responded to Long Fei with blue flashes. Long Fei opened the covered helmet of the Spartan battle suit and drove the mysterious Angel Gundam. The secret Angel Gundam stepped on the electromagnetic pedal, and the GN Classic Fighter was ready to go. Secret Angel Gundam, attack. Mysterious Angel Gundam conducts a series of tests on reaction speed, mobility, flexibility, and so on. Long Fei, amazing, Long Fei, amazing. Hero let out a burst of praise. Then, Long Fei notified the command room to put a GN Classic Fighter. The GN pod of the GN Classic Fighter is driven by Hero, and the Hero in the cockpit is connected to the Hero system of the GN pod. The GN pod is separated. The GN Classic Fighter and Angel Gundam are combined. One core component and two GN prototype bits are combined in the backpack position of the mysterious Angel Gundam, forming the first form of the classic mysterious Angel. The two GN prototype bits are recharged by the solar furnace. Long Fei, do you need help? Hello asked Long Fei if he needed him to control the GN prototype bit. No, I will control the GN prototype bit, and you will assist in the GN pod. Okay, Long Fei. Hero, piloted by the GN pod, hands over the control to Hero in the cockpit of the esoteric Angel. The tome's secret Angel began to test the speed response, flexibility, and mobility of the first form of the classic mystery Angel all surpassed the mysterious Angel Gundam. Under Long Fei's mental control, the two GN prototype bits are separated from the classics and secret Angels. In addition to long-range shooting, they can also track targets and attack like floating cannons. Blue Hero controls the GN pod and turns the GN pod into another floating cannon. In addition to disrupting the target, the GN Vulcan cannon of the GN pod can also attack. Although the GN Vulcan cannon is not very lethal, it can cause certain damage and disturbance to the enemy. Then Long Fei called the headquarters, and then released a GN Classic Fighter. The second GN Classic Fighter and the Classic Angel are combined to form the second form of the Classic Angel. The second GN Classic Fighter, the Hero of the GN pod, also handed over the control to the Blue Hero. The core components are returned to the mother base. Two GN prototype bits are combined on the feet of the ancient book Secret Angel. The mobility and flexibility of the second form of the ancient book Secret Angel is not much better than that of the first form. But the advantage is that the locking target is better than that of the first form. The 4 GN prototype bits are not separated from the classics and Secret Angels. The long-range attack is more powerful than the floating state, and it is equipped with the GN beam rifle in hand. Can lock target attack in 5 different directions. If you add 2 GN pods, it becomes 7 targets. Next, Long Fei tested not only the 3rd to 5th forms, but also tested the classics Mysterious Angel and other GN classic fighters to fight together. When the GN classic fighters are in battle, as long as the Mysterious Angel Gundam or the classic Mysterious Angel are nearby, they will be given priority to the control of Blue Hero. If the Blue Hero cannot control too many airframes, it will be controlled by the Hero of the GN classic fighter, and the instructions given by the Blue Hero will be given priority. After the test, the Secret Angel of the classics is separated from all the core components and GN prototype bits on the body, and recombined into a GN classic fighter. After returning to the mother base, Long Fei came out from the cockpit. Yu Yanchun ran to Long Fei at this time and said, "Boss, you are so unconstrained and developed this Mysterious Angel Gundam that can be combined like this. I don't know how your head is formed." "Oh, so you put it that way. I don't want to be captured by other countries. Peel off my head and study my head." Shu Qinxue had no way to enter the command room to watch the test of the Mysterious Angel Gundam. Although she wanted to use the electronic telescope to check, she was snatched away by Tianyi mercenaries and took her away from the scene. When Shu Qinxue was taken to the waiting room, she saw Alonso being taught a lesson by her sister Cecilia. Cecilia directly slapped his younger brother Alonso's butt, not only making a crackling sound, but also making Alonso cry. Shu Qinxue hurriedly stopped and grabbed Cecilia's hand and persuaded, "Stop beating. He is just a child. He is not sensible. Why are you ignorant? If you are ignorant, will you sneak into the airship and come here? Still trying to steal someone else's MS? Is this also called ignorance? Even if you are ignorant, this is also a big disaster." Just ran to the base. These mercenaries did not kill him with a single shot, which is already extraordinarily merciful. Cecilia shook off Shu Qinxue's hand after speaking, and continued to raise her hand to slap her younger brother's butt. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will not dare in the future, sister. Please forgive me, wow." Alonso cried and begged his sister for mercy. Cecilia felt pain in her heart when she hit her younger brother. For her, his younger brother was already her only family member, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Yu Baishue came into the waiting room at this time and wanted to take a break. Seeing Cecilia beating his younger brother like this, Yu Baishue couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly persuaded him. "If you continue beating your brother like this, it will put a psychological shadow on your younger brother. Then you will feel guilty for the rest of your life." Only then did Cecilia stop, looking at Yu Baishue. Yu Baishue looked at Cecilia's siblings, and remembered that his younger brother once told her that he met a pair of siblings who lost their parents just like them, and that the younger brother was also a new human being. Yu Baishue said to Cecilia, "I am also an older sister. My younger brother is slightly older than your younger brother. He is also a new human being." Cecilia and Shu Qinxue looked at Yu Baishue in surprise. "I know you want to protect your brother, but you have to think about it. If you protect your brother too much, it will cause your brother to be unable to be independent for the rest of his life, and it is impossible for you to take care of your brother for a lifetime. Why don't you let your brother take a test? See how great your brother's potential is." Yu Baishue advised Cecilia. Cecilia was a little hesitant at this time, and Alonso was crying and sobbing with red eyes at this time. When Cecilia was not paying attention, Yu Baishue pulled Alonso to her side. Long Fei and Yu Yanchun just walked into the lounge and saw this scene. Long Fei also roughly guessed what was going on. After buying a box of chocolates for Alonso from the vending machine, he said to Cecilia, "Actually, your brother can conduct a series of tests. If possible, you can give him some relevant information. Training, don't bury his talent. Wait until he is really sensible. He can decide for himself." Cecilia thought about it, then let her brother undergo a series of tests. Alonso, who was eating chocolate, cheered happily. "Long live my sister. Long Fei took the two siblings to the new human testing room for testing. Shu Qinxue was about to follow to see what happened, but Long Fei stopped her and asked her to stay in the lounge and not to follow. Although Shu Qinxue was upset, she had to bow her head under the eaves. After conducting some tests, Alonso's brain wave and telepathic ability reached the S level, but the results of other tests were not satisfactory or ideal. For example, the space perception evaluation is only C, and the control ability is only C-. After reading these test results, Long Fei said to Cecilia, "Your brother's mental strength can be said to be stronger than ours, but other aspects are not ideal, but it doesn't matter. Most of the other aspects can be acquired. Work hard to improve the evaluation. My suggestion is to try to let your brother receive some relevant training. If you agree, I can arrange it." Cecilia thought for a while and asked Long Fei, "The relevant training you mentioned can be arranged, but the premise is that after my brother goes to school, it can affect my brother's studies." After listening to Cecilia's words, Long Fei nodded and said, "You pay attention to your brother's studies. This is human nature. I will arrange relevant training for your brother." Long Xian, Su Jingyun, and Shu Qinxue escorted the fleet arranged by Long Fei to the Tiangue colonial satellite of the Hanxia Empire. Su Jingyun looked at the smaller and smaller mother base from the window. Su Jingyun actually didn't want to leave, but she thought that Long Fei had a partner, and she couldn't be a third party, otherwise she would really do it for the three princesses of the Hanxia Empire. If such a thing spreads out again, the entire empire will be ashamed, and even the royal family will be ashamed of her. Long Xian said that he came to Su Jingyun's side and persuaded him. "Your Highness, the third princess, thank you for your great love for my brother. But you and my brother have nothing to do with each other, and I also believe that there are better men waiting for the third princess." Su Jingyun smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Longxian, for your comfort. After I knew that Long Fei had a partner, I was indeed hit. But I wish Long Fei and Miss Taoxiang a happy marriage for 100 years. Thanks to the three princesses for your kind words." Long Xian thanked Su Jingyun with a salute. "I'm tired. I want to go back to my room and rest." "His Royal Highness, go slowly." After Su Jingyun left the scene, Long Xian said to himself in a corridor, "Miss Shu, the marriage between you and my brother is just a marriage that Long Dinkuan decided for himself. Not only does my brother not recognize it, including my two sisters, and I also do not recognize this marriage, and I would like to advise you, it is best not to think about my younger brother. If you touch someone who is important to my younger brother, you, including your family, should bear it." My brother's rage. After Long Xian finished speaking, he turned and left the scene. Shu Qinxue walked out of the corridor. Shu Qinxue looked at Long Xian's back and clenched her hands into fists. It was the first time for her majestic Miss Shu family to suffer such humiliation. At this moment, Long Fei was discussing some things with Li Jiaming in his office, and the defense system of the mother base had to be further improved. In addition to the warning radar, defensive weapons and protective cover to be improved. Long Fei handed over the blueprints of MD, Mobile Doll, Taurus, and Virgo. Long Fei has also transformed it to be manned, to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. "Boss, these two MS. Oh no, the MD can be used as a defensive force for our mother base, and it also reduces the pressure on the pilots we need. In fact, these two MDs can also be driven by humans. In fact, it is best to be driven by humans as much as possible. If there are people driving, you can arrange the driver as the captain of the MD team, and you can give instructions. Taurus and Virgo MD status commanded by Man Taurus or Bilgo. Anyway, boss, this can be regarded as reducing the burden on the MS drivers we need. This is also impossible. In fact, Long Fei really didn't want to develop and manufacture these two MDs. The main thing Long Fei was worried about was that once the MD control system was hacked by the enemy, they would seize control. Then you will be hurt by defection. It is impossible to recruit a large number of MS drivers in a short period of time, and the mother base really needs MS patrol troops to be responsible for all-round patrol protection. In the case of insufficient MS pilots, Long Fei had no choice but to come up with this plan to solve the urgent need of MS pilot shortage. Long Fei made a series of improvements to the original MD system. In case the MD system is hacked, there are other ways to remedy it. Before Li Jiaming took these design drawings away, he reported one thing to Long Fei. Long Fei nodded after hearing this. Yes, let them come to the mother base. 3 days after Long Xian's 3 daughters left the mother base, an extraordinary guest came to the mother base. The Saint Aina secretly visited the mother base and took John and Yuffie with her in an airship. John is in charge of flying the airship, and Yuffie is in charge of taking care of the Saint Aina. John looked at the MS team outside the airship responsible for patrolling the mother base, as well as defense systems such as frigates and radars. John said with some emotion, "If our country had such armaments, the war at that time would not be suppressed by the United States at all, and it would not owe the Russian Soviet Republic a favor by hiring the Tianyi mercenary group to fight it off. The United States lights up the country. Why did Your Royal Highness Yuffie secretly visit the mother base of the Tianyi mercenary corps to meet with that Long Fei to discuss things?" Saintess Aina was dressed plainly, not as solemn and holy as she usually appeared in front of the public in her white and noble attire. At this time, the temperament of the Saint Aina, on the contrary, has a kind of approachable girl next door. Led by a patrol team of 105 Dagger MS, the airship entered the port of the mother base. Under the instructions of the staff, the airship landed at the berth prepared for them. Long Fei and Sa Keki greeted the arrival of the Saint Aina in person. Saint Aina got off the plane, followed by John and Yuffie. Long Fei shook hands with Saintess Aina. "Welcome, Your Majesty the Holy Maiden. It's a pleasure meeting you, Boss Long Fei. Your Highness, this way please." Saint Aina and Long Fei went side by side, followed by Sakiki, John, and Yuffie. In the VIP room, at both ends of a long table, Long Fei and the Saint Aina sat opposite each other. Sakiki sat behind Long Fei, and John and Yuffie sat behind the Saint. Saint Aina said, "Before discussing the matter with Boss Long Fei, I would like to thank Boss Long Fei for what happened at that time." Long Fei was taken aback and asked, "At that time? I don't know what the Saint said." "It's the 2 guardian knights who saved me and threw 2 doses of healing gel to heal me." It was only then that Long Fei remembered that when he was driving a Zero Gundam, he entered Saint Aina's spaceship alone, rescued her, and threw 2 doses of healing gel to her. "How did Your Highness recognize that I was the soldier who saved you at that time?" Although Boss Long Fei used a voice changer and a covering helmet to hide his appearance, his aura will not change. "I have already felt it when I walked all the way before. The aura you exude is similar to that the fighters back then were exactly the same." Aina explained. Long Fei asked, "Did Her Highness come over to thank me? I remember that Her Highness wanted to negotiate a deal with us. I don't know what kind of business you want to negotiate with us." Saint Aina smiled and said, "I would like to ask Boss Long Fei to design a mobile suit exclusive to his country." Long Fei frowned. Saint Aina went on to say, "Boss Long Fei can develop such a powerful mobile suit as Gundam, so designing a mass-produced mobile suit for this country should not be difficult for Boss Long Fei." Long Fei thought in his heart, "It's not only hard to trouble me, I have a lot of mass-produced MS design drawings in my mind." Long Fei nodded and said, "It's really not a problem for me. But what I want to know is, even if I design and develop a mass-produced MS for your country, can your country produce it by itself?" John and Yuffie frowned immediately. Yuffie wanted to stand up and curse, but was stopped by John. The Saint Aina didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, she kept smiling and asked, "Is Boss Long underestimating the technology of his country?" Long Fei said unceremoniously, "The Uya Cross country has always maintained neutrality and maintained good diplomacy with many countries. It is also because of this reason that the country has become accustomed to peace and has not actively developed new weapons to update them. The weapons are very backward. To put it bluntly, the weapons of these small countries around our home base, just talking about MS, are at least 20 years more advanced than your country's MS." The faces of John and Yuffie became a little ugly. Since the Saint Aina kept smiling, her smile had become a little stiff. Long Fei went on to say, "At that time, the U.S. Tadding Legion country attacked you. Why did it gain a huge advantage? Your weapons are too backward. If the Russian Soviet Republic didn't hire my Tianyi mercenary group, your country would be killed in about 7 days. The country will be wiped out by the United States. By the way, forgive me for saying something harsh. If your country's military equipment is replaced by my Tianyi mercenary group, I will finish you off in more than 3 days." Commander misdirected. Saint Aina couldn't keep smiling. Her face became very ugly. Sakeki looked at her boss, who was not polite at all, directly belittling others as worthless, and then looked at the ugly face of the Saint Aina. If this is what another company said, maybe Her Royal Highness just shook her face and left. But from the mouth of his own boss, Long Fei, he does have the right to belittle people. Fortunately, Saint Aina has a good mentality and connotation, and is also very self-aware, knowing that her country's military technology is indeed very backward. But Yuffie, the guardian knight behind her, couldn't hold back anymore. She jumped up and pointed at Long Fei and cursed. Why do you belittle our country's military equipment? Why do you think that your mercenary group can be used in 3 days? You can defeat our country. Yuffie, don't be rude. The Saint Aina turned her head and scolded Yuffie angrily. Only then did Yuffie realize that she had lost her composure. John patted the back of her hand, winked at her, and said, "Sorry, I'm sorry." He took a deep breath and then sat down. Long Fei continued, "I will say this because I know your strength. If you are really capable, the Russian Soviet Republic will not hire us to help you." Saint Aina felt a little uncomfortable with Long Fei's criticism of her country's strength, but she knew that Long Fei had the strength to criticize her country, and she even had the strength to say these words. The Saint Aina restored her original smile and said, "Boss Long Fei, it is true that our country's armaments are indeed lagging behind, as you said, but Boss Long Fei, do you think our equipment can't produce the MS you designed?" Long Fei said unceremoniously, "It's true that it can't be manufactured, unless you just ask me to help you design a MS that is only a few years more advanced than your current military equipment, then that's no problem. Then what does Boss Long Fei think of the Saint Seiya MS in this country?" Saint Aina somewhat expected that Long Fei could evaluate the most advanced MS in this country, but she was very worried in her heart that Long Fei's evaluation was not good. The Saint Seiya MS is not bad, and its performance is slightly better than the Assault Dagger MS and Jim MS. Saint Aina felt a little relieved, and John and Yuffie were not as uncomfortable as before. Then Long Fei said, "Saint Seiya MS, I guess you Ouya cross-country can't mass-produce it at present. Besides, your production equipment is backward. You probably can't develop a more streamlined production equipment at present." Saint Aina admitted without hesitation. "So, Your Highness, you actually came here and asked me to design a new mobile suit for you. It must be better and more advanced than the Saint Seiya MS. Your production equipment is not capable of mass-producing the Saint Seiya MS, let alone the Saint Seiya MS. To produce MS that is more advanced than Saint Seiya MS. Boss Long Fei, you are right. Then Boss Long Fei, do you have any suggestions?" "It's very simple. As long as my Tianyi Arms manufacturing company sets up a branch and factory in your country, won't it solve your current problems?" Saint Aina raised her brows. If Tianyi Arms manufacturing company is willing to come to its own country to open a branch and set up a factory, this can also solve the current problem. Boss Long Fei's proposal is indeed possible. We also welcome your company to open a branch in this country to set up a factory, but I don't know what kind of mass-produced machine Boss Long Fei can develop. It depends on the request of Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. Saint Aina stated her request. At least the MS equipped by Long Fei's boss Tianyi Mercenary Corps has almost the same performance. Long Fei snapped his fingers, and a huge screen dropped down on the left side of the VIP room. The lights in the VIP room became dim. When the screen turned on, there were several types of MS on the screen, including the Zaku series, the Demo series, and Rick D. Yas, Gaza C, and many other MS of the One-Eyed series. Your Highness, please feel free to watch and consult these MS on the screen. There are different models in a single Zaku series, which not only makes the Saint Aina dazzled. John and Yuffie, who knew MS very well, were dizzy for a while. Your Highness, you can slowly watch these materials in the VIP room, including your 2 guardian knights. I will arrange someone to entertain you. I'm really sorry, Boss Long Fei. With so many MS choices, we really can't make a decision in a short time, so we need some time. No problem, Your Highness. I will arrange a place to stay. Long Fei and Sakiki walked out of the VIP room. Sakiki asked Long Fei, "Boss, if you show them so many MS design drawings at once, aren't you afraid that they will copy your things in their minds?" "Don't worry, I didn't show them the programming, software, and hardware materials in the design drawings, and some of the materials in the design drawings are just some simple explanations. Boss, do you think Her Royal Highness will choose a mobile suit? Will our company be allowed to open a factory in their country? Their country's technology is so backward. The Saint Seiya MS is already a MS they can barely produce, and they can't even mass-produce it. If she really chooses a MS that is more advanced than the Saint Seiya MS, then for being able to update quickly will definitely allow us to open factories. In the VIP room, there were 2 mercenaries standing on the left and right of the gate, and the 2 mercenaries were sent to entertain the 3 saintesses. Saint Aina doesn't know much about MS, so she is completely handed over to John and Yuffie. John, in particular, has done some research on the technical engineering of manufacturing MS, and he was a late participant in the manufacturing design of MS. Among the 3, he can be said to be the most professional. John looked at the several one-eyed mobile suits on the screen and conducted research from the data. John could also see that the performance of some one-eyed mobile suits was not as good as that of Saint Seiya mobile suits, so he directly denied them. I also took out a small notebook, and the performance is not as good as and slightly stronger than Saint Seiya MS, and I don't write it in his small notebook. Recorded by John in his small notebook of MS. The performance technology has been in Saint Seiya MS for at least 10 years. Part of the MS name was recorded in John's small book, and John walked up to Her Majesty the Virgin. John suggested to Saint Aina, "Your Highness, I think if you have to choose, it would be better to choose at least 2 mobile suits." Why? One of them is a standard mobile suit for general mobile suit drivers, and the other can be used as a captain's machine or exclusive mobile suit for elite pilots. Seeing that you have written many MS in your notebook, the performance of these MS must be much better than that of Saint Fighter MS. Yes. John explained his inferences and research MS to Her Royal Highness. The 3 Saint Aina have been in the mother base for a week, and many MS from the Cyclops series have been singled out, and it is difficult to make up their minds for a while. Besides, the Holy Maiden Aina has other weapons besides choosing MS, and she asked Long Fei to purchase them. Long Fei listed the options available for sale, and asked the Holy Maiden and his 2 companions to choose. Saint Aina secretly communicated with Pope David to discuss, and Pope David couldn't make up his mind for a while. Pope David decided to send William, Bishop of Defense, and Matthew, Bishop of the Military Department, to go secretly. Saint Aina informed Long Fei that the country would send more professional people to choose the Cyclops MS series. The 2 bishops, William and Matthew, also brought some professionals to the mother base to join the Saint Aina. William and Matthew had them evaluated by professionals, picking out the selection one after the other. In the end, Gao Zaku and Marasai were selected as the next-generation mobile suits of Ouya Cross Country. The former is equipped with standard mobile suits for general mobile suit drivers, and the latter is standard equipment for elite mobile suit drivers. Saint Aina, as a representative, also understands that it is basically difficult for the domestic production equipment to produce the above 2 MS. 2 bishops, it should be difficult to produce these 2 MS with the production equipment in our country. The expressions of the 2 bishops were a little awkward, and Matthew said honestly, "Your Highness, it is really embarrassing to say it, but I still have to tell the truth. With the existing equipment in this country, let alone mass production, it is to produce at least 50% of the parts. Unable to produce." William looked at Matthew and asked, "So, this country is going to introduce Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company into this country to open a factory. Isn't that what it means?" Bishop William, "That's what it means." Bishop William frowned, looked at the MSs of the Cyclops series, and said jokingly, "Cyclops, this is an evil creature in our local mythology. I really don't know that our citizens see the appearance of these MSs. And name, how would they feel?" Yuffie added another sentence. "Marasai is the name of a big monster in our local area." John said, "Don't worry about the appearance and name of MS. The most important thing is that we don't want to be suppressed and beaten by the opponent when the United States is attacking us. This is our first priority." The 2 bishops and the professionals behind them all nodded. Now their first priority is to solve the problem of backward armaments. A professional person behind Bishop Matthew whispered in his ear. Bishop Matthew said to Saint Aina, "Your Highness, besides MS, Should we also purchase other weapons? Bishop Matthew, I do have this plan. In terms of individual weapons, my first purchase is the Spartan battle uniform. If it doesn't work, I will fall back to purchase the armed combat armor and their ground combat vehicles. And battleships. Your Highness, which ones have you chosen? I choose. Saint Aina handed over the chosen weapon to Matthew, William, and the professionals they brought for evaluation. In the reception room, Long Fei and Sakiki were negotiating with Saintess Aina and her party. Bishop Matthew first asked Long Fei, Boss Long Fei, can we make some changes to the Gao Zhagu MS we selected? What modification do you want? Gao Zhagu's output furnace has been improved, so that Gao Zhagu can equip more energy weapons, and Gao Zhagu's captain machine hopes to be slightly better in performance than ordinary Gao Zhagu, and the design should be a little special. Gao Zhagu wants to modify its performance. There is no problem in this point. The performance of the leader of Gao Zhagu is better than that of ordinary Gao Zhagu. This is not a problem. In terms of design, I can add an antenna to the head of the captain's plane. Antennas are better at searching and detecting, and better at fighting jamming and communicating. Bishop Matthew then asked, can the captain of Marasai also have the same modification effect as Captain Gao Zhagu? Can. Next, we will discuss the purchase price. Saki will be in charge of negotiating with the two bishops, William and Matthew. President Sakiki, the prices of Gao Zaku and Marasai are too high. Can you lower the price? Dare to ask the two bishops, who is stronger between the Saint Seiya MS currently in service in your country and Gao Zaku? If the Saint Seiya MS is sold, how much price can your country offer? The corners of the two bishops' eyes twitched, and they scolded Sakiki in their hearts. This woman, doesn't she even save face when she speaks? I really want to greet the 18th generation of your Zongzo. If the strength is not far inferior to others, I really want to just throw your face away. The two cursed in their hearts and had to keep smiling on their faces, but they remained silent and did not answer Saki's question. Sakiki didn't give face and continued, the Saint Seiya MS developed by your country. To put it bluntly, our company despises it very much because it is too backward. The expressions of William and Matthew became very ugly and stiff. Saint Aina, John and Yuffie either looked up at the ceiling or looked down at the ground. All three of them have a concept in their hearts. If there is a boss, there must be employees. The boss's words no longer give others face, and the words of this employee are even more murderous. William was a little unconvinced and retorted, you said that the Saint Seiya MS is too backward, but the performance of the backward Saint Seiya MS is at least better than that of the Gym MS and Assault Dagger MS you sell. Saki shrugged and said disapprovingly, it is true that you said that the performance of the Saint Seiya MS is slightly better than our Gym MS and Assault Dagger MS. I agree with that, but you have to think about it. You have used the most advanced equipment in your country. Technology, the most advanced MS created, but Gym MS and Assault Dagger MS are MS built by us with very backward technology. The performance of your most advanced MS is only slightly better than our very backward MS performance. Why are you unconvinced? Do you want to refute? Matthew asked back. It turned out to be your very backward mobile suit. Why do you still sell it? Why don't you develop a more advanced mobile suit for sale? Sakiki smiled and said, if it weren't for the huge profits to be made, we would have stopped producing these MS long ago. William and Matthew were silent at this moment. Long Fei watched the whole process with a smile and continued to make up his sword and said, if your country can develop more advanced mobile suits, why would you come to me? You will not ask us to lower the price we offer, but just walk away. If you think our price is too high and unacceptable, you can find another job, please do it. Saint Aina and her team all had very unhappy expressions on their faces. But what the other party said was correct. Their country's current technology is indeed not capable of developing advanced mobile suits, and if they ask foreign companies for help, they may not be able to design and develop them. Produce advanced mass-produced MS like Gao Zaku and Marasai. Saintess Aina looked at Long Fei and Sakiki. These two clearly regarded the Uya Cross country as a fat sheep and wanted to just throw their faces away. But for the safety of the Uya Cross country, the Saintess Aina only can be patient. Saint Aina proposed to Long Fei, Boss Long Fei, You propose to let Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to set up branches and factories in this country. We can agree, and we can even transfer some factories and other things to you for free. The company, and can also rebuild or renovate the factory according to your company's requirements. In this regard, we can meet your company's requirements, but we just hope to reduce the price. Long Fei asked. The price reduction requested by Her Majesty the Holy Maiden is only for those 2 mobile suits? Or do you want to reduce the price of all the weapons you purchase? All weapons procured are expected to be reduced in price. President Sakiki, you think these conditions are good? Then you can decide how much you can reduce the price. Long Fei said with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about anything. Then let's cut the price by 5%. Sakiki looked embarrassed. Saintess Aina and her team were dumbfounded, and the price was reduced by 5%, all with embarrassing expressions. The price of a Gao Zhagu MS driven by an ordinary MS driver is 100 million Earth Circle coins, and the price of a Gao Zhagu MS driven by the Captain machine is 120 million. Are you deceiving us that there are no experts in the Uya cross country? No matter how bad the experts in this country are, they can at least estimate the manufacturing materials of a Gao Zhagu MS, including the cost of labor, weapons and equipment, and spare parts. It is estimated that it's only 50 million Earth Circle coins at most. The Uya cross-country experts said in their hearts. Saint Aina objected at this time. 5% price reduction, which is too little. In terms of Gaozaku alone, it is much better than the Strike Dagger MS. I remember that your company also had sold for 40 million, and it's still colonial coins. Sakiki smiled and said, Strike Dagger MS was sold for 40 million. It was a long time ago. A Strike Dagger MS was put on the black market. Even second-hand Strike Dagger MS can be sold more than 80 million colonial coins. Our company now sells the Assault Dagger MS every month to the highest bidder and sells to the highest bidder. In terms of average price, it can be sold for 150 million 10,000 colony coins are sold. 1 Earth Circle coin can currently be exchanged for 5 Colonial Circle coins. Saint Aina responded. Your company's Assault Dagger MS can be sold at such a high price, mainly because of the war in the colony of the 6th District, and many people need combat power. If this war is not going on, it is impossible for your company's Assault Dagger MS to be bid for such a high price. Sakiki shrugged and said, I don't deny what Her Majesty said, but why don't other companies in the same industry earn as much as we do? I don't need to say it. Her Majesty, including everyone here, knows it well. Saint Aina asked, Then I would like to ask, what conditions does your company want before it will continue to lower prices? It depends on what conditions your country can offer us. Saintess Aina turned her head to look at the 2 bishops. The 2 bishops and Saintess Aina were discussing with each other with their heads bowed. Long Fei continued to keep his eyes closed, while Sakiki kept smiling, calm and composed. After the 3 of Saintess Aina discussed a result, Saintess Aina said to Long Fei, Boss Long Fei, how about this? We can give some mining rights of metal mines and energy mines in this country to other companies under your group. For 20 years as a company, your company does not need to pay taxes to the country for 10 years. Long Fei's eyes opened, and then they were closed again. Sakiki didn't say a word, because the conditions given by the Saint Aina just now involved other companies under the Tianyi group. Long Fei thought for nearly 10 minutes, opened his eyes, sat up straight, and asked, Then how much do you want us to reduce the price? 30%. You're asking for too much price reduction. We can also give a piece of land to your group, so that your group's Tianyi mercenary group can set up a new sub-base, and also don't have to pay taxes for 10 years. My other companies also want to avoid paying taxes for 10 years. I can only promise that it is an existing company of Tianyi Group. It will not work if another company is established later. President Sakiki, can you accept the conditions? Sakiki replied, Boss, with all due respect, the conditions offered by Her Majesty the Holy Maiden are indeed very good for the development of the boss's entire group, but it is not fair to the company I manage. Oh, why? The company I manage sacrifices the interests of other companies, which is really unfair to the company I manage. Your Highness, you heard me. This is really unfair to my Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Saint Aina's forehead was about to appear in the shape of a well, and she thought to herself, The 2 of you should be in harmony with each other. Saint Aina said, Well, I will give one more condition. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company can also not pay taxes for 10 years. Sakiki asked, Your Highness, I would like to ask, if we don't pay taxes for 10 years, do we not pay taxes on the things we sell to you? Or does it include the products we sell to the outside world as well? It is your company's products that don't need to pay taxes, but the premise is that the production line and the quantity of products sold by your company's domestic branch cannot exceed the number of products purchased in the country. Oh, yes, Gao Zhagu and Ma Lasai can only be produced and sold to its own country, and the MS you sell to the outside world cannot be sold to any country in the Earth circle. Then we also have a requirement. That is, Gao Zhagu and Ma Lasai cannot be imitated, let alone sold. This condition is acceptable. But we also have one condition. You must at least transfer Gao Zhagu technology to us. Yes, but the 30% price reduction you requested must be adjusted to a 20% price reduction. In addition, we must wait for us to open branches and factories and start manufacturing the weapons that your country wants. 3 years later, Gao Zhagu technology, it was transferred to your country. Saint Aina and the two bishops heard that it would take 3 years for President Saki to transfer, which made the three of them very puzzled. Bishop William asked, Why did it take 3 years to transfer this? Sakiki explained, It's very simple. Who knows if you will turn your face and deny people once you get the technology transfer from Gao Zhagu MS. Saint Aina stood up and said, Our Uya Cross Kingdom values morality very much. If your company doesn't trust us, we can swear a heavy oath. Long Fei sneered disdainfully. Saintess Aina frowned and asked Long Fei, Why does Boss Long Fei sneer? I'm laughing at your majesty, the holy maiden. Are you too naive, or do you think we are too naive? Is it useful to swear? I don't care if all of you in the Uya Cross country take your promises seriously and keep your promises. On this point I won't believe it. The contracts between countries can be torn up, let alone your country is doing business with businessmen like us. We will not believe your so-called oaths and promises, even if they are clearly written in black and white. God knows will you just cross the river and demolish the bridge, and after you get what you want, turn your face and deny people, and tear up the contract directly. If you really want the technology transfer of Gao Zhagu MS, then do as my president said otherwise. We will have to renegotiate, or directly annul you and find another job. Long Fei closed his eyes after finishing speaking. Saintess Aina nodded and said, I understand what Boss Long Fei said. These are businessmen's prudence. We accept Boss Long's offer, but we have to discuss it with His Majesty the Pope first. Once His Majesty nods, we will immediately negotiate with you. Your company. Oh, no, it signed a contract with your group. After Pope David received the report from Saint Aina. Aina, sign this contract. I will endorse it for you. I will be responsible for it. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. After 3 days, the two parties signed the contract. After learning of the contract brought back by Saintess Aina, many high-level executives in the Uya Cross country set off a wave of opposition and demanded renegotiation. Then, Pope David hosted a closed-door meeting attended by high-ranking opponents of the contract. A closed-door roundtable meeting. His Holiness distributed the stack of papers to all those present at the meeting. When these high-level officials took over the documents and checked them, some were frightened, some were pale, and some pretended to be calm. Pope David looked around at all the high-ranking personnel present. Pope David said calmly, I know you are making money. As long as you are not too much, I will keep one eye open and one eye closed. Everyone at the scene bowed their heads in silence. Pope David continued, The contract brought back by the Holy Maiden mainly affects your interests. As far as the resource mining rights are given to the mining companies under the Tianyi Group, you are planning to give some mining companies the mining rights. I know about this matter. The Saint didn't give the resource mining rights of all countries to Tianyi Group, mainly some capitalists and businessmen. I don't want them to have the resource mining rights anymore. I know why I have such decided. Everyone at the scene remained silent and lowered their heads. The Pope knocked on the table. Speak. Don't be silent. At this moment a bishop raised his hand. Speak. The Pope does not want these capitalists to regain the right to exploit resources given by their own country. The main reason is that when the United States invaded their own country, these capitalists sold their domestic assets early in the morning and fled to other countries, and ran away after their own country was safe. Return. Bishop Shudwa said, well, Those capitalists who are mercenary for profit run faster than anyone else when the country is in trouble. What qualifications do they have to take the right to exploit the country's resources? Whoever among you takes the benefits of these capitalists will return give it back to them. And if they ask why, say I meant it. At this time, another bishop raised his hand and asked, "Is it really okay to give the mining rights to Tianyi Group? Your Majesty the Pope. At least it's much better than those capitalists who run faster than anyone else. More importantly, we also let the Tianyi mercenary group set up sub-bases in our country. Once our country is attacked, the Tianyi group will definitely fight back for its own benefit. For an enemy." Then, another bishop said at this time, "Your Majesty, the Saint MS, which was developed with great difficulty in our country, is now in vain. How can we explain to the people?" Pope David sneered, "Hey," and said, "The national account is second. In fact, what you think about is how to make money, provide raw materials, or suppliers of parts. If you want to get kickbacks, don't think I don't know. Saint Seiya MS's own country's border guards will still purchase them. And of course they can also sell them abroad. If you are eloquent enough to allow foreign countries to purchase Saint Seiya MS, you are capable." All the bishops who attended the meeting understood that the Pope just wanted them to cooperate obediently by taking advantage of them. They also understand the Pope's hint that it is okay to make money in the future, but they are not allowed to affect the country's plan or hurt the foundation of the country. The closed-door meeting ended, and the high-level executives who originally opposed it also unanimously approved the contract brought back by Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. After Long Fei received the notification from Saint Ana, the contract has been formally approved and can be executed. Long Fei asked Li Jiaming to arrange related work with the presidents of other companies. Li Jiaming started planning to set up the 13th sub-base in Uya Cross Country, and other companies also began to invest in Uya Cross Country. However, according to the local commercial laws of Uya Cross Country, foreign companies investing in setting up branches can only hold a maximum of 51% of the shares of the branch. For this reason, under Long Fei's instructions, all companies under Tianyi Group must maintain 51% no matter what. President Sakechi sent a team to the Uya Cross Country to look for the old factory. The old factory was arranged by the Uya Cross Country and handed over to the delegation of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company for selection. After selecting the old factory, Uya Cross Country sent relevant teams to rebuild and modify the old factory according to the request of the delegation of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. All the companies of the Tianyi Group have made a large amount of investment in the Uya Cross Country, which has attracted the attention of various forces, and even the international media have aroused their curiosity. Various forces, including various international media, sent people to investigate why the Tianyi Group invested heavily in the Uya Cross Country. In particular, the two major companies, Tianyi Mercenary Corps and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, have set up sub-bases and factories in the Uya Cross Country. Among the various forces, the authorities and media of the Hanxia Empire are the most active. Although some media interviewed the Tianyi Group all agreed that the Uya Cross Country has great investment potential. Of course, this reason did not convince anyone. In terms of resource mining rights, why did the Uya Cross Country give the mining rights of many more natural and rich mining areas to Tianyi Group instead of giving it to its own enterprises? There must be a huge trick in this. Soon, Uya Cross Country's inner ghost leaked the contract. Only now did the forces and the media of various countries know that Uya Cross Country paid a huge price in exchange for Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to open a local factory, manufacture, and sell Gao Zhagu and Marasai, and get Gao Zhagu's technology transfer 3 years later. Then some international media announced some anonymous sources that the performance of Gao Zhagu and Marasai is no less than the GM2 and various series of short sword MS equipped by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. At this moment, many forces in various countries, especially powerful countries, can't sit still. They all want Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to sell Gao Zhagu and Marasai, or to develop them no less than these two mobile suits. The reason for the former Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's refusal was that it had already signed the contract and could not violate the contract. The latter countries have no way to give the same conditions as the Uya Cross Country has the courage. On the other hand, the media and websites of the Hanxiao Empire launched wave after wave of criticism against Long Fei. Accusing Long Fei of being a traitor, he owns advanced technology, and it's fine for him to enjoy it exclusively for a country that he doesn't want to share with him. Now it is actually sold to a foreign country, completely disregarding the safety of the country for the sake of profit. Many media accused Long Fei of being a traitor to the country. Long Fei's three sisters were bullied by netizens, accusing the three sisters of not being responsible as a sister to watch over their younger brother. Solanum Nigrum held a press conference later and played the video of Long Dingquan sending people to the house to rob his younger brother's things at the press conference. Long Dingquan, the head of the Long family who is related to us by blood, and who is also his grandfather, can send people to my brother's things for the benefit of his own family. Even relatives can do such a heavy hand. What about it? Wouldn't it be that he would do something even worse to my brother and wait for others to kidnap him? From my parents to our generation, we have suffered a lot of white eyes and discrimination from the Long family. If you think my brother is too much, then if you want to blame the Long family. They have been bullying our family all this time. Long Xian, who was sitting next to Solanum Nigrum, said, by the way, the Feiqi military science company of the Long family is now selling to the Thean MS of the special mobile suit unit in the country. It is something that my brother designed when he was a child. The Feiqi military science company can the creation of Thean MS is the thing that Long Dingquan sent people to away my brother's design when he was a child in the video, just now. This time, the attention of the Hanxia Empire media and netizens turned to the Long family. Moreover, the media and the internet have aroused heated discussions. Unexpectedly, the advanced Thean mobile suit of the Hanxia Empire was actually designed by Long Fei when he was a child. Mr. Long, what is the explanation for your technology to Long Fei? Mr. Long, what do you want to say about the current Ministry of National Defense of your country and your termination of the Thean MS contract? Mr. Long, may I ask what your plan is next? Is it to apologize and repent to Long Fei? Long Dingquan, Long Ingxian and his son were surrounded by a group of reporters. Although there were bodyguards forming a circle to stop them, the group of reporters still swarmed forward to ask questions. It made it difficult for Long Dingquan and his son to move an inch. Long Dingquan regretted not listening to his daughter at the beginning. If time could be turned back, he would never send anyone to Long Fei's things. A few days ago, after Sister Solanum held a press conference, many media asked the Long family whether it was as Sister Solanum said, the patriarch of the Long family sent someone to Long Fei's things? Is the Thean mobile suit of Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company, Limited developed according to Long Fei's childhood design? At first, the Long family collectively denied this matter. But soon, the official website of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company announced that there would be a live broadcast, and the host of the live broadcast was Long Fei. This live broadcast attracted the attention of various international forces and media. Long Fei claimed in the live broadcast that the Thean MS was indeed something he designed and wrote when he was a child. And he also said that more than 90% of the new things developed by Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company were things that he designed when he was a child. The things developed by Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company, Limited, as his elder sister said in the press conference. Long Dingquan sent people to his home to them away. Then, Long Fei took Thean MS and the things that Long Dingquan sent to them. As long as Feiqi Military Science Company developed his things, published most of the design drawings, programming, etc., and announced that these things would be shared to international. This directly caused a stir in the international community, and the authorities of various countries ordered the military to quickly record what Long Fei shared for research. The authorities of the Hanxia Empire, from the Emperor Su Weiran down to the ministers, jumped directly. The Ministry of National Defense directly terminated all cooperation contracts with Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company on the grounds of technical leaks. Xu Tailong directly called and scolded Long Dingquan. Then directly terminate all relations with Long Dingquan, including the dissolution of the marriage between Long Fei and Xu Qianxue. Fortunately, the Hanxia Empire has always been a superpower. Instead of relying on a few military science companies to develop weapons to protect the country, there are still many excellent military science companies that can develop new weapons and can also develop MS to replace Thean. Yujian Military Science Company, which is as famous as Feichi Military Science Company, happened to develop a new type of mobile suit named Yuelu. The overall height is 19 meters, the whole body is black and white, the head camera has a pair of sunglasses, and there is an antenna behind the head. It can be used with live ammunition and energy weapons. Its firepower, armor defense, mobility, and flexibility are all better than Thean, improved version, MS. The appearance of Yuelu MS made the Hanxia Empire authorities breathe a sigh of relief. The technology of Thean MS announced by Long Fei, although Feichi Military Science and Technology Company explained that after their improvement, the Thean MS is already better than the original design of the Thean MS. However, the Ministry of National Defense is still not at ease, because Long Fei's public technology has been compared by experts from the Ministry of National Defense. Once the improved Thean MS encounters an enemy who has mastered the technology of the original Thean MS, there will be a great chance that the improved version of Thean MS is at a disadvantage. Therefore, the Ministry of National Defense directly terminated the contract and directly terminated all cooperation projects of Feichi Military Science and Technology Company. After a round of testing, the Yuelu MS competed against the improved version of Thean MS and achieved a record of 10 victories. The Hanxia Empire directly purchased a large number of Yuelu MS from Yueding Military Science and Technology Company. In a very luxurious villa, a middle-aged man was listening to the phone on the balcony of the living room, with a brighter and brighter smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's bright smile still remained. The middle-aged man is the head of the Lin family, Lin Fenghuan. The Lin family is also a well-known business family in the Hanxia Empire, as famous as the Long family. Since the death of the previous head of the Lin family, he has been dominated by the Long family. Lin Fenghuan can smile so brightly this time. It is the first time he has snatched the fat from the Long family in so many years as the head of the family. For the first time, I watched the Long family suffer. Lin Fenghuan felt indescribably happy. Lin Fenghuan went directly to his precious son's room and told him the good news. Lin Fenghuan knocked on the door of his son's room and walked in. Seeing his son in white clothes reading with a book, he said to his son, "Rueda, the Yuelu MS you developed has won a huge order for Yueding Military Science and Technology Company. I snatched all the shares from Feichi Military Science and Technology Company. You really deserve to be my son, and my father is proud of you." Lin Rueda, who was handsome, just responded, without any thought of joy on his face, but there was an expression of anger and displeasure on his face. Seeing his son's expression, Lin Fenghuan asked, very puzzled, "Rueda, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you happy? The MS you developed is better than Thean MS in all directions. Because of this relationship, we only then can we food from the tiger's mouth, and let the Long family who often overwhelm us suffer." Lin Rueda directly threw the book on the table, stood up, and said to his father, "Dad, what are we so happy about? The Thean MS is just something created by Long Fei when he was a child. The Yuelu MS I developed is just it is better than the things he had when he was a child. The performance is not only inferior to Gundam in all aspects, but even the GM2 equipped with his mercenary regiment and the short sword MS of various series are slightly inferior. How can I be proud of this kind of thing?" After finishing speaking, Lin Rueda kicked the table in front of him, showing his extreme annoyance. "Son, no matter what, you finally beat him once, don't you? Okay, what's the point? Winning him is also winning something from his childhood. It's like an adult beating a child. What's there to be proud of? Dad invites you to go out. I want to be alone." Lin Rueda, after speaking, he sat on the chair and covered his face with his hands. Lin Fenghuan looked at his son's angry and shocked expression. "Okay, Dad won't bother you. You have a good rest, don't get tired." Lin Fenghuan walked out of his son's room and closed the door carefully, feeling distressed in his heart. He remembered that his son never had a happy smile after he entered high school. Later, I found out that my son often lost to a kid named Long Fei in some mechanical competitions. As long as Long Fei participated, his son could only get the second place at most. Every time his son fails, he locks himself at the door, studies and tutors desperately, hoping to defeat Long Fei. Until his son went to college and graduated, he never beat Long Fei once. At that time, Many students jokingly said that as long as his son had Long Fei on the field, he would definitely be the second child of Wanyan. Lin Ruida's eyes were red. His expression was very annoyed. His hands were clenched into fists. His nails sank into his flesh. Lin Ruida gritted his teeth and said, Long Fei, no matter how hard I try, I will lose to you. Without you, all eyes will be on me. Without you, Zhao Xinlin would have been my woman long ago. Now, it would be great without you. After Lin Ruida finished speaking, he picked up the books on the table and threw them on the ground, venting his dissatisfaction. At this moment, the stock of Feiqi Military Science and Technology Company fell sharply like an avalanche, and other listed companies of the Long family were also indirectly affected. Long Dingkuan anxiously called the 3 Solanum Nigram sisters at this moment, and now he just wanted to apologize to the children of the third son and ask for their help. The 3 Solanum sisters didn't answer his calls at all. The 3 Solanum Nigram sisters did not expect that just a press conference and a live broadcast by their younger brother would cause such a huge blow to the Long family. Long Dingkuan wanted to do it himself at this moment, but at this moment the national media and eyes were all focused on his Long family. And now the Long family is also suffering successive blows, and competitors are also taking the opportunity to make things worse for the Long family. Long Dingkuan can only ask Long Huiwan in the universe for help, ask his daughter to meet Long Fei, and persuade Long Fei to help the Long family. Long Huiwan understood that the family was being hit hard at this time, so Long Huiwan tried to contact her nephew, hoping that her nephew could help the Long family. Long Fei directly refused, and even expressed his attitude to his aunt. Now it's just asking for interest from the Long family. Tell Long Dingkuan, the revenge of humiliating my mother back then, I still remember. Let Long Dingkuan take care of me these few years, enjoy his last glory, and then I will let him and his sons and grandsons sleep on the side of the street. I also warned him that if he dares to touch my 3 older sisters, I will definitely let him live and die. Long Huiwan could only sigh and tell her father the truth. Long Dingkuan regretted why he humiliated Wu Qian back then. At this time, Shu Tailong called Long Dingkuan. Brother Shu, I don't know if you are looking for my younger brother. If you need help, I will definitely do it for you. Long Dingkuan tried his best to please Shu Tailong. On the phone, Shu Tailong said disapprovingly, Brother Long, I'm just here to give you a piece of advice. Don't touch Long Fei's sisters. Brother Shu, what are you talking about? They are my grandchildren. How could I touch them? You can't. But can you guarantee your children and grandchildren? Long Dingkuan was speechless for a moment. Shu Tailong continued, My surname is Long. I have to give you a piece of advice right now. His Majesty the Emperor wants to recruit Long Fei back at this moment. So don't let any foolish things happen at this time. Otherwise only your Long family will ask. After Shu Tailong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Long Dingkuan immediately issued an order not to allow anyone to touch Long Fei's 3 sisters, and even sent someone to secretly protect the 3 sisters of Solanum Nigram. On the other hand, since Long Fei shared Thean MS and the things he designed and wrote when he was a child in the live broadcast, Long Fei is currently preparing to upgrade the Gym 2. Although the performance of Thean MS is not as good as that of the Gym 2 in all aspects. But if there are many countries that can develop keen MS, the advantage of the Tianyi mercenaries over these countries' MS will be weakened. Long Fei decided to update the GM2 MS first, so that the Tianyi mercenary group can continue to maintain a great advantage. At the beginning, Long Fei wanted to use the GM3 milliseconds to replace the GM2, but after thinking about it, the advantage obtained by switching to the GM3 might not be as large as before. Then, Long Fei took out the blueprint of Jigang MS and the blueprint of GM3 for comparison. After comparing the two, for Jigang, the biggest feature is the large-scale backpack, which greatly enhances the battery life of the body. The 2 sides of the upper part of the backpack are equipped with movable cantilevers similar to those of the Gundam MK2 and GM3. At the same time, large thrust nozzles are installed on the side of the shoulders to improve the lateral acceleration capability. The GM3 is superior to the Jegun MS in terms of armor protection, but it is not as good as the Jegun MS in other aspects such as engines and detectors. The Jegang MS armor is a new type of titanium alloy ceramic composite armor, and there is no problem at all in manufacturing this new type of armor. And the defense power surpasses the original Ancestor RX-78 and the first-generation Gundam M alloy of the GP series. The Gundam that is still in service now uses Gundam armor including phase transfer armor, E-carbon armor, nanolayer armor, and Gundam alloy. Each of the above types of armor has its own strengths and advantages. The E-carbon armor is not only stronger than the first-generation Gundamium alloy in defense, but even the second-generation Gundam M alloy developed by Long Fei is slightly inferior in defense. Until the third generation of Gundam alloy was developed, its defense and toughness were better than E-carbon armor. But in terms of weight, the E-carbon armor is lighter. Z Gundam, Heretic Gundam, etc. initially used the second-generation Gundamium alloy, and until the third-generation Gundamium alloy was developed, the armor of these Gundams was replaced with the third-generation Gundamium alloy. When Wing Gundam was developed, it happened that the third-generation Gundamium alloy was successfully developed, and the third-generation Gundamium alloy was directly used as armor. According to the original design of the GM-3, some of the armor will be made of Gundamium alloy, which greatly increases the cost, manufacturing time, and mass production quantity. As for the armor of Jegon MS, the new titanium alloy ceramic composite armor is still slightly inferior to the second-generation Gundamium alloy in terms of defense, but it is lighter in weight and most of the required materials are common, and the manufacturing time and cost are less. Long Fei replaced the armor of the simulated GM-3 with a new type of titanium alloy ceramic composite armor. Although the mass production has been greatly improved, the time and cost required have also dropped a lot. But this will cause the defense of the GM-3 to drop, and the manufacturing cost is still slightly higher than that of Jegon MS. If the same production line is used to simulate and calculate, the number of mass production of the two is also similar. Jegon MS simulates its propulsion and acceleration to be equal to that of the GM-3, although the cost is higher, but the cost is still slightly lower than that of the GM-3. The two sides conducted several rounds of simulated battles, and Jegon MS gained an advantage and victory in each round of simulated battles. Long Fei decided to directly use the Jegon MS to replace the GM-2 as the standard equipment for the next MS. Then, Long Fei made some modifications for Jegon MS to mount some weapons, so that the derivative models in the original book can appear on the stage as long as they mount weapons, and as long as they are coated with an anti-beam coating. They have the same layer armor effect of Short Sword MS. Then, Long Fei handed over the revised design of Jegon MS to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately set up a production line as the first production line of Jegon MS, and then put the earliest produced Jegon MS into actual combat after a round of testing. See if it actually replaces the GM-2. Gundam No Exile is almost at the end of its development. Many countries in the colony of District 6 are still in a time of war. The people who can run either run outside the colonial area and the Earth Circle, or run to the colonial satellites with sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps or its surrounding colonial satellites. The people who can't escape can only pray that the country can win, or after the country is defeated, pray that the occupying country treats them kindly to the people of the defeated country. In the command room, Long Fei looked at the Ashia Gundam that was being tested on the huge screen. The pilot who tested the Ashia Gundam was Momoka. Long Fei once said that he wanted to build all the Gundams he had developed. As a result, there were some Gundams that Long Fei had never been on. In fact, I am usually so busy, even if I have free time, it is impossible to drive Gundam on purpose. Looking at the screen, Tao Xiang's Ning Angel has already gone through a round of testing, and then Ning Angel is equipped with 7 swords. Conduct a round of actual combat testing, send out the special GM and assault dagger controlled by the MD system, and conduct a round of actual combat testing by these MS and Angel Gundam. No Angel Gundam flexibly dodged the beam rays, rushed to the back of a strike short sword MS, and the GN sword cut it in half. This is to use the GN gun to shoot down several special GM mobile suits one after another, and then use other sword equipment to destroy the target in close quarters. Then, No Angel Gundam threw a short sword in his left hand to a strike short sword MS, and hit the head directly with a sword. Can Angel Gundam, then pierced the cockpit of the assault dagger with a longer sword in his right hand, and took the dagger just now with his left hand. Then he flexibly dodged the beam rays attacking him, performed a somersault, and turned over in front of a specially equipped Jim MS, and the GN's sword directly split in two. During the entire actual combat test, Tao Xiang did not turn on Trans-AM. In the 3-minute actual combat test, most of the special GMs and assault daggers were dismembered. Tao Xiang perfectly demonstrated Ning Angel's fighting ability. No Angel Gundam returned to the hangar of the mother base. Momoko walked out of the cockpit, and Rika handed a towel to her sister. Then, Rika took out a cell phone. "Sister, you stand aside, so that you can take pictures for nostalgia." Tao Xiang obeyed her sister's request, stood in the middle of No Angel, and took a group photo of Tao Xiang and No Angel Gundam. Long Fei came to Tao Xiang's side and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Tao Xiang smiled and said, "It's not hard. Rika Jitsu leaves and does not work as a light bulb." Long Fei said with concern, "Don't work too hard. Take a good rest when it's time to rest." Tao Xiang rolled her eyes at Long Fei and said, "It's you who should rest, not me. Many times I go to bed in the middle of the night." "How do you know I go to bed in the middle of the night?" "I usually go to bed before 12 o'clock. Sometimes I fall asleep around the same time. Sometimes when you go to bed in the middle of the night, I will be woken up. Sometimes I look at the alarm clock and find that it is between 2 and 3 in the middle of the night." Point. Let's talk about your eyes. There are already dark circles. Doesn't it prove that you usually go to bed late? Tao Xiang also stretched out her hand, pointing to Long Fei's eyes. Okay. I will try to go to bed early in the future." Just as Long Fei finished speaking, there was a grunting sound from his stomach. "Don't sleep well. Go to bed early. Don't even eat well." Tao Xiang scolded Long Fei, then grabbed Long Fei's hand and said, "Let's go eat." "I'll eat later, I still have." Before finishing speaking, Tao Xiang glared angrily. Okay, let's have dinner together." Tao Xiang dragged Long Fei's right arm to eat. Seeing this, the staff at the scene turned their heads aside and laughed secretly. It seems that the boss is really a strict wife. After being dragged by Tao Xiang for a while, Long Fei stopped suddenly. Tao Xiang turned her head and glared at Long Fei angrily, but seeing Long Fei focus on things, Tao Xiang followed Long Fei's gaze. It seems that the Star Goddess Gundam without the solar furnace was picked up by a crane and placed in a transport lorry. Tao Xiang patted the back of Long Fei's hand and said, "Okay, don't look at it. Go to eat. If you really want to look at your Gundam, then go to the storage room to see enough after eating. Anyway, it's all my work." Seeing it being sealed in the storage room, I feel a little sad. After finishing speaking, Long Fei shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's go eat." The two went to the cafeteria side by side. The two took their respective meals and sat down to eat together. The two talked while eating. After the development and manufacture of the Asia Gundam, I heard that the next Gundam developed and manufactured is also called Angel. What's the full name? Is it also made of a solar furnace? Angel called the Angel also uses a solar furnace. Then which goddess Gundam will be sealed up next? After the development and manufacture of the Angel, Goddess of Judgment Gundam will enter the storage room. Then develop and manufacture a few Angel Series Gundams, and then replace the remaining Goddess Series Gundams? Strong Angel and Lord Angel. Long Fei had just finished his food as soon as he answered. Tao Xiang watched Long Fei eat quickly, and guessed that Long Fei probably didn't even eat lunch. Otherwise, Long Fei couldn't have eaten so fast. Long Fei then went to add more vegetables and rice. When Long Fei was halfway through eating, Tao Xiang finished eating. Tao Xiang watched Long Fei eat quietly. "What's wrong?" "It's okay. You continue to eat. I'll just watch you eat." Just after eating, Long Fei received a call from Li Jiaming, telling Long Fei that he had something important to report to him. "I see, Commander-in-Chief. I will come to your office immediately." "You go. I'll clean up here. Go to bed early. Don't work too hard." Tao Xiang helped Long Fei clean up the dishes by the way. Long Fei immediately came to the Commander-in-Chief's office. "Commander-in-Chief, you just told me on the phone that many countries have attacked the countries around our home base?" "Yes, boss, to attack the countries around our home base. All of them are from the Democratic camp." Long Fei frowned and asked, Are these countries in the democratic camp a colonial democratic country including other regions? Yes, according to the intelligence network we have received, the Wanluo Federation is also involved. It is estimated that the military-industrial complex behind them encouraged them to do it. Half of them are indeed instigated by military-industrial complexes, and the other half is that they, the authorities, also have this intention. They are too worried about our technology, and they don't want us to have too powerful technology. Long Fei sneered and said, "It is estimated that these guys in their own circle of the democratic camp have already defined us as a terrorist organization. The terrorist organization has not yet been identified, but we have already been identified as a group of dangerous elements. In addition to the tactical nuclear bombs we confiscated at that time, the destruction guns of the Wing Gundam made them very frightened. International organizations have been asking us to hand over these weapons." Humph. The so-called international organizations are organizations sent by their democratic camp. It's really shameless to use their democratic camp to represent all the international organizations. The small countries around us have asked us for protection. I have put all the sub-bases on alert and ordered the commissioned fleet to pay more attention to the surroundings and beware of these guys secretly messing with us. It is estimated that they will label us in the near future and ask the small countries around our home base to open their fields and let them come in to deal with us. The subordinates have this inference and also issued instructions to all sub-bases so that they are ready for battle at any time. Looking at their appearance, they wanted the Gundam technology in my hands, as well as other advanced technologies. These democracies are actually more abhorrent than countries with an imperialist system. At least the latter are open-minded, unlike the former, who label you a bunch of hats and then stand on the moral high ground to sanction others. Commander-in-Chief, in your opinion, when will they start doing it? At the earliest a month, they will start to do it. Well, they want to be beaten, as they wish. An international conference. The democratic camp began to label the Tianyi Group, especially the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company were the most important objects they labeled. As the boss of Tianyi Group, Long Fei received special care from the democratic camp. Propaganda Long Fei is a mad scientist who has developed many extremely lethal weapons, causing great potential harm and fear to the entire world. This man must be put under house arrest. Then, on behalf of the international, the democratic camp asked Long Fei to give up the entire Tianyi Group and hand over all the technologies in his hands. Otherwise, the international will sanction Long Fei and his Tianyi Group. But soon, countries in the non-democratic camp, such as the Garth Empire, the Hanxia Empire, the Russian Soviet Republic, and the European and Yak Crossing Kingdom, immediately came out to face the democratic camp. Jointly issued a warning that countries in the democratic camp are not allowed to represent the entire international. Your declaration and the remarks accusing Long Fei and Tianyi Group of being your democratic camp. We do not think that Long Fei is a mad scientist, and Tianyi Group is a normal conglomerate. Your declarations and speeches can only represent your democratic camp. This remark directly slapped the democratic camp in the face. However, although the democratic camp was slapped in the face, it still did not stop accusing Long Fei and Tianyi Group. All the media in the democratic camp smeared Long Fei and Tianyi Group endlessly. Long Fei has been described in the democratic camp as a terrifying demon king who destroys the world, and even accuses Long Fei of being a terrorist with weapons of mass destruction and an enemy of democracy, freedom, and human rights. Tianyi Group withdrew all investments in democratic countries. The Tianyi Mercenary Regiment has several sub-bases, all of which are set up in countries with democratic camps and directly migrated to countries with other systems. All of a sudden, since these democratic countries did not have sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, in addition to causing panic among the people, they were also attacked by other system countries. Originally, the colony satellites with the sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were very safe. Many people who fled the suffering of the war immediately left the local colonial satellites immediately after learning that the sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps they were in or nearby had relocated. Follow the relocated Tianyi Mercenary Fleet to the relocated sub-base. The countries around the mother base, such as the Kingdom of Mycone, are non-democratic countries, and the countries of the neighboring democratic camps have requested to open their fields so that their troops can attack the mother base. Countries such as the Kingdom of Mecha rejected their request. The first reason was that the sovereignty of the country was not open to foreign countries, and the second reason was that the Tianyi group was not included in their list of terrorist organizations. The refusal of countries such as the Mycone Kingdom was suddenly condemned by the democratic camp, and it was propagated that these countries were evil countries that harbored terrorist organizations. Then, the democratic and righteous country made a big publicity claim that the Kingdom of Mycone and other kingdoms are a group of dictatorships against humanity and human rights, and many people in the country have been persecuted. The democratic camp has announced that these countries will be sanctioned. The Wanluo Federation and other democratic powers will also announce to dispatch troops to support the allies at this moment, and will even announce the arrest of Long Fei, a terrifying and dangerous scientist. Immediately afterwards, the Garth, Hanxia, and other empires immediately announced that they would dispatch troops to help the Mycone Kingdom and other countries, and uphold justice for the Mycone Kingdom and other countries. Moreover, the Hanxia Empire also let go. Long Fei is a citizen of their empire. You democracies have no right to arrest their own people. The Hanxia Empire fully protects Long Fei, and does not allow any country to use excuses to arrest their own people of the people. A war sweeping across the world is about to begin. Although this is also a war of proxies, it is also the first time the Wanluo Federation, the United States of Anglo Democracy, the Garth Empire, and the Hanxia Empire have fought against each other. All four countries are leaders representing the democratic camp and the imperial camp. Although the Kingdom of Mycone is not an empire, it is a royal system, and it is still classified as an imperial camp system internationally. Apart from these four countries, the Tianyi mercenary group is also the focus of all international attention. The media from all over the world reported that the Tianyi mercenary corps, all bases are in a state of preparation, and many sub-bases have begun not to accept more distant orders. Some sub-bases dispatched part of the fleet to the mother base. Long Fei received a report from Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, and the 9th Branch Base, wanting colonial satellite, received support from the Hanxia Empire, which gave them many resources. Long Fei also knew that this was his home country, so he extended an olive branch to him. Long Fei also understood the purpose of his home country, but Long Fei still asked Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to convey his gratitude to his home country for its help. Originally, Brigadier General Shrek wanted to lead his troops back to the mother base in person, but was ordered by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to stay at the 9th sub-base, and asked him to dispatch other sub-base troops in the periphery to help the mother base at any time. Now the leaders of the two camps are leading the allied troops of the same camp to their respective gathering places. The parent base is speeding up the work progress, and the production line is working 24 hours a day, in addition to speeding up the development progress of the Angel. The construction of the first Yagama-like MS mothership has been completed, and relevant tests have begun. The defense upgrade only took about 2 weeks to complete. MD Taurus and Virgo made a lot of them and put them into testing. Long Fei also upgraded the MD system, preparing to put these MDS on the battlefield. Moreover, Long Fei took out the design drawings of N-Dagger N 2 weeks ago and asked the factory to work overtime to manufacture N-Dagger N. It took 2 weeks to barely produce 4 sets of daggers, and it was impossible to mass-produce them. The main reason is that the factory does not have the manufacturing equipment for N-Daggers, and the factory employees are not familiar with the manufacture of N-Daggers. The Jet Black Thunder Gundam, replaced with a Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor, and 4 N-Daggers are arranged to be incorporated into the fleet. When the fleet goes to the borders of neighboring countries such as the Mycone Kingdom, it will secretly release the Black Thunder Gundam, and N-Dagger N, and use the Mirage system to conduct reconnaissance and explore the bases and rear facilities of the Democratic camp, etc. Although the Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor can operate for a long time, it cannot regenerate energy nearly infinitely like a solar furnace. In order to be able to explore for a long time, from time to time, a patrol fleet will release drones that also have a Mirage system. Supplies nuclear energy for MS, such as Jet Black Thunder Gundam. When the development and manufacture of the Angel is completed, the development and manufacture of the Angel will be carried out immediately. On the other side, the Jet Black Thunder Gundam and other MSs conducted about 2 weeks of exploration and collected a lot of useful information. The Black Thunder Gundam waited for MS to return to his mothership. Aviana stepped out of the cockpit and directly asked the staff to prepare a medium-rare steak and a fresh juice. Aviana, who saw a medium-rare steak in the cafeteria, ate the steak directly and drank the freshly squeezed juice, and said tearfully, "For the past 2 weeks, my mother, I have been eating canned food. Food and canned drinks. Eating and drinking are all in the cockpit. But fortunately it's over. I can finally eat fresh food and fresh fruit. Otherwise I would want to commit suicide." The Jet Black Thunder Gundam, and N-Dagger N. Longfei also made some modifications to allow these MS to have sanitary equipment systems. As long as the surface of the driver's seat is opened, the inner layer is the toilet, so that the driver who performs tasks for a long time can solve the problem of excretion. On the other side, the mother base received the video and photos sent back by Aviana and others. After analyzing the received intelligence, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, generals, and important school officials planned actions. At this time, the mother base produced another 6 N-Dagger N. The two camps have gathered many troops at this moment, and the war is about to break out at any time. A space military base of the Republic of Solani. This space military base is one of the important logistics bases. This space logistics military base is not only guarded by the Solani Republic Army, referred to as the Solan Army, but also guarded by the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic of China Army, referred to as the Anglo Army. This logistics military base is one of the important logistics bases of the Democratic Alliance Army. This base has many important logistics. For the sake of safety, the Ong Army supports and guards it, and the command power is also handed over to the Ong Army. Colonel Tato, commander of the Anglo Army, received reports from the front in his warship. The content of the report is that the frontline Democratic Alliance Army was attacked by the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. Command Colonel Tadwa to be ready to evacuate logistics resources at any time. Once the frontline Democratic Alliance Army troops are defeated, all resources will be taken away as soon as possible. After Colonel Tato gave the order, he was ready to wait for the report on the battle situation on the front line. The female adjutant next to Colonel Tadwa asked, "Sir, the battle report from the front line, the 3 fleets dispatched by the Tianyi mercenary group, inferred from the staff. The purpose is to break through the front line of defense and point the sword at our logistics base here. Although the staff can infer the purpose of the Tianyi mercenary group, why didn't our Democratic Alliance Army destroy the outer subbases of the Tianyi mercenary group first?" Colonel Tadwa picked up the tablet in front of him, popped up a 3-dimensional map, pointed to one of them, and said, "This colonial satellite is the most noble colonial satellite at the forefront of the Han Xia Empire, and it is also the only access to those countries with dictatorships. The Imperial Allied forces have to rely on this route to enter the Kingdom of Mekong and other countries for support. If our Democratic Allied forces can destroy this route, then our Democratic Allied forces can form an encirclement circle to surround these small countries, and then besieging the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. But the Imperial Alliance Army also knows that this is the only route they can support, and there must be a large army guarding it, and it will not be easy for our Democratic Alliance Army to destroy it." Then, Colonel Tato pointed to other locations and said, "Look at our encirclement again, because this route cannot form an encirclement circle, and then you look at the entire distribution of the colonial power map in District 6. Many democratic systems and other dictatorships, they are all scattered. It is possible that a country with a certain system is surrounded by other countries with different systems. The other subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are all in countries with non-democratic camps. These peripheral subbases are not afraid of the attack of the Democratic Alliance Army, because if they go to these countries, the Imperial Allied forces will intercept them." After hearing this, the adjutant thought of a question and asked, "Then our Democratic Alliance Army came to the encirclement through these scattered democracies of the same camp. Our Democratic Alliance Army came from different places. Didn't we encounter the Imperial Alliance Army?" Colonel Tadwa replied, "Actually, there is an unwritten rule between our 2 allied forces. Both sides will sail different routes. Once encountered, they will temporarily avoid it. After sailing to the destination, the war will officially start." I see. It's just that I didn't expect. Colonel Tadwa touched his chin and said, before our two allied forces started fighting, the Tiani mercenary group would strike first. Suddenly the battleship issued a red alert. Sir, the base is under an unknown attack. The signal soldier informed Colonel Tado of the report. Where did the attack come from? I don't know. According to the report from the base, the attack seems to be fabricated out of nothing. Absurd. Sir, look. The adjutant pointed to the bow of the battleship next to him. Colonel Tado looked along his finger, and the bow of the frigate next to him exploded into a ball of fireworks. Ah! Colonel Tadwa looked forward. A blue mobile suit at the window of the bow raised his left hand and waved his left hand, and the three claws on the left hand directly destroyed the bow of the ship. Colonel Tado hung up before he could speak. After killing the target with N-Dagger N, start the Mirage system to hide and look for the next target. The Tado fleet, which was in charge of stationing the logistics base, panicked after the commander was killed. Although some battleship captains remained calm, they immediately dispatched MS to attack. But most of the warships were blasted one after another. The base was attacked by several daggers and jet black Thunder Gundams, and the commander of the base was also killed in this attack. Numerous logistical resources were destroyed. Although the logistics base and Colonel Tado's fleet sent out signals of an attack, these signals were blocked by jammers and could not be transmitted. The MS troop sent by the fleet couldn't lock the N-Dagger in with the Mirage system at all. N-Dagger N either hid in the battleship that lost its bow and was unable to act as a cover to take the opportunity to shoot coldly, or came silently behind the target in a stealth state and stabbed through the cockpit of the target. All of a sudden, the mobile suit drivers of the Ong army panicked, and some mobile suits formed a group back-to-back to cover each other. But this can't protect their safety. There is often a saying on the battlefield that if you can't see the enemy, you can't even try to hit the enemy. With a Mirage system N-Dagger N stealth, and then put a cold gun in a certain place, after killing a target with one shot, immediately transfer the location. There were several mobile suits back-to-back, and the remaining drivers were too frightened to calm down, and some of them abandoned their companions and fled the scene. The MS who fled the scene may end up being killed by N-Dagger and waiting on the sidelines. In the logistics base, in addition to a lot of destroyed logistics resources, there are also a lot of destroyed mobile suits, and there are also a lot of mutilated corpses attacked by CIWS. After nearly 20 minutes of massacre both inside and outside the base, the jet black Thunder Gundam, and 10 daggers left the logistics base. The three Tiani mercenary fleets fighting on the front line all withdrew from the battlefield after receiving the secret report. After watching the withdrawal of the mighty Tiani mercenary fleet, all the Democratic Alliance cheered endlessly, and the invincible Tiani mercenary group, which was rumored to be invincible by the outside world, was beaten away. The accompanying media reporters even reported this matter wantonly. Many media reporters reported that this battle was not only the first victory of the Democratic Alliance Army, but also let the world know that the Tiani mercenary group is not invincible. Moreover, many reporters also commented that the Tiani mercenary group was actually exaggerated by the outside world, and that it was a private armed organization whose name was greater than its reality. Originally, this news spread throughout the Democratic Alliance Army to boost morale, and then the slap in the face quickly spread to media reporters from the Democratic Alliance Army and the Democratic camp. An important logistics base of the Suwa Army. How could the army fleet be in charge of stationing it? And the base and fleet were destroyed unsightly. And this news spread throughout the international media of the Allied Imperial Army and the non-democratic camp. Soon, the Democratic Allied forces also confirmed that this was true, and only then did the top management of the Democratic Allied Army know that the three Tiani mercenary fleets that were repelled were actually aimed at attracting firepower. Let all the frontline fleets of the logistics base concentrate their firepower to deal with the three Tiani mercenary fleets, and then the Tiani mercenary group will send a special force to destroy the logistics base and the fleet station there. It was only then that the senior leaders of the Democratic Alliance Army realized that they had not defeated the Tiani mercenary corps at all, and the retreat of the three fleets was only a tactical retreat after their goals had been achieved. Only then did I understand that the Democratic Alliance Army was tricked by the Tiani mercenary group and fell into the tactics of attacking east and west. The numerous fleets of the Democratic Alliance Army that beat off the 3 fleets of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps before could not get supplies for a while after the important logistics base was destroyed. It is necessary to wait for the distant logistics base to deliver the supplies. The Imperial Allied forces seized the opportunity and dispatched troops with heavy firepower to destroy these Democratic Allied Army fleets that had just gone through the war and were temporarily unable to get supplies. Take a strategic location and add a support route that can enter Mycone and other countries. This hit the morale of the Democratic Alliance Army again, and the top leaders of the Democratic Alliance Army decided to fight a victory to improve the morale of the entire army. Originally, they wanted to target one of the countries and concentrate their forces to take down the target, but they were also worried that the Tianyi mercenary group would send out the winged Gundam, and a single shot of the destroyer cannon would cause great damage to the Democratic Alliance Army. For this reason, the Democratic Allied forces decided to target 3 small countries and dispatch 3 large troops. They must take down one of the small countries so that they can directly attack Huanglong and attack the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's mother base. And even if the Tianyi Mercenary Group sent Wing Gundam, with the information they had, the Tianyi Mercenary Group would only manufacture 1 Wing Gundam. Even if it could destroy a large army, it could only destroy a large army. As long as you can win a small country, everything will be over. However, for the sake of safety, the Democratic Allied forces sent several troops to attack the support route of the Imperial Allied forces and beware of the support of the Imperial Allied forces. The Kingdom of Mycone has gathered all the troops of the country, and the reinforcements include the Garth Imperial Army and other Imperial Allied forces. The Imperial Allied forces also include countries with royal power systems, and they are currently at war with the Democratic Allied forces. Most of the mobile suits equipped by the Mycone Kingdom Army are GM mobile suits, and a few are special GM mobile suits. Although the Imperial Allied Army and the Democratic Allied Army are complicated, the majority of the MS are Tyrannosaurus and Phantom MS. The former represents the Imperial Allied forces, the latter the Democratic Allied forces. The Tyrant MS is the standard equipment MS of the Garth Empire Army, and it is also one of the MS purchased by many Empire systems and Royal Power systems. The Tyrannosaurus MS is 20 meters high. It looks like a MS with a healthy body and proportion. It has good mobility, good flexibility, and strong defense. It can be matched with some powerful weapons. Phantom Wind MS is the standard equipment MS of the United States of Angrist Sodomocracy, and it is one of the MS purchased by many democratic countries. The Phantom MS is 18 meters high, and its body looks a little small. The huge backpack propeller behind it makes it feel a little small. Although it has extremely fast speed and mobility, it has good defense and armor. It can be paired with some weapons with good firepower. However, the huge backpack propeller consumes a lot of fuel, and the combat time is not very long. If it is equipped with energy weapons, the combat time will be even shorter, and long-distance combat cannot be carried out. At this moment, the 2 Allied forces launched a fierce battle. Cannonballs and light beams crisscrossed constantly, and from time to time, there were fireworks. The specially equipped Jim MS has a powerful thruster backpack, which can barely chase the Phantom MS. The Bahu MS is not as fast as the Phantom MS, and suffers in terms of pursuit, but its defense is better than that of Phantom MS. As long as the Phantom Wind MS doesn't hit the Tyrant MS several times in the same part, it can't destroy the Tyrant MS. On the contrary, as long as the weapon of the Bahu MS exceeds the 120mm live ammunition machine gun, it can shoot down the Phantom MS with one shot. On the battlefield, both Allied armies have assault dagger mobile suits. In order to distinguish them, in addition to printing the Alliance seals on the aircrafts, they will also be distinguished by radar identification codes. As long as other mobile suits on the battlefield do not encounter the above mobile suits, basic combat will not be very embarrassing. Lieutenant General Milady, the commander of the Democratic Alliance Army that attacked the Mekong Kingdom, watched the current battle situation from the bow of his main ship. In the current battle situation, the Democratic Allied forces have a slight advantage over the Imperial Allied forces. Lieutenant General Milady looked at the current battle situation. Not only did he not have any joy, but his expression became more and more dignified. At this moment, the radar soldier reported, "General, We have spotted the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group at 3 o'clock. Lieutenant General Milady's face became very ugly, and he ordered the signal soldier. Request support from the superior. Yes, General. Then, the radar soldiers reported. We found 12 mass-produced Gundams, 6 each of Hayakushi and Mk2G, and 6 special-made Gundams. More than 30 unknown MS. 15 MD Taurus and Burgo each played, and each of Taurus and Burgo had one manned, and was responsible for commanding their respective MD operations. Taurus interspersed in the enemy's formation in the form of a fighter plane, and used the superb shooting system while sailing to shoot down the enemy MS at the forefront of the battlefield, clearing obstacles for other MS and MD bilge. What's this? Cannonballs, beams, and missiles are useless. MD Bilgo's planetary defense system uses electromagnetic action to form a protective barrier, which can basically withstand most of the projectile weapons. MD Bill, under the command of the commander, Bill, not only uses the planetary defense system to reach the launching weapons, but also uses the planetary defense system to cover other MS companions, and then uses the powerful beam cannon to blast the enemy MS into pieces fireworks. According to MD Bill's original work, the armor is made of Gundamium alloy, but in order to speed up the production progress, Long Fei changed the armor to the titanium alloy ceramic composite armor used by Jigun MS. Anyway, as long as the enemy can't penetrate the planetary defense system, basically MD Bill doesn't have any problems at all. MD Bilge is like the ancient battlefield phalanx. Although it advances slowly, it is like a harvester. As long as the target is within MD Bilge's range, they will basically be bombarded by them. Taurus changed from fighter plane form to mobile suit form, conducted a round of defensive shooting, and directly shot down more than 60 enemy mobile suits after one round. The GM2 milliseconds is equipped with a relatively powerful long-range laser cannon, and under the cover of MD Burgo's planetary defense system, it can shoot down enemy MS in the distance. MD Taurus and Bilge achieved impressive results in their first battle, and it was also the first time for the two allies to see these two unknown mobile suits. The Democratic Alliance Army was beaten in a hurry. The morale of the Imperial Allied forces, which had been slightly suppressed, rose sharply at this moment, and they launched a strong counterattack against the Democratic Allied forces. A destroyer of the Democratic Alliance Army locked onto MD Burgo and fired its main gun. The planetary defense systems of several MD Bilge immediately combined to block the main gun of the destroyer directly. Seeing this, the captain of the destroyer who fired the main gun opened his mouth in fright. His face turned pale, and he lost his composure and ordered the crew to tilt all the beam cannons and missiles towards MD Bilge. There are also several MD Burgo planetary defense systems combined with the previously combined planetary defense systems, and the defense becomes stronger and the defense range is wider. All the beam cannons and missiles were blocked by the combined planetary defense system. Several GM2 bombarded the destroyer just now with long-range light beams. After a while, the destroyer was riddled with holes, and then exploded one after another, turning into huge fireworks. Long Fei piloted the third form of the classic Secret Angel and locked 6 targets from different angles. 6 GN prototype bits were launched instantly, shooting down 6 target MS. The 6 GN prototype bits were detached from the body under Long Fei's mental device and attacked the locked target from different directions trickily, and then fired the beam with the GN rifle in his hand. The enemy mobile suits turned into fireworks one after another. The secret angel of the ancient books became the of death on the battlefield. 100 types used a mega particle cannon to destroy a mobile suit mothership. ZZ Gundam used the cannon on its head to not only penetrate several enemy mobile suits one after another, but also directly penetrated a frigate. The two allied armies fought 5 waves before, and the appearance of the Tianyi mercenary fleet directly changed the battle situation. The situation on the battlefield changed directly to 9:1, and the Democratic Alliance Army was slaughtered one-sidedly. Lieutenant General Milady looked at the photos of MD Taurus and Burgo in the battle video just recorded. The former battle made him really puzzled. Where did the Tianyi mercenary group go to find so many powerful mobile suit drivers? While the latter battle terrified him, Brother Bill not only had the powerful beam weapon to attack, but also the terrifying defensive weapon. MD Taurus and Virgo have become harvesters on the battlefield, second only to Gundam. Lieutenant General Milady looked at the radar display, and there were fewer and fewer cyan light spots, but more and more red light spots invaded their original cyan light spots. The radar showed a bunch of cyan light spots suddenly appearing. Lieutenant General Milady's ugly face became a little relieved. Because reinforcements are coming. General, Lieutenant General Danamo has a communication request. A black lieutenant general is displayed on a huge screen. The two lieutenant generals who belong to the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's National Army saluted each other. Lieutenant General Danamo, I finally expect you to come. Lieutenant General Milady, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I also know the situation of the battle. I didn't expect the Gundam to be as terrifying as the rumors. I didn't expect that the Sky-Winged Corps still has powerful weapons that they haven't brought out. If it wasn't for us this time, take action, or they will keep hiding. No matter what, if we can rely on this battle to find out the true strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, then we will not be passive in the next battle without being able to grasp the enemy's combat power. In addition to me, there are other reinforcements coming, and there is another reinforcements coming. I don't know whether to laugh or fear. Could it be? Is that what you said? The troops that were originally dispatched to attack the kingdom of Nikon were attacked by the winged Gundam of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and a brigade-level fleet of the Vanguard was completely wiped out, and then some brigade-level fleets that followed was hunted down by winged Gundam and completely wiped out, resulting in a lot of losses for the large army attacking the Nikon kingdom, and then was encircled and suppressed by several fleets of the Imperial Allied forces and Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the large army suffered a great deal. Due to losses, most of the troops that were originally sent for reinforcements canceled their operations and turned to support the battlefield. Wait a minute, Lieutenant General Danamo. Is this winged Gundam firing its destruction cannon one after another? Doesn't it need to replenish energy? The information we got is that after winged Gundam fired a destructive cannon, it immediately pursued another fleet and then fired a destructive cannon. No matter how strong the Gundam is, how can it have such a huge amount of energy? The Russian Republic of Soviet Union bought many Turtle MS from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. According to the collected information, the engine of the Turtle MS is a nuclear engine. Nuclear energy is impossible to achieve such a level. The destruction cannon developed by our country's scientists can only be installed on huge battleships, and it needs to be recharged by several nuclear energy devices. It can't fly the power of the winged Gundam's destroyer cannon. You are talking about nuclear fission technology. According to the information we have collected on the Turtle MS, nuclear energy is nuclear fusion technology. Lieutenant General Milady was dumbfounded, but think about it. Winged Gundam's engine is nuclear fusion, so its destruction cannon can indeed exert such terrifying power. On the battlefield, although the Democratic Alliance Army came for reinforcements, the 9:1 disadvantage was extremely unfavorable, but it was only slightly reduced to a 7:3 disadvantage. It still couldn't change the situation of being pushed to the ground by the opponent. At most, it was not as good as it was before. Miserable. Lieutenant General Danamo looked at the radar and frowned. Anton drove the Barbados Gundam 5th form, smashed a Phantom MS with a 300mm smoothbore gun, and then bombarded the target at close range with the mortar on his wrist. Then, he cut off the head of a MS with a sword in his hand, and then pierced the cockpit with a sword. Several shells hit the back of Barbados Gundam. Anton sensed that there was a crisis in the rear, and Barbados scattered all the shells with a beautiful somersault, and then counterattacked with mortars on both wrists, directly counter-killing the MS that fired the shells before. A Phantom MS is holding an armor-piercing saber, leading to Barbados Gundam, and wants to kill at close range. The driver of this Phantom MS picked the wrong target. Barbados Gundam dodged for a moment, and cut the Phantom MS in half with a sweep. Under the driving of Anton, the Barbados Gundam was shot down one after another at medium and short distances, and the Barbados Gundam was invincible within the attack range. Li Xiuqing drove the strike Gundam equipped with a perfect backpack, fired ultra-high pulse guns, shot down a destroyer with one shot, then shot down a frigate with one shot, and penetrated the hull of a MS mothership with one shot. After shooting down 3 different warships in one go, and then shot down the 4th warship, one of the battery packs on the back fell off. Many MS of the Democratic Alliance Army locked Strike Gundam. Attention! The live ammunition of this Gundam's armor is ineffective against him. Use energy weapons or close-range energy weapons to deal with him. Captain MS issued an order. Phantom Wind, Strike Dagger, and all kinds of MS. Directly replace live ammunition weapons with energy weapons to deal with Strike Gundam. Although there are countless mobile suits against Strike Gundam, Li Xiuqing is not panicking at all. Because he is not fighting alone, there are other fellow wingmen to help. Each series of Dagger MS deal with enemy MS. The energy weapons replaced by MS, such as Huanfeng, have greatly reduced the effect on the armor of various series of Dagger MS. Because the armor of each series of Dagger MS is a layer of armor, which has the effect of heat resistance against energy weapons. This made the MS of the Democratic Alliance Army feel very embarrassed. The layered armor of these MS of the Short Sword series greatly reduced the effect of their energy weapons. The Sword MS covers the Strike Gundam. Moreover, the MS weapons of these Dagger series can cause great damage to them. The Lightspeed Rifle Attack, which is the Assault Dagger of the same origin, cannot cause effective strikes against the daggers of the same origin. The reinforcement fleet led by Danamo lost nearly 1/10 of his own fleet warships during the support for about half an hour, and MS also lost more than 20%. Originally at a disadvantage of 7:3, it is about to become an even worse disadvantage of 8:2 at this moment. A GN Classic Fighter and Classic Secret Angel recombine to form the 4th form. At this moment, Long Fei felt a little powerless to control 8 GN prototype bits. Long Fei immediately asked the Blue Hello in the cockpit to control 8 GN prototype bits. Once the energy of the GN prototype bit is insufficient, it will return to the fuselage to supplement it. The GN pod is under the control of the Blue Hello to disrupt the enemy's MS. The Secret Angel of the Classics rushed to Vice Admiral Milady's fleet, although the fleet was also escorted by MS troops. But it is like a fake in front of Gundam. The Secret Angels of the Classics slaughtered like wolves entering a flock of sheep. 8 GN prototype bits and GN beam rifles not only shot down MS, but also the battleships of the fleet were shot down one after another. Lieutenant General Milady watched the Secret Angel of the Classics from the screenshot, like a wolf rushing into the flock, coming and going freely as if no one was in the land. The frigates around the main ship were even destroyed by the GN prototype bit, and the Secret Angel of the Classics rushed to the bow of the main ship. The crew members at the bow were panicked. Vice Admiral Milady looked at the mysterious angel in front of him, closed his eyes silently, and waited for death to come. The GN rifle in the right hand of the Secret Angel of the Classics fired beams of light one after another to destroy the bow of the main ship. General, Vice Admiral Milady's main ship has lost signal, so it can be confirmed that Vice Admiral Milady was killed. Order the remaining troops of Vice Admiral Milady's fleet to obey my command. Lieutenant General Danamo can only dispatch the remaining troops to continue fighting at present, and in any case, he must be dragged until other reinforcements arrive. Soon reinforcements arrived, but not from the Democratic Allies, but from the Imperial Allies. Lieutenant General Danamo's face was a bit ugly. Although he led an army-level force and commanded 3 brigade-level fleets, plus the last brigade-level fleet left by his dead colleagues. The reinforcements of the Imperial Allied forces are not the same size as the fleets of the previous Imperial Allied forces. The former Imperial Allied forces mixed with many other mixed fleets of the Imperial Army. The commander was a major general of the Garth Empire. Although they were larger in number, they were not as flexible in mobilization. It can be said that they belonged to a motley army. The fleet of the Imperial Allied forces that was reinforced was the same size as the fleet he led, and the entire army of the reinforcements was the Garth Empire army, unlike the fleet he led, which was also mixed with troops from some democratic countries. The commander of the reinforcement Garth Empire fleet is Lieutenant General Laura, a female general. Lieutenant General Laura looked at the current situation on the battlefield and then received a report on the current battle situation from her subordinate Major General. It's really worthy of being a Gundam. It's worthy of being a MS that surpasses this generation, and it's even a sharp weapon on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Laura said with a sigh. Looking at the remote shooting screen again, I saw that other MS troops, led by several Gundams, had broken through several lines of defense of the Dynamo fleet. At this moment, the last line of defense is left. Once it is broken through, it will be like a lion pride entering a large herd of sheep. The Dynamo fleet is like fish on the board. When Lieutenant General Dynamo was about to give the order to retreat, reinforcements arrived. Moreover, there were a total of 4 reinforcements, and the size of the 4 reinforcements was the same as the fleet he led. In an instant, the scale of the battlefield expanded. Not only the artillery beams flew across the battlefield, but the wreckage on the scene increased one after another, and the dead rose like rockets. The Democratic Allied forces are now more than twice as numerous as the Imperial Allied forces. The battlefield was originally in an 8:2 situation, but with the reinforcements of the Democratic Alliance Army, the situation on the battlefield was brought back to 5:5. Lieutenant General Laura looked at the current battle situation. If it weren't for the Tianyi mercenary fleet, given the difference in numbers between the two sides, it would be impossible for the Imperial Alliance to achieve a 5:5 evenly matched situation. Lieutenant General Laura found the MS troops of the Democratic Alliance Army. At this moment, it can be said that they are concentrating their firepower on the Gundam. Lieutenant General Laura immediately mobilized the troops, except for attacking the enemy's weaker fleet. Send other troops to help the Tianyi mercenary group, especially the Gundam, to help the Gundam kill the enemy. Laura Zhong will make such a move, mainly for her purpose. Strike, Barbados and other Gundams return to the mothership one after another to recharge. The generals of the Democratic Alliance fleet are not stupid. They also have a certain understanding of different styles of Gundam. After fighting for so long, they must have consumed a lot of energy, and they will definitely return to the mothership to recharge. When these Gundams were about to return to the mothership, they ordered many MS troops to capture the Gundams regardless of the cost. As long as they could capture one Gundam, they would not be able to take down the kingdom of Mycone, and that would be a profit. Because Gundam's technology has great value for research. The Secret Angel of the Classics recombines with another GN Classic fighter to form the 5th form. The Strike Gundam driven by Li Xiuqing was the first to return to the mothership for replenishment. The Secret Angel of the Classics still maintains 8 GN prototype bits and several GN pods under the control of Blue Harrow, shooting down enemy MS one after another, covering other Gundams and returning to the mothership. MD Taurus and Burgo are also responsible for covering the return of the Gundam to the mothership. Half of the number of Taurus was destroyed, and Burgo has a relationship with the planetary defense system, and none of them were destroyed. Many GM2 and various series of short-circuit MSs were also shot down, with a total of more than 50 units being shot down. This is the most serious loss since the establishment of the Tianyi mercenary group. Of course, if compared with the losses of the two Allied forces, it is not even a fraction. The accompanying reporters of the two Allied forces made live broadcasts. The entire world has a new understanding of the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group. A brigade-level fleet can achieve such a result, and no country in the world can achieve such a level. The Secret Angel of the Classics has a GN beam rifle in one hand and a GN beam saber in the other, and 8 GN prototype bits. All GN pods returned to the mothership, killed the enemy one after another. None of the MSs of the Democratic Alliance Army can approach the distance of 200 meters from the Secret Angel of the Classics. If the GN prototype bit is assembled on the body, Longfei will use it as a lock to lock more than one target and attack from different angles. Longfei looked at one display on the screen. The records of shooting down MS almost exceeded 200, and the number of shooting down warships exceeded 20 regardless of their types. Brother Longfei, I'm back to help you. Li Xiang's voice came from the cockpit. Rika drove the Z Gundam and held a double-barreled beam gun, shooting down several MS one after another. Then the screen of Longfei's cockpit popped up a notice from Colonel AICC, and another fleet of Tianyi mercenaries rushed to the scene. Momoka drove the Angel Gundam equipped with the 7 swords, and led a total of 7 Gundams, including the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, the True Red Aegis Gundam, and the Azure Dual Gundam, an attack from the Albion 4MS mothership. The Tianyi mercenary fleet that came as reinforcements dispatched a total of 300 GM2s and this series of daggers, as well as 6 each of the 100 style and MK2G, which were put into the battlefield. Tao Xiang drove the Angel Gundam into the enemy group, cutting down the enemy MS one after another with one sword after another. During the battle, Tao Xiang discovered that the MS of the Imperial Allied forces would cover the retreating Gundam. As long as there are enemy MS in the fast flight of the Angel Gundam, it will either be cut down by the sword of the Angel Gundam or shot down by the GN gun. The GN sword turned around and cut a Huanfeng MS in half, and then the Angel Gundam rushed to the side of the secret angel of the classics. Faye, have you noticed that the Imperial Allied forces will actually help our Gundam retreat? I found out. It is estimated that the commander of the Imperial Allied forces wants to use this to please me, and wants me to owe him a favor. The reinforcements of the Democratic Alliance Army, Lieutenant General Frank stood behind a red-haired young man. Captain Max, lead your ace team, and you must take down a Gundam from the Tianyi mercenary group. Remember, it is not a mass-produced Gundam, but a custom-made Gundam, preferably the Gundam that emits cyan particles. Yes, General. Captain Max saluted the general and left the bow. In the hangar, there are a total of 12 gray mobile suits that look like phantom winds. They look similar in appearance. The only difference is that there are propellers on the waist and feet, and the armor is thicker. These 12 units are Huanfeng Kai, ace mobile suits specially designed for ace troops. Not only are they faster, maneuverable, and flexible than ordinary Huanfeng MS, but their defense is also higher than normal Huanfeng MS. The weapons they choose more powerful. Captain Max is in the cockpit of his MS, making adjustments for his MS. At that time, a split video popped up on the screen, and a middle-aged bald man asked, Captain Max, which Gundam do you think we want to capture? Just this one. The screen displayed the secret angel of the classics. This Gundam has not yet returned to the mothership. No matter how strong the pilot of this Gundam is, he should be tired by now. All 12 Phantom Wind Kai MS. No matter what the cost, we must take it down. 12 Phantom Wind Kai MS stepped on the electromagnetic pedal to attack. The ancient book Mystery Angel and the Energy Angel Gundam fought together, and there were already countless MS wreckage around the two Gundams. Suddenly, sirens sounded in the cockpits of the two Gundams. 12 Phantom Wind Kai MS are quickly attacking the classics Mysterious Angel and Excalibur Gundam. The GN prototype bit of the planktonic attack remotely emits light beams, and 12 Phantom Winds are converted into MS to get out of the way. Being able to dodge the Blue Harrow's attack, it seems that the Democratic Alliance Army has dispatched their ace troops. Long Fei contacted Tao Xiang and told them that the enemy's ace troops had locked them in. Can Angel Gundam GN sword slashes towards a Phantom Wind Kai MS. Huanfeng Kai MS dodges the GN sword and can counterattack instantly. Can Angel Gundam immediately dodge the opponent's counterattack, rush to the target, and stab the cockpit of the target with the GN sword? The target moved back, but the speed was not as fast as the Angel, and the GN sword was about to pierce the cockpit. Another Phantom Wind Kai MS fired a beam bombardment at the Angel Gundam. Tao Xiang secretly called it a pity and manipulated the Angel Gundam to dodge the beam cannon. There are another 3 Phantom Wind Kai MS to lock on the Angel Gundam. One is responsible for long-range cover shooting, and 2 are responsible for melee fighting to entangle the Angel Gundam. The 2 Phantom Wind Kai MS can't deal with the Xia Gundam holding swords in both hands. No Angel Gundam flexibly dodges the opponent's attack, kicks away a Phantom Wind Kai MS in an instant, and slashes the Magic Wind Kai MS that has never been able to resist. Fortunately, the driver is an ace driver. Seeing that he was about to be cut in half by a sword, the ace driver controlled his MS to move laterally with all his strength, and his entire right arm was cut off. Immediately retreating further away, a cold sweat broke out in his heart. If he moved slower, he would have died by now. When no Angel Gundam still wanted to pursue it, there were several other Phantom Wind Kai MS entangled. In the case of fighting alone, the performance of Huanfeng Kai MS is far less than that of Angel Gundam, but at the moment it is a 12 versus 2 situation. In addition, the drivers of the ace troops cooperated very well, and the performance gap between the MS was narrowed by cooperating with their excellent driving skills. On the other side, Captain Max and the other 5 subordinates locked the Tome and the Secret Angel. Originally, Captain Max thought that the pilot of the Secret Angel of the Tome had been tired after fighting for a long time, and his combat effectiveness had dropped a little. Unexpectedly, the driver of the Secret Angel of the Ancient Book didn't seem to be tired at all, and the 8 GN prototype bits matched with the GN rifle made them even more scrambling. Captain Max didn't understand how the software engineer who wrote the 8 GN prototype bits wrote such an excellent program. After a long time of fighting, there was no failure, not even a slight error or pause. Damn it, I miscalculated. I didn't expect the target driver to have such good physical strength and have such an advanced auxiliary system to help him fight. In fact, Max didn't know that Long Fei was actually a little tired at the moment. Captain, look, after these floating cannons seem to be exhausted, they will return to the body to recharge. You can use this time to kill the floating cannons. Good. It seems that they have discovered the weakness of the fifth form. Hello, the GN prototype bits are all combined with the body to recharge. Don't get out of the body for now until I notify you, understand? Understood, Long Fei, understood, Long Fei. In the fifth form, when the 8 GN prototype bits of the core component radiate GN particles, the mysterious angel of the classics in the fifth form looks like an angel spreading out its 8 wings, and then the spraying directions of the 8 GN prototype bits are all adjusted backwards to provide a powerful boost for the body force. Stop him, don't let him escape. Captain Max gave the order. The powerful driving force of the secret angel of the classics turned into a blue trajectory. What speed is this? Isn't this too fast? I can't even see my back. The Huanfeng Kai MS is beyond reach even with full horsepower. The driver can only look at the cyan trajectory remaining on the scene. The secret angel of the classics turned back quickly, which made the drivers of the 6 Phantom modified MS chasing after them unable to react for a while. This was the first time they encountered such a fast MS that could turn back instantly. Long Fei locked onto the Huanfeng Kai MS at the front, and the GN beam rifle hit the target one after another. The Phantom Wind Kai MS hit by the GN beam rifle. The driver reacted quickly and blocked it with a shield, but the GN beam rifle not only shot through the shield, but also destroyed the target's left arm. Captain Max rushed to the rescue with 5 people. Hello, release all GN prototype bits to deal with the other 5 enemy MSs. Got it, Long Fei, got it, Long Fei. The 8 GN prototype bits escaped from the secret angel of the classics and flew to the other 5 Phantom Wind Kai MS. The 8 GN prototype bits can be used for long-range shooting and also for tracking targets like floating cannons. When 5 Huanfeng Kai MS were dealing with 8 GN prototype bits and could not be rescued by his companions, Long Fei seized the opportunity and rushed to the left of the Huanfeng Kai MS, whose left arm was scrapped. A sword sweeps it in half. Knock! Max and the other companions watched as the MS of their colleagues was swept in half and turned into fireworks. On the other hand, although Tao Sheng's Gundam Noaxia did not shoot down a Phantom Kai MS, all 6 of the Phantom Wind Kai MS were missing. All GN prototype bits returned to the body to recharge. The secret angel of the classics must use the powerful mobility of the 5th form to dodge the shots of the other 5 Phantom Kai MS, and even rush to the position of the Angel Gundam. Oops, stop it. Max saw the target's purpose and hurriedly contacted his colleague who was fighting with the Angel, but found that the communication equipment could not contact his colleague. The 6 Huanfeng Kai MS with missing hands and legs were concentrating on dealing with Nungtian Gao, and they didn't find the classic and mysterious angels that were attacking them quickly. The 8 GN prototype bits just finished charging. 8 GN prototype bits come out of the body. 6 Phantom Wind Kai MS ace pilots with missing arms and legs are engrossed in the fight against a Xia Gundam. Didn't notice the sneak attack of 8 GN prototype bits. The first, second, and third were shot down one after the other. When the ace driver of the 6th Huanfeng Kai MS found it, he naturally reacted quickly and avoided the sneak attack. But if you can avoid the first day of the junior high school, you can't avoid the 15th day. Angel Gundam can directly attack with a sword, piercing the driver directly from the rear. The 5 Max could not rescue the 6 companions at all. There is also a Huanfeng Kai MS that rushes to the front, and the Angel Gundam's left-hand dagger is thrown directly, and it directly penetrates the cockpit of the Huanfeng Kai MS at the front. Max immediately gave the order to retreat. The ace troops of the Democratic Alliance abroad are not only mechs, but other ace troops also deal with other Gundams. But none of the ace troops succeeded, not because they were beaten away by several Gundams, even if the target Gundam had other GM2 and other MS to help. Of all the ace troops, the one with the worst outcome is the one that ended up all round. Among all the ace troops that were defeated disastrously, the best one is that 9 members are still alive. 3 hours had passed since the battle. After the second fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group joined the battlefield, the battle situation of the allied forces of the democracy and the empire began to gradually tilt towards the imperial allied forces. The battle situation at this moment is already in a state of 6:4. Although the number of the imperial allied forces is far less than that of the democratic allied forces, the 2 brigade fleets of the Tianyi mercenary corps have invested more than 20 Gundams, plus more than 2 self-made MSs, such as the GM2 with MS capabilities. The Democratic Allied forces could not gain an advantage under the advantage of numbers. Instead, they relied on the advantages of numbers to support them so as not to let the defeat come too soon. Several lieutenant generals of the Democratic Alliance Army received instructions from the headquarters and ordered the entire army to retreat. The entire fleet of the Democratic Alliance Army sent out a retreat signal. After watching the entire fleet of the Democratic Allied forces retreat, the Imperial Allied forces here gave out cheers of victory. The Tianyi mercenary fleet began to count the losses. In this battle, more than 120 GM2 and various series of short-sword mobile suits were destroyed, although these mobile suits had escape pods. But some of them couldn't escape at all. 120 mobile suits were shot down, and only about 40 had time to press the escape pod. In the end, only the pilots of these mobile suits were rescued. Although the mass-produced Gundams were not destroyed, more than 10 were severely damaged. Only 3 of the Taurus were not destroyed. Fortunately, the manned Taurus pilot was not killed, and none of Bilge was shot down. None of the special Gundams like the Mystic Angel were destroyed, and the damage suffered was only slight. Basically, it only needs a little repair to restore the old appearance. The operation planned by the Democratic Allied forces, the 3 small countries attacked, all failed, and the attack was on the support route of the Imperial Allied forces. The logistics base that was previously destroyed by MS, such as Thunder Gundam with the Mirage system, was taken back by the Democratic Allied forces in a planned operation shortly after the Imperial Allied forces occupied it. Originally, the only support route of the Imperial Allied forces, the Democratic Allied forces failed to take it, but were defeated and retreated in despair. Not long after the Democratic Allied Army had just recaptured the logistics base, the sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps took an action to destroy the Democratic Allied Army fleet that had just recaptured the logistics base. This planning operation of the Democratic Alliance Army, all actions can be said to have failed. Originally, they wanted to rely on a victory to boost the morale of the Democratic Allied Army, but they were hit by a greater defeat, and the morale of the Democratic Allied Army was even lower. Various international media broadcast live and reported on the first wave of confrontation between the 2 Allied forces. Many military experts believe that the Imperial Allied Army's marching support route is in a relatively unfavorable situation. Originally, it was not as fast as the Democratic Alliance Army in dispatching troops. More importantly, the Imperial Allied Army has only one route to dispatch troops to support those small royal powers. If the 2 Allied forces are at war, the Imperial Allied forces will be at a disadvantage, and the probability of victory on the battlefield is very low. But there is a saying, the battlefield is changing rapidly. This battle also has a private armed force called Tianyi Mercenary Group joining the battlefield. This mercenary group with advanced military weapons has the power to change the situation of the battle. Apart from the fact that the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not participate in the Imperial Allied Forces' protection of the original support route, the Tianyi Mercenary Group participated in the battlefields of the 3 small countries attacked by the Democratic Alliance Army. It directly caused the Democratic Alliance Army to end in disastrous defeat on 3 battlefields. As for the logistics base that was finally snatched back, it was snatched away by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Then the worst news was that another important logistics base of the Democratic Alliance Army was destroyed by an unknown attack. Although the Democratic Allied forces suppressed this incident and kept the soldiers at the bottom from knowing it, The people of various countries in the Democratic camp were spread by the international media. Many people told the news to their relatives who were serving in the military either on the phone or by writing letters. Although some low-level soldiers informed other colleagues of this news at the beginning, they were punished by military law and placed in seclusion. But the whole thing eventually spread throughout the army. Soldiers who had been locked up by military law before could only be released. The disastrous failure of the first wave of planned operations prevented the Democratic Alliance Army from taking the next step in a short period of time. However, the Democratic Alliance Army led to an incident that slightly boosted the morale of the entire army. That is, the United States, which suffered severe blows and suffered serious injuries, donated supplies to the Democratic Allied forces. On the other side, Long Fei, who returned to his home base, looked at the report document passed to him by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, who had captured the spies of the Democratic camp in the Tianyi mercenary group. In addition to the anti-espionage capabilities attributed to the Tianyi mercenary group, there are also documents on the spies sent to them by the Garth Empire, the Hanxia Empire, and other empires. In the Tianyi mercenary regiment, apart from the anti-espionage unit that Li Jiaming knew and was in charge of, Long Fei was also secretly in charge of an anti-espionage unit that Li Jiaming did not know about. The proportion of spies caught, more than 99% of the spies are the spies of the anti-spy force under his secret control and the management of Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, and the spy information handed over to Long Fei's Democratic camp by the Imperial Allied forces. The 1% are the ones that slipped through the net fish. In addition to the spies from the Democratic camp, there are also spies from the Imperial camp in the Tianyi mercenary group. Of course, most of the spies from the Imperial camp are in the hands of the Tianyi mercenary group's counterintelligence force. At present, Long Fei does not intend to fall out with these Imperial camps and let these Imperial spies go free for the time being. The disastrous defeat of the Democratic Alliance Army caused low morale, and it also encountered guerrilla warfare from many sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. From time to time, the sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will send some small-scale troops to carry out disturbances. From time to time, they will sneak attacks on the Democrat camp troops from different colonies who are on their way to join the Democratic Alliance Army. Sneak attack, especially the logistics fleet, is really the first choice of sneak attack target for the guerrillas of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Of course, in addition to the guerrillas, there are larger fleets that will also attack the troops of the Democratic camp heading to the Democratic Alliance Army. The commander-in-chief of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's branch base is Brigadier General Shrek. He adopts guerrilla warfare where the enemy stops and fights, and the enemy chases and runs away. The target's logistics resources are all taken away, and if they cannot be destroyed, they are all destroyed. Guerrilla warfare will also adopt the tactics of luring the enemy to go deep. From time to time, some larger troops will be attacked. In addition to disrupting the march of the large troops, when the large troops are asked to form a team to chase the guerrilla troops will lead the chasing troops into the ambush place. The ambush team encircled and suppressed the pursuing troops. In addition to the tactics of luring the enemy to go deep, the tactics of diverting the tiger away from the mountain will also be adopted. Shrek Brigadier General will use some larger fleets to attack the enemy's more important bases or facilities. When the main force of the base or facility goes to fight, the guerrilla forces will take the opportunity to attack the base or facility and destroy the target. The logistics resources and energy robbed by the sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment are either used for their own use or sent to other bases, or sold to non-democratic countries. The Democratic Alliance Army has been disturbed by the Tianyi mercenary sub-bases in the periphery, causing a lot of losses. It's not that the Democratic Allied forces haven't thought about getting rid of those sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment on the periphery. The problem is that the country where the Tianyi Mercenary Corps sub-base is established, except for non-democratic countries, most of the surrounding countries are non-democratic countries. Now non-democratic countries have a tacit agreement that once the troops of a democratic country appear on the edge of their territory, they will be on guard and even start fighting directly. If the Democratic Alliance Army sends troops to fight, then the Imperial Alliance Army will also send troops to stop them. It's not that there are no other mercenary groups hired, or most of the mercenary groups are not willing to accept this business to deal with the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The Tianyi mercenary group also said that if any mercenary group dared to accept the employment of the Democratic Alliance Army, the Tianyi mercenary group would be wiped out. There was a mercenary group that was not afraid of death, and it was really hired by the Democratic Alliance Army to deal with the Tianyi mercenary group. The result is that the Tianyi mercenary group was really wiped out. Even if some mercenary groups set up bases in non-democratic countries, the Tianyi mercenary group still did not give the country face and directly wiped out the mercenary groups that provoked them. Not a single one is left. It would be even worse if the base of the mercenary group that recruited the Tianyi mercenary group was set up in the Democratic Republic. The Tianyi mercenary group became bandits and robbed the countries involved. Soon, no mercenary group dared to accept the employment of the Democratic Alliance Army. Any country even ordered the local mercenary group not to provoke the Tianyi mercenary group. Otherwise, they would be driven out of the country directly. There was also an important logistics base that the Tianyi mercenaries had managed to back before the Democratic Alliance Army occupied it, and the Imperial Alliance Army dispatched many troops to garrison it. Moreover, those democracies that surrounded the small countries such as the Mycone Kingdom, some important facilities or logistics bases have suffered unknown attacks at this moment. Even if they are under attack and the distress signal can be sent out, when the rescue force arrives, the facility or base has been destroyed. Moreover, the mother base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will also send some small-scale troops to carry out some guerrilla warfare. In guerrilla warfare, there are also Jaegong MS. In the actual combat tests of several guerrilla warfare, Jaegong MS has been recognized by MS drivers, and the Jaegong MS is highly evaluated. The performance is not only better than that of the Jim-2 in all directions. Even the MS drivers who have driven different series of short parts only need to mount other weapons or replace the propulsion to drive the Jaegong MS. Not only have the combat function and performance of the short series are also more excellent. Many MS drivers thought that the boss Long Fei designed this MS to integrate the characteristics of the GM2 and various series of daggers. Looking at the report written by the pilot, Long Fei didn't expect that he would get such a result just by modifying the Jaegong MS. Then, there is the staff in charge of logistical maintenance. The maintenance report on Jaegong MS is simple and not difficult, and the maintenance is not as cumbersome as the GM2 and various dagger series. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming also read these reports and gave Yu Longfei a suggestion, thinking that the Jaegong MS is a very good follow-up machine for MS pilots and has the advantages of Jim and Dagger, so it should be used as a follow-up machine for the standard equipment. And it can also solve the burden on the logistics staff. You must know that many parts of the GM2 and various series of daggers are not common. Before the war broke out, the logistics staff did not feel any burden, mainly because the battle damage was not serious. However, since the beginning of the Great War, the burden on the logistics staff has become heavier and heavier. The lack of spare parts has caused some parts to be disassembled from other damaged MSs that cannot be restarted due to the lack of spare parts. Assembled to another MS. This problem came to light with the war. If Jaegong MS is used, the logistics staff will be equipped with the MD maintenance system, which will not only reduce the workload but also reduce the burden, and the logistics staff will not be troubled by the use of different parts for different MSs. The mounted weapons or hand-selected weapons of each Dagger Series MS can be used by Jaegong MS only by making some hardware and software modifications. Long Fei is ordering to temporarily produce more Jaegong MS so that more MS drivers can drive Jaegong MS, and then see if the next battle report is the same as the previous MS driving report and give a high evaluation. On the other side, the presidents of the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation are conducting secret online video communications with the President of the United States of America. The presidents of both countries have asked the United States to join the Democratic Alliance Army. The president of the U.S. Tower Lightning country refused. The reason was that when he attacked the Uya Cross country, the losses suffered in the disastrous defeat made his country unable to join. The only way to help a country that is also a democratic system is to donate resources. The presidents of the two countries simply don't believe the U.S. president's reasoning. Since that war ended with the United Kingdom declaring its defeat, although ordinary people saw that the United States suffered a terrible loss in that battle. Such a scale of loss if it is in a medium-sized power, will indeed hurt its basic national strength and weaken it. However, the United States is one of the superpowers, and such a loss will not hurt the Foundation at all. The defeat in that battle was mainly due to the fact that Mutating Legion had no idea how many winged Gundams the Tianyi mercenary group had. In order to prevent further damage, they immediately declared defeat and retreated. Although it also experienced a defeat in the war with the Russian Soviet Republic earlier. The two defeats did not really hurt the foundation of the United States. Now that the war between the two allied forces, the United States wants to stay out of it. The purpose is to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The presidents of the two countries even threatened the president of the United States. When they took down the Tianyi mercenary group and captured Long Fei, the United States would not want to have a share of the technology that Long Fei possessed. The president of the United States said disapprovingly, "Do you have the confidence that you can defeat the Tianyi mercenary group? The Imperial Allied forces are enough to make you overwhelmed." At present, although the Tianyi mercenary group only has one wing Gundam, but don't forget that if he can make one, he can make the second, third, and fourth. If he doesn't make the second wing Gundam, then he must have a stronger Gundam in his hand. Maybe he might use you to practice his hands. The President of the United States looked at the presidents of the two countries with playfulness. The leaders of the three major powers ended their secret network communication without speculating. Another main reason why the President of the United States is unwilling to join this war is that the general election has come. If he joins that war, he will use the country's laws of war. Although he can continue to serve as president, his political opponents will use this matter to say that he is using the laws of war to continue to serve as president. So he decided to wait until he could be re-elected before considering whether to join the war. On the other side, Emperor Su Weiran of the Hanxia Empire and Emperor Taxgas VI of the Garth Empire are secretly communicating. Taxgas VI will actively participate in this battle, mainly because he does not want Long Fei to be captured by the democratic system and obtain the advanced technology he possesses. If possible, he would also like to obtain the advanced technology in Long Fei's hands. Su Weiran will join the battle, except that Long Fei is still his subject. The same purpose as Taxgas VI is to obtain Long Fei's advanced technology. The emperors of the two countries decided to help, and asked more countries with imperial systems to help. Apart from asking Long Fei to owe them favors, they also hoped that these advanced technologies could be used in their imperial systems. As the person involved, Long Fei also clearly knew the purpose of these imperial allied forces, and he also knew that the Tianyi mercenary group was really unable to withstand the attack of the democratic allied forces. Being defeated is a matter of sooner or later. Sooner or later, the emperors of these imperial allies would send representatives to meet him. There are not only more meteorites around the mother base for transformation. Long Fei has a technology, which is a kind of decomposition furnace, which is to decompose and restore a pile of metal alloys, composite armor, etc. again. The full name of the decomposition furnace is Decomposition and Reduction Metal Furnace. In the previous battle, countless wreckages were left behind. One of the meteorites was transformed, and the factory was built with a decomposition and reduction metal furnace. The alloy composite armor of these wreckages, etc., were put into the decomposition and reduction metal furnace to decompose and restore them into raw metal. There was originally only one decomposing and reducing metal furnace factory. In the past, there were 6 decomposing and reducing metal furnaces in this factory, and none of the 6 decomposing and reducing metal furnaces had the right to operate. Sometimes there may be only one decomposition and reduction metal furnace in operation, and the remaining 5 are in a shutdown state. However, since the Great War, there have been too many wreckage left on the site, making it very difficult to clean up. The troops at the mother base brought back a lot of wreckage, and the 6 decomposition and reduction metal furnaces began to operate nonstop. The 6 decomposition and reduction metal furnaces are currently operating at full capacity, but they cannot decompose all the metal debris brought back, and many metal debris are thrown in the waste yard of meteorite transformation. At present, 3 meteorites have been transformed into factories for decomposing and reducing metal furnaces. The raw materials after the metal debris is decomposed and reduced are sent to the manufacturing plant as the required raw materials. Long Fei also took out the design drawing of the steel ball and made some modifications so that the steel ball can be controlled by humans and MD. In addition to the combat system, there is also a work system. Long Fei also designed several sets of working tools for the steel ball. The purpose is to allow the steel ball to cut some wreckage of some warships and mobile suits. Then, Long Fei also designed a special transport ship for the steel ball. The transport ship can be controlled by MD or Harrow. The name of the transport ship is Steel Ball Work Ship. 100 meters. In the meteorite transformation, each meteorite is transformed into a steel ball factory and a steel ball workboat factory. The first steel ball workboat was successfully manufactured, which can carry 8 sets of steel balls. In addition to the steel ball shelf and the steel ball workboat, the shelf can be used to assemble weapons or work tools for steel balls. There is a work harrow in the steel ball workboat, which controls the steel ball work group to the destination. Several international media reporters discovered the steel ball workboat and looked at the label on the steel ball workboat, which was the label of the Tianyi mercenary group, which attracted the attention of international media reporters. International media reporters took their own airships to follow up. During the follow-up filming, it was discovered that the steels separated the MS and the wreckage of the battleship, and the separated wreckage would be transported into the steel ball working ship. The airships of some media reporters approached the steel ball studio ship, and at first the steel would come to stop them and warn them to drive away from the airships. If the airship of a media reporter does not obey the warning, there will be steel immediately replaced with weapons and equipment, and immediately drive the airship away with a shooting warning. At this moment, the international media reporters protested to the steel ball workboat, and the steel ball workboat replied with a message. The content was that they were not allowed to approach the work area, otherwise the consequences would be at their own risk. The international media reporters sometimes thought of the Tianyi mercenary corps, and sometimes they were unreasonable. After thinking about it, they kept the airship at a safe distance, and then followed it up remotely. There are also international media reporters reporting what happened just now to their own countries. The Garth Empire and the Hanxia Empire used the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to report this matter. Tianyi Mercenary Group's response. Media reporters from your country enter the scope of work without permission, and they will be responsible for the consequences. If media reporters from your country want to interview, they can negotiate with the headquarters and arrange an interview. The international media reporters who followed the steel ball workboat really didn't understand why the Tianyi mercenary group would send such troops to collect the metal wreckage. This aroused the interest of international media reporters, and the steel ball workboat was loaded with metal wreckage and returned to the mother base. The airships of international media reporters also followed up and filmed. It's just that when he came to the territory of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's mother base, he was directly stopped by the patrolling MS and was even driven away. After receiving the response from the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the foreign ministries of the Hanxia Empire and the Garth Empire contacted the well-known media stations in their countries, informing them to negotiate with the Tianyi Mercenary Group and requesting filming and interviews. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also notified the country's spies or secret service organizations. Once the country's media stations were approved by the Tianyi Mercenary Group to film and interview, the media reporter group would install spies or secret agents to mix in. In addition to the media radio station requesting the Tianyi Mercenary Group to film and interview, the foreign ministries of the two empires also negotiated with the Tianyi Mercenary Group, hoping that their foreign ministers and defense ministers could visit the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Although the two allied forces fought a big battle, it has been nearly a month, and the two allied forces are still gathering troops, and the two allied forces are still in a state of tension and fighting at any time. But at this moment neither side dared to fire the first shot. The Democratic Alliance Army has been suffering from guerrilla warfare interference from the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's subbases on the outskirts, which hindered their reinforcements to a certain extent. The Democratic Allied forces did not dare to divide their forces to attack the subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, because countless senior generals had done simulation analysis. Even if they wanted to take down one of the subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, they would have to dispatch at least 3 military-level fleets. Moreover, the target subbase has a nearly 70% chance of being defeated without the support of other subbases. If you get the support of some subbases, then you need to deploy more army-level fleets, or even army-level fleets. If this is the case, the Imperial Allied forces will seize the opportunity and launch an offensive with all their strength, and the Democratic Allied forces in a divided state will not be able to withstand the full attack of the Imperial Allied forces. In this regard, if the troops of the Democratic country camp that came to join, if they find the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, they should run around quickly. If they are attacked by the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, they should run away quickly without any love war. Apart from relying on their own intelligence network, the subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will also receive information from non-democratic countries, telling them the location of the troops of the democratic countries that are rushing to the Democratic Alliance Army. In addition to the subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to deal with the troops of these countries, countries in the non-democratic camp will also interfere, trying to prevent the troops of these democratic camps from going to the location of the Democratic Alliance Army. On the other hand, the foreign ministries of the Garth Empire and the Hanxiao Empire made a high-profile announcement that their foreign and national defense ministers would visit the Tianyi group's home base, and a local media would also conduct a live broadcast along with them. The defense and foreign ministers of the two empires will come to visit the Tianyi group's home base. The main reason is that many international media want to visit the Tianyi group's home base for interviews and filming. It happens that the defense and foreign ministers of the two empires also want to visit. Then Long Fei decided to let the ministers of defense and foreign affairs of the two empires visit, and also let a group of media reporters from the two empires conduct filming and interviews, so as to solve the long-term request of media reporters from various countries to film and visit. Of course, for the visits of the ministers of the two empires, Long Fei gave full authority to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to handle. The Weiyang radio station of the Hanxia Empire and the Guin radio station of the Garth Empire, under the instructions of the Tianyi mercenary group, interviewed up to 6 people from the accompanying reporter group. Authorities and many people in countries in the Earth sphere and the colonial sphere watched the live broadcasts of the two media. Xu Tailong, Minister of Defense of the Hanxia Empire, and Li Rubin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thomas, Minister of Defense of the Garth Empire, and Ralph Lauren, Minister of Foreign Affairs. The accompanying press corps took the exclusive ship with the ministers of the country. The exclusive ships of the two imperial ministers were escorted by their own warships to the outer edge of the Tianyi group's mother base, and then the Tianyi mercenary corps was responsible for picking them up, and the imperial warships returned. The ministers of the two empires observed the defense of the mother base and found that the radar stations, search devices, etc., from the appearance, make people feel advanced and futuristic. Xu Qianxue, as the entourage of her grandfather's Minister of National Defense, looked at the mother base in the distance and the meteorites around it. Xu Qianxue did not expect that after leaving the mother base for a few months, she was shocked that the mother base was more advanced than before, with more meteorites. The transformation was successful. Xu Qianxue used an electronic telescope to watch the steel ball workboat in the distance enter a meteorite factory. Shuer, you have been here before. Have you seen the spherical working machine that those reporters photographed? Xu Tailong asked his granddaughter. Xu Qianxue put down the electronic telescope and shook her head and said, "Grandpa, I never saw those things at that time. I don't know if he hid them on purpose to keep me from knowing, or if he just took them out recently. The scientists in your country thought you were exaggerating what you said at the beginning. Bringing them here today may be enough to slap them in the face." Under the instructions of the staff of the mother base, the ships of the two empires landed at the designated location. In addition to the accompanying reporters and entourage, the ministers of the two empires also accompanied some scientists from their own countries. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming personally received the ministers of the two empires. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming did not expect that a few years ago, he was just an ordinary school official of the Hanxia Empire. Today, I have become the commander-in-chief of an extremely powerful mercenary group. The mercenary group I manage can be so powerful, and he has a lot of credit for it. When I was a school official in my home country, the two ministers of my home country were unattainable existences, but today the two ministers of my home country must communicate with me on an equal footing. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming never dreamed that he would have today. The two ministers of the two empires shook hands with Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and introduced themselves. The accompanying reporters have already started the live broadcast. The accompanying scientists from the two countries looked at the equipment at the mother base and were shocked that many of the equipment at the mother base could be automated, which is a very advanced technology. No country in the world has reached this level, and there are some working robots in the mother base to assist the staff. Every audience who watched the live broadcast was shocked. The advanced level of Tianyi Group's home base was beyond their imagination. Xu Tailong asked Li Jiaming, "Where is the boss of your group now?" "Minister Xu, the boss has some work that he has to handle personally, and he cannot meet the ministers, so please forgive me." Xu Tailong smiled and said, No, Boss Long Fei is busy. We don't mind. Commander-in-Chief Li will introduce us to you, the facilities of the base, and show us your group's facilities and factories for transforming meteorites. Everyone, this way please. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming introduced the equipment to everyone while walking, and then led everyone to a training place. The training place can directly change the environment into another environment, allowing ground troops to simulate combat in different environments. The simulator equipment that can change the scene, not to mention the ministers and reporters of the two empires, were dumbfounded. Even the accompanying scientists were dumbfounded. Moreover, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming also asked everyone on the scene to touch the objects that change the scene. Although they are objects that are changed by the simulator equipment, those illusory objects can make people feel tactile when touched. The scientists of the two empires don't have any pride at the moment. Some are willing to bow down or feel jealous, and some are in the mood of admiration. Thomas asked Li Jiaming, "May I ask the Commander-in-Chief, is this simulator equipment developed by the boss of your group, Long Fei?" "Yes, it's something my boss Long Fei developed alone." The scientists at the scene looked at Li Jiaming with wide eyes. Then, Li Jiaming took other people to continue to visit and introduce other things. At this time, the beautiful reporter from Weiyang Radio pointed to the Moon Goddess Gundam and shouted, "What's wrong with this Gundam? Commander-in-Chief, are you going to dismantle it?" Everyone looked at Moon Goddess Gundam and watched the machinery and equipment dismantle the solar furnace. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming smiled and said, "This Gundam is not dismantled, it's just sealed up." Li Rubin asked, "Sealed?" "Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry for your stupidity. This Gundam is fine. Why should it be sealed?" Li Jiaming replied, "The main reason is that this Gundam can no longer cope with the current battlefield." Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, thinking that there was something wrong with their ears and they had heard it wrong. This Gundam was photographed by many international media reporters and performed very well on the battlefield. The Gundam that performed so well was said by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming that it was unable to cope with the current battlefield. This is also called being unable to cope with the current battlefield. Wouldn't the MS of many countries' armies have to be thrown into the trash can or directly into the scrapyard? There is a thought in everyone's mind. The Tianyi mercenary group is really a prodigal, such an excellent MS said to seal it up. The ministers of the two countries thought in their hearts, "You don't want to keep such a Gundam. You might as well give it to your country. This is a MS that is very valuable for research for your country." The ministers of the two countries thought so, but it was impossible to ask Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming so straightforwardly. At this moment, the beautiful reporter from National Radio raised her hand and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, how many Gundams have been sealed up by the mercenary regiment? Can you take us to see the sealed Gundams?" Everyone really wanted to see how many Gundams the Tianyi mercenary group had sealed up. "Okay, this way please." Everyone followed Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to the Gundam storage room. In the storage room, there are Yuanzhu Gundam and Yuanzhu Series number 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 Gundam, Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, Goddess of Judgment Gundam, Goddess of Star Water Goddess Gundam, and Moon Goddess Gundam that just entered storage. 10 Gundams were sealed away. Xu Tailong looked at the Yuanzhu Gundam and looked at the Yuanzhu Gundam up close. The viewers who watched the live broadcast were very excited. This is because they watched all the archived Gundams through the screen. Amaterasu, the mysterious organization of the Dongyang Empire, all the high-level officials looked at the sealed Gundam. These high-level personnel seemed to be envious and jealous. They secretly developed the latest Black Wisdom MS. After their simulation evaluation, the performance is only superior to the Yuanzhu series. Those Goddess series Gundams, The Black Wisdom MS is the enhancement function, which may be all it is not as good as the Goddess series Gundam in the triple red state. Unexpectedly, the Tianyi mercenary group would directly seal up such an excellent Goddess series Gundam, and these high-level officials scolded the Tianyi mercenary group as a prodigal bastard. If the ministers of the two empires were not out of etiquette, they would like to discuss with Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to transfer the sealed Gundam to their own countries, and they can negotiate on any terms. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming was like a tour guide for a tour group, explaining the sealed Gundam to everyone at the scene. The expressions of the accompanying scientists at the scene were as if they had been slapped in the face. Looking at the sealed Gundam, every scientist suffered an incomparable blow to their hearts. Among the scientists brought by the two ministers of the Hanxia Empire was Lin Ruida. In addition to relying on his family relationship, Lin Ruida also relied on his ability to become a member of the accompanying scientists. The purpose is to meet the object he has always wanted to surpass, Long Fei. At this moment, Lin Ruida looked at the sealed Gundam and felt extremely shocked in his heart. He has been studying and researching hard just to defeat Long Fei one day. However, from Li Jiaming's mouth, all the Gundams were designed and developed by Long Fei alone, even including their active battleships, individual weapons, drones, etc. Most of them were developed by Long Fei alone. Lin Ruida suddenly felt dizzy. The Yuelu mobile suit he developed for his family company had to rely on the help of a team to develop it successfully. Long Fei, who always wanted to surpass, could design and develop it by himself without any team. A thought flashed in Lin Ruida's mind, wondering if he was too far behind Long Fei. Are the two not on the same level? Soon, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming took other people to watch elsewhere. At this time, everyone watched from a distance as a fighter plane emitted cyan particles and quickly flew out of the mother base from the runway. The beautiful reporter from Weiyang Radio raised her hand. Li Jiaming asked with a smile, "Miss Reporter, what do you want to ask? As far as I know, your mercenary group did not use fighter planes to fight. Why do you need to develop fighter planes?" "This is not a fighter plane. This is a Gundam, our latest Gundam, with the ability to transform." Then, Li Jiaming always took everyone to the command room to let everyone see how powerful the newly developed Gundam is. The newly tested Gundam is the Lord Angel Gundam. At this moment, it is tested in the form of a fighter plane, testing, evading, sailing speed, and so on. Then, the fighter plane transforms into MS form. Shu Qianxue whispered in Grandpa's ear, "Grandpa, the pilot who tested this Gundam, I think it's Long Fei." "You sure?" "There is a high probability that it is him. He has stayed here before, and he has heard from the staff here that most of the Gundams developed will be tested by Long Fei himself." Shu Tailong nodded. After the test, Li Jiaming took everyone out of the command room. Media reporters took remote shots of the Lord Angel Gundam returning to the mother base. When the main Angel's cockpit opened and the driver stepped out, and the driver took off his helmet, the two beautiful reporters exclaimed, "It's Long Fei." At this moment, the ministers and everyone of the two countries paid attention to Long Fei. Li Rubin said to Li Jiaming, "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, I wonder if I can arrange a meeting with your boss. This boss has never been good at communication, and usually the communication is left to us employees." Oh, after testing the Lord Angel Gundam, Long Fei took the drink from Tao Xiang, drank a few sips, and asked Tao Xiang, "Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry. I'm going to have dinner with you." "Then let's go together." When Li Jiaming was about to take everyone to the next location, Shu Qianxue saw Long Fei and Tao Xiang on their way to the cafeteria, and Shu Qianxue immediately told her grandfather. At this time, Shu Tailong said to Li Jiaming, "Commander Li, after walking so much and introducing so much, I think everyone is hungry. Why don't we go eat and talk first? What do you think?" Li Jiaming patted his forehead with a smile at this time and said, "Look, I forgot about this. I will arrange it immediately." Shu Tailong smiled and said, "It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Why don't you take us to the canteen of the mother base to eat? I want to taste the food at the mother base of your group." Except for a few other ministers at the scene, the others felt confused. Generally speaking, when many imperial ministers visited, the host family would arrange a more prestigious place to entertain the imperial ministers for dinner. When the other three ministers heard Shu Tielong's words, their heads flashed, thinking that Long Fei might be eating in the cafeteria. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming also saw Xu Tielong's purpose, but he couldn't refuse in person. He brushed his face and said with a smile, "Then I welcome the minister to come to our cafeteria to taste our food." Commander Li Jiaming took everyone to the cafeteria. It was almost past lunchtime at this time, but the cafeteria always prepares food 24 hours a day. The main reason is that the mother base has always been operating 24 hours a day, and the general staff will be divided into 3 shifts in the morning, middle, and evening, and the cooking team in charge of the canteen will also be divided into 3 shifts in the morning, middle, and evening, responsible for 24-hour uninterrupted food. Let all employees have something to eat at all times. When Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming led everyone into the cafeteria, he happened to see the boss eating with Tao Xiang. Li Jiaming looked a little embarrassed. The 4 ministers and media reporters from the 2 empires immediately walked towards Long Fei. Long Fei, who was eating, found that the 4 imperial ministers and media reporters were coming towards him, and Long Fei couldn't help frowning. "Boss Long Fei, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Out of politeness, Long Fei could only stand up and shake hands with the 4 ministers. When some Tianyi mercenaries responsible for protecting Long Fei's safety were about to drive away the surrounding reporters, Long Fei raised his hand to stop him. The audience watching the live broadcast looked at Long Fei's appearance on the screen, and every audience had the same thought. That was, they thought Long Fei was so young that it was unbelievable that a single person had developed a bunch of amazing things. Amazing technology. I didn't expect Boss Long Fei to eat in the cafeteria. Xu Tailong said, pretending to be surprised. "The cafeteria is the place to eat. I come to the cafeteria to eat. Where should I eat?" Li Rubin chuckled and said with a smile, "I thought that Boss Long Fei's family is so rich that a capitalist with incomparable wealth would have his own chef to cook for you. I didn't expect Boss Long Fei to eat the same food as his employees. I don't like to eat delicacies. I prefer to eat the same food as my employees. Boss Long Fei is approachable and has no airs." Thomas praised with a smile. "Are the 4 ministers here for dinner?" "It is indeed for dinner." "Then I hope a minister can get used to our food." After Long Fei finished speaking, he sat down and continued to eat. The eyes of the 4 ministers flew past each other quickly, and the 4 ministers also smiled, nodded, and went to get the food. The minister also found that there are also some working robots, recently developed, in the canteen responsible for tidying up as well as cleaning. Looking at the meals in the cafeteria, the 4 ministers did not expect that the meals in the cafeteria here are more abundant and have more choices than the meals of their general officials. The team of personnel, scientists, and media reporters brought here did not expect that there are so many options for food at the mother base. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming also said with a smile, "Employees of the Tianyi Group have always had enough food, and they can eat as much as they want, as long as they don't waste it." After the 4 ministers took the food, they purposely sat in front of or next to Long Fei, deliberately talked to Long Fei, and wanted to discuss some matters with him. Long Fei didn't give face directly, and said, "For ministers, I have never been good at communication. Usually, I leave it to the commander-in-chief and my staff to deal with it. If the 4 ministers want to buy some weapons, I can't arrange for my President Sakiki to discuss with the 4 ministers. I'm sorry. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I won't entertain you." After Long Fei finished speaking, he stood up. Tao Xiang also stood up and left the scene with Long Fei, and the Tianyi mercenaries who were in charge of protecting Long Fei also left the cafeteria. The media reporter team at the scene was dumbfounded. If the capitalists and businessmen of their country can meet with the important ministers of the country, they will wake up from their dreams with laughter because maybe a huge contract will land on them. However, Long Fei didn't take it seriously at all and left after eating, directly embarrassing the 4 ministers at the scene. But the 4 ministers were always old-fashioned, and they quickly corrected their attitudes about such things, and then pretended nothing happened to follow Li Jiaming talked and laughed. Lin Rueda sneaked out of the cafeteria while everyone was not paying attention. Long Fei and Tao Xiang happened to meet Li Xiuqing, and the 3 of them were chatting, when suddenly, "Excuse me." The 3 of them followed the sound, and saw that Lin Rueda walked straight towards Long Fei, but was stopped by Tianyi mercenaries who were in charge of protecting Long Fei. Li Xiuqing felt a little familiar. Long Fei thought he had seen him somewhere, but couldn't remember. Tao Xiang thought he might be looking for Long Fei. Long Fei raised his hand to let the guards let him go. Lin Ruidao walked up to Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, long time no see." Long Fei tilted his head and asked, "Have we met?" The corners of Lin Ruidao's eyes kept twitching, and he said, "During high school and college, I participated in the mechanical competition with you as your opponent." Long Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Ruidao. He had indeed seen the man in front of him, but he just didn't have any impression. He had participated in the mechanical competition since junior high school. As for the competitors, no one was worthy of him. Leave an impression. No matter if it was a score event or a battle, even the second place's score was too far behind him, and no one in the mechanical battle survived 30 seconds in his hands. The person in front of him might be one of his opponents at that time, but it's a pity that his strength didn't make Long Fei worth noting. Li Xiuqing remembered it at this time, and said to Long Fei, "Old Fei, I remembered that I have participated with you in early 6 years in high school, and every mechanical competition, whether it is in the state or in the country, aren't you all participating together? Indeed, I am in charge of designing and manufacturing the machine, and you are in charge of driving it. That's it. The person in front of you is a participant in high school. He is in charge of design and manufacturing just like you. Every time he and his team play, they lose to us every time. He and his team's best results just take the runner-up. Of course, as long as they don't meet us in the game before the final, they can basically pass the test, but once they meet us, he and his team will lose." Hearing what Li Xiuqing said, Long Fei raised his head and thought for a while. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Li Xiuqing continued, "I didn't know about it when I was in college, because I joined the army after graduating from high school." Long Fei remembered the mechanical competition he participated in when he was in college. Sometimes he did it alone, and sometimes the third princess joined in. Zhao Xinlin wanted to join, but he directly refused, because Zhao Xinlin was very stupid in operating the machine. However, Lin Ruidao really had no impression. At this time, when the media team of Weiyang radio station walked out of the cafeteria to shoot, the media reporters saw this scene and quickly asked the photographer to take remote shooting and remote radio. Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing and said, "I really have no impression." Tao Xiang looked at her man, then looked at Lin Ruidao, then looked back at her man and said in her heart, "I don't remember what you said. It seems to hurt this man's self-esteem." Lin Ruidao clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger, pointed at Long Fei and roared, "Long, do you look down on me that much?" Long Fei and Li Xiuqing were startled. Long Fei frowned and looked at Lin Ruidao and said, "I don't even know you. Why do I look down on you? Besides, I really don't have any impression of you. I'm your strongest opponent." Lin Ruidao still pointed at Long Fei and shouted. The live broadcast of Weiyang Radio, the audience who watched this scene became interested. It seems that the two scientists have fought against each other, but one of them has no impression. The strongest opponent? I don't have this impression. There is no match. No opponent can last for 30 seconds. It is the game score item. Also, no opponent's score is within 100 points of my score. If there is, I must remember, I will ask you, since you have played with me, can you tell me which one of you can last 30 seconds in my hands, or within 100 points of my score? With Long Fei's rhetorical question, Lin Ruidao felt extremely shocked and cold, and then looked at Long Fei's unimpressive eyes. Lin Ruidao felt as if he was being ignored, like a high looking down on ordinary people. Lin Ruidao felt that Long Fei treated him with such an attitude, more like telling him that an opponent like you is not worthy of my attention. It's not worth my attention to you. Then Li Xiuqing made up the knife and said, "If you want to say that you are the strongest opponent, at least you have to perform much better than other opponents. Otherwise, who knows, say that I am your strongest opponent, thinking that this will attract Lao Fei. Attention, you will only make Lao Fei think you are a clown." Lin Ruidao felt that her self-esteem was insulted, her face was flushed with anger, and the top of her head was about to smoke. "My surname is Long. You look down on me today, and I will make you look up to me someday, and let you feel the feeling of being looked down upon by others." Taste. Lin Ruidao turned and left angrily. Long Fei looked at it in a daze. He really had no impression. Tao Xiang asked Long Fei, "Why do you speak so tactfully?" What is tactful and not tactful? I really have no impression. I was suddenly yelled at by people and told by people I don't know that I looked down on him. It made me confused. I really don't know what happened. Long when Fei said that, his expression was really aggrieved. Tao Xiang, you really can't blame Lao Fei for not being tactful. Lao Fei has participated in mechanical competitions since junior high school. In the competition from junior high school to high school, none of the opponents could last for 30 seconds, and some of them couldn't last for 1 second, and they were defeated by the machine designed and manufactured by Lao Fei. Listening to Li Xiuqing's explanation, Tao Xiang also felt that she really couldn't blame Long Fei. It was really because the opponent didn't live up to the expectations, and the lack of results could attract Long Fei's attention. So she couldn't blame Long Fei for not being impressed. On the other hand, during the live broadcast, Wei Yang's reporter had already caught all the audience's eyes on the situation just now, and some people even picked up the mechanical competition mentioned in the conversation between the two. It is true that Lin Rueda has participated in mechanical competitions from high school to university, and he has played against Long Fei in every competition. Lin Rueda is indeed the same as other contestants, and he did not fight Long Fei for more than 30 seconds, which could not arouse his excitement. Notice, some netizens picked up the awards ceremony for every competition that Long Fei participated in. From junior high school to university, as long as there was a mechanical competition that Long Fei participated in, his partners would smile brightly and hold up the championship trophy. On the contrary, Long Fei did not take it for granted. Expression. On the contrary, no matter whether Lin Rueda won the runner-up, the third runner-up, or did not get the ranking, whether it was a photo or a video, Lin Rueda looked at Long Fei with a very angry expression. Some netizens commented that every mechanical competition that Long Fei participated in was a dimensionality reduction attack. Xu Tailong and Li Rubin received a report from a special agent placed in the reporter team and informed the cause of the conflict between Lin Rueda and Long Fei. The two ministers also felt that the son of the Lin family was indeed excellent, but compared with Long Fei, he was just one dimension behind. It is certain that Long Fei has no impression of him. If Lin Rueda has a talent close to that of Long Fei, it will indeed attract Long Fei's attention, but it is a pity that Lin Rueda does not have this ability. Then, after everyone had a full meal, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming took everyone on a spaceship to visit the environment where the meteorite was modified. Lin Rueda was also one of the members who went to visit. One day's itinerary is simply not enough to visit those modified meteorites. Some meteorites have been transformed into equipment and technology that have the environment of the Earth, which made everyone dumbfounded. Even the audience watching the live broadcast were amazed that the advanced technology of Tianyi Group was beyond imagination. Except for Xu Qianxue, no one else was shocked. Expression. The beautiful reporters from the two media stations found some factories or farms. Some of the employees were exiled refugees. Two beautiful reporters asked Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming how to deal with the identities of these subjugated refugees. Li Jiaming spread his hands and said, "It depends on which country is willing to give them an ID card." The Weiyang beauty reporter asked, "What about the salaries of these subjugated refugees? Is it as low as other refugees' salaries?" "Right. Aren't you afraid that the so-called democratic countries and human rights organizations will criticize you for the so-called human rights? Oh, then let these democratic countries or human rights organizations accept these subjugated refugees and give them to take care of themselves." Most of the four ministers and their entourage, including the audience watching the live broadcast, were sneering in their hearts. Li Jiaming, what the commander-in-chief just said, secretly stepped on the feet of those democratic countries and human rights organizations, because every time these countries and organizations said want human rights, let him run faster than anyone else when helping others. Then, Li Jiaming said, "Those who talk about human rights, 9 out of 10 are Madonna whores." Holy Mother whore? A bunch of question marks appeared on the heads of everyone present and the audience. Li Jiaming explained, "The Holy Mother is the kind of person who always stands on the moral high ground, then criticizes others, accuses others, and asks him to do it by himself, either making excuses or running faster than anyone else. The standard of being a to oneself, Using another word invented by my boss to describe this kind of person is called a double standard dog. Holy Mother and double standard dog are words invented by your boss, Commander-in-Chief, Long Fei. It's a vocabulary invented by my boss, and it's very apt to describe. Before long, the Notre Dame watch and the double standard dog became an international term for satirizing democracies and human rights organizations. In the evening, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming arranged for the 4 ministers and the entire entourage to live. The place where I arranged to live has pleasant scenery, with waterfalls and streams and the environment of singing birds and flowers, making people think that they are in a beautiful environment somewhere on the earth. Then the next day, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming took the 4 ministers and all the staff to the meteorite manufacturing plant for steel and steel ball workboats. The 4 ministers and all the staff were amazed that the steel ball and steel ball workboat manufacturing factory was fully automated. Except for some details that required manual work, basically more than 90% of the work was completed by equipment, instruments, and manufacturing systems. The finished steel will automatically go to the steel ball working boat that has been built. Then a black hello, flapping its ears, said hello hello as it hopped to the steel ball workboat. The Weiyang Beauty reporter pointed to the black hello and asked, "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, what is this?" "Oh, this is called Hello. It is a working robot developed by our boss. He will control the steel ball workboat, and then he will assign the steel to perform the work." The Weiyang Beauty reporter then asked, "Is the steel ball working boat completely executed by Harrow? Is the steel ball completely given by Harrow? Is there no one to operate it?" Steel and steel ball workboats can be operated by people, and generally there will be Harrow to perform the work. Then it was the turn of the beautiful reporter from Guayin to ask, "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, many people would like to know why your group made steel and steel ball workboats to go to those battlefields to collect the wreckage of warships and mobile suits left behind. Your question, I will take you to the next meteorite factory later, and you will understand." Everyone came to the factory of the decomposition and reduction metal furnace and watched the metal debris being decomposed and reduced into various original raw materials by the decomposition and reduction metal furnace. In the process of decomposition and reduction, all the chemicals are reduced, and then the working robot is responsible for recycling, and then the staff distinguishes them. All the accompanying scientists at the scene exclaimed, "What kind of black technology is this?" The metals that are reduced to raw materials are then sent to the automatic transport machine by the staff to arrange the working robot, and then sent to the factory of the mother base or the meteorite factory by the automatic transport machine. Xu Tailong asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what is the quality of the raw materials you restored?" The Commander-in-Chief arranged for the staff to use instruments to test the restored materials. The test results were as good as those of the original ingredients. The 4 ministers could no longer maintain their restraint and immediately asked the Commander-in-Chief if the restored raw materials were available for sale. "We are currently considering this, but our factory operates and restores the raw materials. We are in short supply. The factory's 6 decomposition and reduction metal furnaces are operating at full capacity without interruption, which can't solve the amount we need. Now we are transforming a few. The meteorite is to solve the urgent needs of the moment." Li Rubin immediately said, "Commander-in-Chief, I have a proposal. That is, your group can set up factories in our country and all the leftover warships and MS wrecks in the country, including scrap iron and scrap metal yards and garbage dumps, etc., all belong to our government management. Your group can take it away for free for decomposition and reduction. The condition is that 50% of the metals restored by your group's factories in the country must be sold to the state-owned enterprises in the country first." The 2 ministers, Thomas and Ralph Lauren, also made proposals, and the conditions they offered were exactly the same as those of Li Rubin. Why did these ministers have such a proposal and even made such a condition? The main reason is that the 2 allied forces are still in a state of preparation for war. Many things have increased inflation, and the rise in metal raw materials has been ridiculous. The current prices of various metals are at least twice as high as those before the World War II. Many capitalists have made a lot of money, counting banknotes and holding banquets to celebrate every day. They just take advantage of this time to raise the price of metals and sell them. The capitalists have made money, but the burden on the country has increased. Although non-democratic countries are not capitalist and can suppress these prices domestically, they will scare away many capitalists in the country and go to other capitalist countries to take the opportunity to join hands with the original capitalists to speculate on these metal prices internationally. However, if a large number of long-phase decomposition and reduction metal furnaces are put into the market, the prices of various metals that have been pushed up will fall, and the burden on the country to purchase these metals will be reduced. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming was confused at this time. I have to tell my boss about this, because I can't make the decision on this matter. Yes, X4. On the other hand, many capitalists watching the live broadcast saw the function of the decomposition and reduction metal furnace, and many capitalists were so angry that they smashed their things at home. Because the decomposition and reduction of metal furnaces will affect their interests, the capitalists of the Democratic Alliance Army are beginning to encourage the members of Congress they support to immediately convene Congress in an emergency and immediately pass the next war in Congress. Ordering the military to be in the home base of Tianyi Group was laid down in a short time. The decomposition and reduction metal furnace cannot be exclusive to Long Fei. It must be snatched, and it will be destroyed if it cannot be snatched. When Long Fei received Li Jiaming's report, Long Fei felt that the proposals and conditions of the ministers of the two empires were acceptable. However, Tianyi Group has to set up another company, and has to find someone to manage this company. The technology of decomposition and reduction metal furnace is too advanced, and Long Fei is also worried that if it is handed over to an outsider to manage the company, the technology in it will be leaked accidentally. Wouldn't it be time to cry and collapse in the toilet? Long Fei decided to take out the mobile suit that he hadn't used for many years, and turned on the mobile suit to contact his eldest sister. Xianxian Group's parent company building. Solanum Nigrum is looking at the group's parent base of the younger brother, who is broadcasting live on Weiyang Media Radio. Solanum Nigrum was amazed by the live broadcast in the past 2 days. My brother has developed so many advanced technologies by himself. The younger brother has been drawing those things since he was a child, and the whole family thought that the younger brother was his own fantasy. Unexpectedly, the younger brother has turned these things into reality. Suddenly the phone rang, and Solanum Nigrum took a look and frowned. Unexpectedly, it was her younger brother who contacted her. Solanum Nigrum pressed the connect button. Sister. Solanum Nigrumi heard the voice of her younger brother whom she had not heard for many years. How are you recently? Did you eat well? Solanum Nigrum asked her younger brother with concern. Everything is fine. Don't worry, eldest sister. Call her. I have something to discuss with you. What's up? You should be watching the live broadcast. You should know the decomposition and reduction metal furnace. Solanum Nigrum made inferences and immediately understood the purpose of her brother calling her. Your Tianyi Group is going to open a company to decompose and restore those metals. The technology of decomposing and reducing metal furnaces is too advanced. You are afraid that the management technology will be leaked to outsiders. Let Xiaoxian or Xiaowen help you take care of it. Yes, it's enough for the second sister or the third sister to come. All the trustworthy people in my hands have been placed in important positions. I don't really trust the talents I have in hand. After thinking about it, except apart from my sisters, I really can't find anyone I can trust. Solanum Nigrum understands that such an important advanced technology, if it were her, she could only find a trusted relative to take care of it for her. Then I will ask Xiaoxian to prepare. After the company is established, you will arrange for your second sister to manage it. Long Fei didn't expect that the eldest sister would ask the prudent second sister to help him. Thank you, sister. When will you show me your siblings? After this battle is officially over, it may not be long before I come back. Originally, after you graduated from university, I wanted to bring you to the Xianxian group left behind by your parents and cultivate you as the heir of the group. I didn't expect you to run away from home suddenly. In just a few years, you took the Tianyi group established by myself has developed a group that is many times larger than the Xianxian group, and my parents must be very pleased if they have spirits in the sky. Long Fei couldn't help feeling sad when he heard his parents' expressions. In this life, he felt the love of his parents and 3 older sisters. Sister, I ran away from home because I actually wanted to manufacture my things. But I know one thing. If I stay in the group left by my parents, those old business families, including the government, will definitely try their best to get me take those things away. Solanum Nigrum understands that it cooperates with the Tianyi software chip company under the younger brother's Tianyi group. The engineers and designers of its own group say that the technology of the younger brother's company is at least 20 years ahead of the current world. If the younger brother really stays in the Xianxian group, the younger brother's personal freedom will also be restricted, and he will be under the surveillance and protection of the state. By the way, big sister, do Long Dinkuan and the others still trouble you? They don't dare now, and they even asked me to advise you not to deal with the Long family. Long Dinkuan even sent his aunt to intercede and begged you to help the Long family. Oomph, how he humiliated my mother back then. I will always remember that scene. Didn't he come to the house in person 2 days ago and kowtow to you and beg for mercy? Solanum Nigrum's eyes widened, and the younger brother knew about it. Eldest sister, don't be surprised. In fact, I have sent someone to secretly protect your safety. Understood. I know you are afraid that someone will catch us and threaten you. Speaking of which, Long Dinkuan brought your aunt to our house. As you know, he kowtowed to our 3 sisters to apologize and beg for mercy. What about aunt? Did aunt intercede? Well, no matter how you say it, my aunt is still a daughter. Of course, she has to intercede with us for her father and ask us to advise you. Even if you don't help the Long family, please don't hurt the Long family. Elder sister, what do you, second sister, and third sister think? I really hate Long Dinkuan. Although he is our grandfather, I really hate him. Seeing him begging for mercy these past 2 days, the resentment he has suffered for many years is finally a bit it's good. But it's too cheap to let him go like this. But it's a little embarrassing when I think of my aunt who is so good to us. Sister, just say a word. If you really want to let the Long family go for the sake of your aunt, you can just say it. I can leave the Long family for the sake of you and my aunt. But the premise is that they must not touch a single hair of the person I value. Otherwise, I will destroy the Long family. Solanum Nigrum thought for a while and said, for aunt's sake, Xiaofei, don't embarrass the Long family too much. Sister, I will teach them a lesson for the Long family, and I will not help the Long family. I will tell my aunt for me, and let her pass my words to Long Dinkuan. I will settle the debt with him, and let him he's mentally prepared. Okay, I get it. The siblings then chatted about some household matters on the phone before hanging up. Solanum Nigrum stretched its waist. Since it cooperated with some companies of the younger brother, in fact, in many industries, as long as it competes with the companies of the Long family, basically no matter it is price, quality, etc., the companies of the Long family are completely inferior. Basically, the Long family's company lost countless astronomical benefits. At the beginning, the Long family's subordinate company first used some unfair business competition methods to engage in the Xianxian group. This was not only slapped in the face by the evidence collected by Solanum Nigrum, but also used the media to criticize and publicize the unfair business competition practices of the companies under the Long family. This has gradually reduced the market share of Longjia-related industries. Long Fei was in his room, watching the report from his intelligence network. Long Fei reached out and rubbed his forehead. He said to himself, it seems that the war is about to start again. Tao Xiang just came out of the bathroom, wearing this camisole and shorts. Tao Xiang usually dresses conservatively. At most, she only shows above her neck, her hands, and below her knees, and she never likes to wear clothes. Dressing like this in Long Fei's room was not because Tao Xiang suddenly became open, except that it was night and she was about to go to bed. Another point was in Tao Xiang's heart that only her man, Long Fei, could see and touch her body. Tao Xiang walked behind Long Fei, stretched out her hands, and rubbed Long Fei's temples. I just heard you say that the war is about to start. Are you not ready? It's been prepared for a long time, but it's a pity that the soldiers of the Democratic Alliance Army are really pitiful. They can only become poor worms for the interests of those greedy capitalists. Those capitalists use the MPs they raise to prepare to start a war. Tao Xiang didn't speak. Since waking up in the same cryogenic cabin, seeing what happened in the world, plus what she saw and experienced with her own eyes, all the people at the bottom were used by the people at the top, and for their benefit. Victim. Tao Xiang doesn't want to say anything about this kind of thing anymore. It's not that she has become ruthless, but that she really can't do anything about this kind of thing. Now she only thinks about her man. She and her sister have to live come down. If someone wants to hurt her, or the person she values, she will kill without hesitation, because she and the person she values must live. This is White Crow number 5. Can you hear White Crow number 7? The driver of the Magic Wind MS was calling his companions, and the only response was a blind voice. Damn it! What's going on at the border of the kingdom of Mekong? There is communication interference here. There are no jammers here. So how could such a thing happen? The driver complained. Not only from the Democratic Allied Forces want to know what's going on, but even the Imperial Allied Forces want to know what's going on. In the war between the two parties more than a month ago, the battle on the Nikon Kingdom was definitely settled by the Wing Gundam. Except for the Ruishan Kingdom and other battlefields, such things did not happen. Although the battle in the Ruishan Kingdom was fierce, both sides put in equal forces to fight. When the fleet of Tianyi mercenary group came to the battlefield, the battle between the two sides was almost on the verge of losing both sides. In this battle, the Tianyi mercenary group did not suffer much loss. In the Battle of the Kingdom of Mekong, the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group entered the battlefield shortly after the two allied armies started fighting. It can be said to be a battle with heavy damage. The engine device of the GM-2 uses the Minovsky super-energy thermonuclear reactor, although Longfei uses the Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor with other technologies, and the improved nuclear energy technology is even better. During the battle, although the Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor engine is hit and will not trigger a nuclear explosion, the Minov's particles will still remain in place. When the local Minov's particles reach a certain concentration, they will still cause communication interference and other problems. Both coalition forces probed each other along the dividing line. The driver of White Crow number 5 is now driving the Phantom Wind MS and has come to a wreckage area. The same wingman White Crow number 7 was found, but the same wingman had turned into a pile of wreckage at this moment. What's going on? Could it be that the Imperial Allied forces have infiltrated here? The pilot of White Crow number 5 felt something was wrong and immediately contacted the headquarters, but there was a blind voice. Damn it! The driver patted his thigh in annoyance. This area could not receive and transmit communications at all. The Magic Wind MS fled back to the headquarters immediately. Suddenly, a warning signal came from the cockpit before White Crow 5 could react. An electromagnetic bomb penetrated the cockpit in an instant, and White Crow number 5 died without knowing what happened. A GM 2 milliseconds painted with black spray paint and covered with black camouflage canvas. In the environment of the universe, it is difficult to detect with the naked eye, and it is also difficult to detect with light energy, heat, and other devices. Hiding in a frigate inside the wreckage, there is a huge electromagnetic sniper rifle in front of it, and there is a bracket under the barrel. The driver pushed away the scope, twisted his neck, and lifted the helmet cover of the Spartan uniform, revealing the face of an Oriental man named Song Guowei, who is in his early 40s this year, and looks like a young man in his 20s. Song Guowei was originally a retired mobile suit driver of the Hanxia Empire. He came to the colonial circle more than a year ago to join other mercenary groups. Later, after watching the Tianyi mercenary group defeat the Yoda Democratic Republic on the live news, Song Guowei decided to resign from the original mercenary group. Later, he applied for a job at the sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. With years of driving and combat experience, he was later transferred to the parent base. Now he is a member of MS Shadow Kill Special Forces. The MS that he just killed was his third MS today. He and his troops had ambushed in this area 3 days ago, sniping the Democratic Alliance Army, who came to investigate. In addition, today he killed a total of 16 MSs of the Democratic Alliance Army. If he was still serving in the Hanxia Imperial Army, with such a result in 3 days, he would definitely get the medal of MS Ace Driver. But such achievements can be found everywhere in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Whether serving in the Hanxia Empire or in the previous mercenary regiment, the military rank is lieutenant. In the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, he was only a first-class special officer. Drinking water with a space drink cup, at this time a companion communicated with him. Old Song. The superior has sent us another news that the Democratic Alliance Army has dispatched troops again. Song Guowei turned his head and said, "Come and do as much as you want. Minov's particles are so strong that they will affect those communication devices, but we are not afraid of superconducting communication at all here, and we can communicate with each other with peace of mind." In addition to coming to search for the White Crow team, the 12 Phantom MS also had another purpose to search for the Steel Ball workboat. According to the intelligence received by the Superior, a Steel Ball working ship appeared at the position of the White Crow team that had just disappeared. The DF drew great attention to the Steel Ball workboats. They are very curious. A small Hello Ball machine can control a working boat, and then let more than 10 steel perform tasks. The generals and staff officers of the Democratic Alliance Army were very curious. What kind of software was used to have such advanced working capabilities? To this end, send a team. In addition to looking for the missing troops, by the way, once the Steel Ball workboat is found, it will be arrested immediately. The main target of arrest is Black Harrow. Song Weigwa reactivated the helmet cover of the Spartan uniform, and then used the scope to observe and snipe at any time. The search team is also unable to communicate. Even if the channel is adjusted, the result is the same. Song Weigwa's colleagues took the lead in attacking. Killing a Phantom MS with one shot immediately caused the search team to panic. Song Weigwa also locked on a target, pressed the button, and killed the target directly with a single shot. Then other colleagues fired one after another. In the first wave of sniping, 7 Phantom Wind MSs were killed, and the remaining 5 Phantom Wind MSs could be scattered and hid in the wreckage, using the cover of the wreckage to hide. Then another electromagnetic bomb destroyed a Phantom MS. Song Weigwa immediately contacted his colleagues. Pay attention, the enemy found your position in your shot just now, so change positions quickly. There are 4 Phantom MSs left, one of which rushes to the position of and the other 3 Phantom MSs immediately shoot to cover. It's a pity that the weapons of the Magic Wind MS can't hit the hiding place of the Gym 2 milliseconds at all. The shooting cover of the 3 Phantom MS directly exposed their positions. Song Weigwa and his colleagues pressed the button, and the electromagnetic sniper rifle fired an electromagnetic bullet, which pierced through the wreckage bunker and destroyed the Huanfeng MS. Damn it, the last Phantom Wind has escaped my range. Mine too. You stay where you are, and I'll go after him. After Song Weigwa informed his companions, the Gym 2 he was driving picked up the live ammunition rifle on the ground and rushed to the target. The core module of the Gym 2 handheld electromagnetic sniper rifle driven by The Superior has issued instructions. If the location of the sniper is exposed, the core module of the electromagnetic sniper rifle must be taken away, and the rest must be destroyed. Remembered that there was a Steel Ball working ship nearby, and he made superconducting communication, and he received a response from the Steel Ball working ship. Drove the GM2 to the location of the Steel Ball workboat. Drove the GM2 to the Steel Ball workboat, and other steel were performing work, cutting countless wrecks of warships and mobile suits. Black Harrow 3, which controls the Steel Ball workboat, received Mai's request for support. The 3 steel returned to the Steel Ball workboat and replaced the work tools with weapons. The mechanical arms of the 3 steel also held different weapons for Mai to choose. Mai chooses a rocket launcher and a live ammunition rifle, gives the core components of the electromagnetic sniper rifle to the Steel Ball, and puts it into the Steel Ball workboat. Damn it, the news in this area can't get out, and the companions are probably all killed. The female driver of the Phantom MS was heading towards the target. When she discovered that her companion was killed by a sniper machine, she discovered the direction and source of the bullet, and used MS to strike at her companion hiding in the bunker. Let your companions cover and shoot to chase after the target. The cover of her companion allowed her to escape the range of the sniper. When I came to the sniper's position, I saw only wreckage and some weapon parts that had just been blown up. Damn it, he slipped away. The female driver decided to flee back to the headquarters immediately. When the Huanfeng MS was just sailing, the female pilot felt a sense of crisis coming from her rear and immediately controlled the joystick. Several bullets passed by the Huanfeng MS. I didn't expect him to dodge it. Song Guowei didn't expect that the target he was chasing would be able to dodge his sneak attack. Song Guowei snorted coldly and continued to chase the target. Song Guowei used the sight, and the lock frame changed from cyan to red in an instant. Song Guowei said goodbye, and the live ammunition rifle held by the Gym 2 MS fired bullets. When the bullet was about to hit the Magic Wind MS, the Magic Wind MS directly dodged the bullet with an impossible posture. What? Song Guowei couldn't believe it. locked it again, and launched it again. The result was still the same. When the bullet was about to hit the Magic Wind MS, it was dodged by the Magic Wind MS. For some reason, the female driver of the Huanfeng MS can sense the bullet hitting somewhere behind her every time. Suddenly, the female driver sensed a sense of danger from the front. The Magic Wind MS dodged to the side, and a rocket flew by. The female driver saw another GM2 and 3 steel in front of her, and her mood fell to the bottom. The female driver could only grit her teeth and attack actively. Huanfeng first used the 90mm rifle in his hand to shoot at the GM2 in front of him. Song Wei suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He suddenly felt that the bullet fired by the rifle in the hand of Huanfeng MS could sense the trajectory of the bullet, so he could easily dodge it. The GM2 driven by my easily avoided, and the 3 steel immediately fired rockets from the rocket launchers above. The Phantom MS immediately moved away, and the siren still sounded in the cockpit. The female driver sensed that the GM2, which had been chasing her, was attacking her again. Magic Wind MS can only dodge. Pinch him. No problem. 2 GM2s locked on the Phantom MS to shoot one after another, and the 3 steel knew how to cooperate with cover shooting. The female driver gritted her teeth and drove the Phantom MS to dodge desperately. Fortunately, she knew how to use the wreckage as a cover to avoid being shot down. However, the Huanfeng MS was not intact, and the knee joint of the left leg was broken by the rocket. Although the Magic Wind MS counterattacked, it couldn't hit any of them. The performance of the Phantom MS is not as good as that of the GM2. In the case of fighting alone, as long as the driver's strength difference is not large, the basic Phantom MS is definitely at a disadvantage. The Magic Wind MS has 0 bullets for the 90mm rifle at the moment, so it can only be discarded. It takes out the last weapon, the armor-piercing saber, and can only use the wreckage to hide while running away. A rocket hit the wreckage next to the Huanfeng MS, and the blast wave exposed the Huanfeng MS. The GM2 driven by Song Wei rushed towards the Phantom Wind MS with a beam saber in hand. The Magic Wind MS quickly dodges. A steel ball rushed behind the Huanfeng MS, and a pair of mechanical arms clamped behind the Huanfeng MS. The female pilot watched the GM2 rushing towards her, and the female pilot gritted her teeth and pushed the propulsion of the Magic Wind MS to the highest level to sail upwards. The beam saber of the GM2 only cuts off the feet of the Phantom MS. Although the Magic Wind MS dodged the fatal blow just now, the mechanical arm of the steel ball behind was still firmly grasping the back. Although the propeller was turned to the highest level, the high temperature sprayed out did not make the steel ball let go. To make matters worse, a rocket hit the Huanfeng MS. The female driver pushed the joystick to the farthest side to let the Magic Wind MS move aside. The rocket hit the right arm of the Huanfeng MS, and the arm and body were blown apart. The Huanfeng MS lost control for a while and directly hit the wreckage of a frigate. The powerful impact directly stunned the female pilot in the cockpit. "Where is this? My head hurts." The female driver woke up leisurely and found herself lying on the hospital bed with her right hand still in handcuffs. Seeing the surrounding medical equipment, a futuristic thought flashed through her mind. Looking at the glass mirror in front of him, short shoulder-length hair, a pair of bright eyes, and delicate facial features. After a medical machine scanned the female driver, medical staff were notified. The medical door opened, and a man and a woman came in. The woman was wearing a Tianyi mercenary uniform and a white coat, and the man was wearing a Tianyi mercenary uniform. Judging from the shoulder straps, he was an officer. The medical staff conducts a detailed examination of the female driver. "No problem." Medical staff exit the infirmary. The male mercenary asked, "Name? Which country and army do you belong to? Military rank? Tell me honestly, don't force me to use torture." The female driver said, "According to international law, I have the right not to answer any of your questions except that you must treat the captives well." The male mercenary walked up to the female driver and punched her in the stomach. "Wow!" The female driver screamed and spat out gastric juice in pain, curling up on the bed. The male mercenary said with a cold expression, "I'll say it again. Honestly, the punch just now was a warning." The female driver scolded, "You are not abiding by international law and violating my human rights. I will sue you under international law." The male mercenary didn't talk nonsense and directly punched the female driver on the nose. Wow! The female driver covered her nose with her left hand, and her nostrils were bleeding, and the nosebleeds overflowed from her fingers. Last chance. Tell me honestly. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I will send you to the torture room. Naturally, there will be a bunch of experts who can make you speak. Now answer my question. And by the way, the medical equipment here is also it can detect whether you are lying. And once you are detected to be lying, the experts in the torture room will treat you warmly and ask you to answer questions honestly. The female driver looked at the indifferent expression of the male mercenary in front of her. She knew that the other party was not joking with her. She knew that the other party ignored international law and said that the punishment would be executed. In order not to let herself suffer from flesh and blood, the female driver confessed everything honestly. The name of the female driver is Rebecca Middleton, a soldier of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, a second lieutenant in the Sora Asuka MS team. When the male mercenary asked something, Rebecca answered, and Rebecca told everything she knew. Your Sola Asuka MS team. Besides searching for the missing little foreigner, do you have any purpose? Rebecca thought for a while and decided to answer. There is no other purpose. Beep. The medical instrument made a sound, showing that Rebecca was lying. When the male soldiers were about to call their companions, Rebecca replied in a panic. We have another purpose, which is to search for the steel ball workboat. The task is to capture the black hero who is searching for the steel ball workboat. There was no sound from the medical equipment, and the male mercenary knew that Rebecca was telling the truth. Give you another chance. If you lie again, no matter whether what you say next is the truth or not, I will send you to the torture chamber and let those experts come and have a good talk with you. Rebecca understood that the Tiani mercenary group's medical equipment polygraphs were much more advanced than her country's polygraphs, and their ability to observe details was much more powerful than her country's polygraphs. Rebecca cooperated obediently, telling everything she knew, and saying she didn't know what she didn't know. The male mercenary extracted a lot of information from Rebecca and asked, Why do you know some information? It's mainly because of my family's relationship. The Middleton family still has some strength in the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic of the People's Republic of China military. In addition to doing business with the military, some members of the Middleton family also entered the military for training. Senior vocational. Well, okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Someone will arrange your cell later. Don't worry, no one will torture you. Your cooperation has allowed you to get the corresponding treatment, and you can arrange hot food for 3 meals. Song Guowei wrote the report to his superiors, but was summoned by his superiors soon after. Lieutenant Song, I've read your report, but I don't understand it. You said that the target you were chasing, every time it was about to hit the target's body, she cleverly dodged it. Major Hu Jia raised his tablet said, The content of the tablet is the content of the report sent by Song Guowei. Major, I'm not lying. The truth is, and there are video recordings of the entire battle. If you don't believe me, you can watch the battle video, which can prove what I said. I also watched the recorded battle video, so I want to ask you, you are the person involved, what do you think? How does your goal dodge your attack? Tell me your opinion. This, my subordinates don't know either. The other party seems to have eyes behind their backs. Every time the subordinates lock, aim, and shoot, they are dodged by her. This makes the subordinates not know what's going on. Lieutenant Song, I want to ask you a question. Have you heard of New Humans? New Humans, never heard of it. The captives you and warrant officer my captured may be New Humans. Sir, the subordinates don't understand what the new human beings are, so please explain to me, sir. Well, it's hard for me to tell you. What I know is what I heard in the discussions between the superiors. To put it simply, the new humans are the evolutionary species among us ordinary humans. Ability that humans do not have. Then the prisoner I captured together with warrant officer Mai is a new human being. Does she have any superpowers? I don't know if it's superpowers or not. I've heard that new humans have a very keen sense of crisis, and they will respond quickly when they sense a crisis. Song Weiguo lowered his head and thought, if it was true what the major said, then it would explain why the target he was aiming at could dodge the moment he was about to hit it. Song Weiguo asked, Excuse me, sir, what should I do with the captured female prisoner? Should I send her to the mother base? I have already reported this matter to my superiors. The superiors have just issued an order that the female captives will be sent to the mother base for testing. You and Warrant Officer McCarthy will send the female captives to the mother base. Now you can go back to your room and have a good rest. Get ready to go. Yes, sir. Song Weigwa left the major's office after saluting the army. Rebecca was handcuffed, and the two men behind her were the Jim 2 pilots who captured her. Rebecca looked angrily at the two men behind her. Warrant Officer Mai said disapprovingly, "Don't look at us with such eyes. If you want to blame your country. Whoever told you that you are fine, you want to play our boss's idea." Humph. Rebecca snorted coldly. Looking ahead, the two men behind were murderers who killed countless of her colleagues. If she could, she really wanted to shoot them. At this time, the three came to the hangar, and an airship was parked in front of them. Major Hujia talked with the lieutenant. After the lieutenant and the major handed over their respective tablets to each other for signature, they returned the tablets to each other. The lieutenant led Song Weigwa and the three onto the airship. The airship sailed into another frigate. The frigate arrived at the mother base 2 days later. Rebecca was still handcuffed with both hands and followed the lieutenant that day. Looking at the equipment and weapons in the surrounding mother base, Rebecca felt a little emotional. If these equipment and weapons appeared in a country with an imperial system, a country with a democratic system would be in a very dangerous situation. Rebecca is a supporter of the democratic system. In her mind, the system of one person, one vote is the most advanced and civilized system for mankind. Long Fei, the boss of Tianyi Group, is a member of the imperial system. This kind of person must not be allowed to become an accomplice of the imperial system. Long Fei can only be attributed to the democratic system. Let him support human rights and democracy, otherwise let him become an accomplice of the imperial system. One member will be a disaster for mankind. Rebecca thought so in her heart. Rebecca stopped suddenly, because she saw many Gundams lined up. Each Gundam has a different style, and how extraordinary each Gundam is. Mai directly reached out and pushed Rebecca, who stopped in front of him, and said, "What are you looking at? Don't leave yet." Humph. Rebecca reluctantly followed the lieutenant in front. When they came to a place, they saw many mercenaries queuing up. There were many instruments at the front, and there were 5 seats in total. The Tianyi mercenaries sitting on the tables and chairs wore special hoods, and then the tables and chairs would form sideways, and the mercenaries who were testing would be injected with hypnotic fluid by the staff. The mercenary injected with hypnotic fluid seemed to be conducting a very strange test. After the mercenary has finished the test, after waking up, a 3-dimensional picture will pop up from the instrument next to the seat. In addition to the photo of the 3-dimensional picture test mercenary, there is also a comprehensive evaluation of the new human test results written on the picture. Many people's test results are below D or this symbol dash. The former means that the evaluation qualifications of new humans are low, and the latter means that they have no qualifications for new humans. There will be such a test at the mother base, which was created by Long Fei himself. It belongs to catching ducks on the shelves. In the upcoming battle, Long Fei wants to know how many new human qualifications his mercenary group has. If he has good qualifications, Long Fei wanted to keep it and cultivate it. In the 3-day non-ace mercenary test, most of the comprehensive evaluations were below D or dash, and there were no more than 10 of them who reached the C comprehensive qualification. The lieutenant asked Rebecca to line up. Song Weigwa asked the lieutenant, "Can you arrange for me to have a test?" Mai felt a little curious and interesting and asked for a test as well. "Okay, I'll arrange it." Rebecca's hands were handcuffed, which attracted the attention of other mercenaries who were queuing up. Another captive is being tested on a new human. It's really strange. I heard that a total of 4 captives have been tested in the past 3 days, and the comprehensive aptitude of all new humans has reached evaluation C. It's really strange. On the contrary, in the past 3 days on our side, there have not been more than 10 aptitude evaluation C with new humans. I heard that our boss and his wife Tao Xiang are both new humans. The boss's evaluation has reached A+, and Tao Xiang is an A. I heard that the qualification evaluation is below D, and the boss made some explanations, saying that it may be congenitally deficient, but it can be improved through acquired efforts. Rebecca listened to the conversations of many mercenaries and felt very strange when she heard the word new human. She was sent here for a test. Could it be because the Tianyi mercenary group discovered that she had the ability of a new human? Soon, a mercenary cheered excitedly because the qualification evaluation of the new human being tested reached C. Many colleagues congratulated him. Then a staff member took the mercenary away from the field. I heard that apart from those captives, if our colleagues really have a C-level qualification evaluation, they will arrange some training. I heard that if the training is completed and the evaluation results are good, they will directly arrange to drive the Gundam. It is said that it may be arranged to drive a mass-produced Gundam. But no matter what, being able to pilot a Gundam is the dream body of all our mobile suit pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. If I can drive a Gundam, even if it is a mass-produced Gundam, I will die without regret. Listening to the conversation of these mercenaries, Rebecca frowned and said to herself, "Are those who drive Gundams all so-called new humans?" Rebecca sat on the seat and removed the handcuffs, and the staff injected her with hypnotic fluid. Then, the staff put on a special hood for her, and Rebecca began to fall into a deep sleep with blurred consciousness. Then, she seemed to be in a stardust space, with countless star points surrounding her. Rebecca is in the stardust. She can sense the changes around her, and she even feels that there are many small stones floating around her. She even found that she could control the small stones around her next time, and let the small stones move with her spirit. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of energy coming towards her. Rebecca immediately used her consciousness and spirit to divert her body away from the dangerous energy. But as more and more dangerous energies hit her, she became more and more afraid and nervous at the moment, and she couldn't even control some small stones around her. The nervousness and fear in her heart made her unable to use her consciousness and spirit. Soon, the dangerous energy directly pierced her body full of holes. Finally, the whole person woke up. The staff handcuffed Rebecca's hands. Rebecca stood up and looked at all the projected three-dimensional images. The new human aptitude evaluation was C+. This made many mercenaries look at Rebecca and get a C+ evaluation. Whether it was a Tianyi mercenary or a captive, there were only 3 new humans with a C+ aptitude evaluation plus Rebecca. Rebecca was taken away by the staff, and just as she was about to walk out of the gate, another mercenary cheered not far away, and Rebecca turned her head in response. Rebecca frowned directly, because the one who cheered was Song Guowei, who caught her. Song Weigua's new human qualification evaluation is C. Song Weigua was taken away by the staff. "Hey, female prisoner, I didn't expect the two of us to have similar evaluations." Song Weigua greeted Rebecca happily. Rebecca gave Song Weigua a blank stare. Then, the two were taken in different directions by the staff. Rebecca was taken to the prison cell and saw that many colleagues had a cell for each of them. Rebecca observed the Allied Democratic Forces who were also captives and found that most of them were from different countries, except for a few who were also members of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's United Nations Army. Each cell has a bed, a bathroom-cum-toilet, a wash basin, a table, and a chair. Except for the front door and the bathroom, each cell is only separated by a row of iron pipes on the left and right sides, so that hands can reach into the cell next door. Many prisoners talked with each other. A burly male captive with short black hair next to Rebecca asked, "Hey, newcomer, you were brought here to test the aptitude evaluation of new humans, right?" Rebecca glanced at each other, nodded, and then lowered her head. "What's your aptitude rating?" "Mine is a C-." Rebecca looked up at the other party and replied, "C+." "Oh, you're just like that Matthias guy." Rebecca looked up and asked, "Where is that Matthias?" "It's not here anymore." "Did he get killed?" "No, he directly joined the Tianyi mercenary group." Rebecca was very surprised and asked, "Could it be that he was instigated?" "That's not right. That guy was asked by an officer of the Tianyi mercenary that day who would abandon his original country to serve the Tianyi mercenary regiment. That guy didn't hesitate and directly announced that he would give up his homeland and declare his allegiance to the Tianyi mercenary group, Corps." After hearing this, Rebecca said with a little excitement, "How could he betray his motherland? Wouldn't his family be ashamed if he did this? He even joined this mercenary group that is no different from a terrorist organization, Human Rights Freedom. This guy, is he just giving up like this?" Hey, I said, "Don't be so excited." "How can you not be excited? Thanks to the fact that he was born in a free and democratic country, he turned to the dark. He is a traitor to democracy, freedom, and human rights. I am really ashamed for his family. Okay, don't get excited. He doesn't care about what you said. After all, this guy has no family at all. I have been with him for several years. He was a war orphan since he was a child. He has no relatives. As a soldier, he also just hang out and eat. At this time, the red-haired young man in another cell said, "The Tiani mercenary officer who was in charge of instigating our rebellion told us that if we are willing to abandon our motherland and serve their Tiani mercenary group, as long as we receive training and pass the test, we will be fine. You can drive a Gundam, which is the body that all mobile suit pilots yearn for. That's a symbol of evil." Another blue-haired man in the cell shouted angrily. The red-haired man shrugged and said nothing. Although Rebecca is a supporter of democracy, freedom, and human rights, she also knows that if she is captured and a bunch of torture instruments are placed in front of her eyes, she will have to beg for mercy. Gundam, as far as she is concerned, regardless of where it came from, in terms of performance, this is a MS that surpasses this generation. MS drivers in all countries yearn for MS, and she has fantasized about wanting to drive a Gundam. The black-haired man continued, "Matthias, this guy, I don't want to talk about him. He was bullied by many people in the army. He had no friends. He was robbed by others even if he reported to his superiors. In the end, it didn't matter. It's not so much that he was instigated. It's better to say that he has no hope for the country." Rebecca fell silent. What happened to people like Matthias, and there are many such things in her national army, which discouraged many people who enthusiastically joined the army and directly proposed to resign and retire. No? To join the mercenary group is to join a criminal organization, and many people are not willing to obey the call of the country to return to the team. Soon, the door of the prisoner's cell was opened, and a robotic food truck delivered each serving of food to the door of the cell. Rebecca looked at the tray. Unexpectedly, there was a plate of steak, a plate of noodles, a small bowl of fruit, a pot of milk tea, and a large bottle of boiled water on the tray. The black-haired man next door said to Rebecca, "That big bottle of boiled water, if you finish drinking it, remember to put it on the food delivery port on the door. Every meal is delivered to the food truck by machine. If you don't put the empty bottle at the food delivery port, the robot delivery truck thinks you haven't finished drinking the water, so he won't give you a new bottle of water." "Thank you for letting me know." Rebecca watched the other people eating with great relish. Could it be that the food here is delicious? Although I admit in my heart that the food for the prisoners is much better than that of the country, and it is not even inferior to the food for the soldiers of the country. Rebecca ate the prisoner's meal, which was better than the meal of the army of her own country. Soon, after everyone finished eating, Rebecca followed the actions of the others and put the empty plates on the tray and put them in the delivery port. The people who were full were either chatting, lying on the bed and waiting for the next meal, or doing some after-dinner gymnastics. On the other side, after Song Weigwa said goodbye to Mai, he joined the new human training program. The training program is planned by Long Fei, and the training is carried out by a group of 7 people. The 7 people are responsible for physical training, and the relevant training for new humans is tested and evaluated by the machine developed by Long Fei. If time permits, Long Fei also wants to carry out some more in-depth physical strengthening and train a training group responsible for training new humans. However, the war between the 2 allied armies is about to come, and Long Fei really doesn't have much time to do these things. Now, many projects are just rushing the ducks to the shelves or just paying the Buddha's feet temporarily. The training programs for new humans can only use relatively stable drug strengthening agents for physical strengthening. Long Fei almost used it for 2 days a day, and he didn't sleep more than 6 hours a day. This made Tao Xiang worry about Long Fei every day, worried that Long Fei's body would be exhausted. What she could do was to help Long Fei share the work, try to share it as much as possible, and reduce Long Fei's pressure and workload. Rebecca has been at home base for over a week. Some Allied soldiers who were also captives have already accepted the allegiance of instigating rebellion and joined the Tiani mercenary group. Why are these alliance funds being instigated? Because yesterday, all the captives were brought to a venue. Rebecca saw Song Weigwa and other Tiani mercenaries with C-level new human comprehensive qualifications. First, arrange for 2 parties to conduct a MS simulation battle. As a result, the Tiani mercenaries won all, and they all lost. Then, Another fight. In the end, the Tiani mercenaries won all and killed them all in an instant. In the end, the Tiani mercenary officer who instigated the rebellion said to them all, "You want to know why you are both new humans? Even though your overall aptitude is similar, why did you fail miserably?" Everyone on Rebecca's side was silent. They also wanted to know why they failed miserably, but no one was willing to ask. "I can see that you really want to know, but you're too embarrassed to ask. It's okay. Let me tell you. We have a professional training program for new humans, coupled with the enhanced medicine we specially developed for new humans. This week's short-term training. It not only improves their original physical fitness, but also their ability to know how to use the new humans. After receiving a period of training, they will definitely improve the comprehensive qualifications of the new humans." Everyone on Rebecca's side looked at the companion next to each other. Everyone's expression was very surprised. They didn't expect that when they heard the term new human being for the first time, they didn't even know what it was. Unexpectedly, the Tiani mercenary group knew about the new human beings long ago and even had relevant training for the new human beings. Then someone raised their hand. "What do you want to ask?" "May I ask what the new human is? Is the new human still a human?" "Of course it's human. It's just that new human beings belong to the evolutionary species among human beings, and they have more abilities than ordinary people." Then, the officer in charge of instigating the rebellion said, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to betray your motherland to serve us. After the war is over, we will naturally send you back to your motherland. But you have to think clearly. If your motherland dies someday when there is a conflict with our Tiani mercenary group, maybe your country does not have relevant training for new humans. Maybe you will stay where you are, and your ability and strength have not improved. It has been thrown to a higher level, and maybe when you meet on the battlefield, you may have already died at their hands before you could react." At this time, some people who were not firm in there will directly declare that they would abandon their motherland and pledge their allegiance to the Tiani mercenary group. If there is one, there will be a second, and then there will be a third who declares to abandon the motherland and pledge allegiance to the Tiani mercenary group. Then the officer in charge of instigating the rebellion asked Matthias to demonstrate how to make a speech, announcing separation from the motherland and declaring allegiance to the Tiani mercenary group. Everyone has to make an announcement in front of the screen. These instigated captives filmed and recorded the speeches in front of the screen. The Tiani mercenary group made a video of it, in addition to putting it on the official website. The media in the camp of non-democratic countries reported it vigorously, while the democratic countries tried their best to cover up this video. Because this video always hits the face of democracies. The soldiers of the Democratic Alliance who were instigated, mainly after seeing the equipment, weapons, and technology of the Tiani mercenary group, felt that the technology of their own country was not comparable to that of the Tiani mercenary group. No confidence, even more that the Democratic Alliance army will lose in the next battle. Taking him as a prisoner, after the defeat of the Democratic Alliance army, he returned to his own country, just a defeated soldier struggling to survive. It's better to join the Tiani mercenary group directly and pick the fruits of victory. It's up to you whether you stay in the Tiani mercenary group or immigrate to other countries. The Solani Republic's important logistics base number 3, which was occupied by the sub-base of the Tiani mercenary corps, was not only used as one of the bridges connecting with the mother base, but also another road for reinforcements of the Imperial Allied forces. The Democratic Alliance army tried to retake it several times and launched several retake battles, all of which ended in disastrous defeats. Moreover, several battles also made the Minov's particles more and more dense, which made it more and more difficult for the Democratic Alliance army to fight in the future. The rear fleet was unable to communicate with the frontline combat troops, resulting in insufficient coordination of marching command operations, and the frontline combat troops could not receive orders from the rear fleet commander. On the contrary, because of the superconducting communication of the Tiani mercenary group, the coordination of the overall battle is very good, and they also have mobile suits and battleships that are more advanced than the opponent. Even without the help of the Imperial Allied forces, the Democratic Allied forces can still be defeated, and the help of the Imperial Allied forces can only speed up the defeat of the Democratic Allied forces. The Democratic Alliance army encountered great setbacks in many small-scale battlefields before the Second World War, especially when encountering the Tianyi mercenary group's fragmented combat team. It caused the Democratic Alliance Army to suffer endless hardships. Damage, especially logistical supplies, suffered successive blows. This allowed the reinforcements and Ho Lu to supplement the slightly inferior Imperial Allied forces with more time to prepare. It can be said that the guerrilla combat team of the Tianyi mercenary group gave the Imperial Allied forces more time to prepare. Now, not only the two major systems of empire and democracy are paying attention to the impending Second World War, but other systems are also paying close attention to it. They don't want one side to win big. The biggest expectation is that both sides will suffer, or one side will win miserably and the other side will lose miserably, which is the best result for them. On the other hand, in this battle, the mobile suits of the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy and the Wanluo Federation, Huanfeng and Minjing, as long as they encountered the mobile suits of the Tianyi mercenary group, they would suffer disastrous defeats and serious injuries. The two major democracies can only speed up the pace of mobile suit replacement, and the demonic wind and fierce eagle that are in the process of verification have both begun to invest in this battle. The design of Mofeng is somewhat different from that of the previous generation. The overall height is 19 meters. The appearance of the head is a bit like Jim. The backpack propeller on the back is not as big as the previous generation, but it uses new technology. Not only has the speed, responsiveness, and maneuverability better than the previous generation, but the equipment defense is also better than the previous generation. The Dire Eagle MS is 5 meters high. Its head is a bit like an eagle's head. It has a pair of red eyes and a wing propeller on its back. Although it is not as maneuverable and flexible as the Magic Wind MS, it is worse than the Magic Wind MS in terms of speed and flight. Both can be equipped with powerful armaments. The verification in the battle has suppressed MS such as Garth Empire and Hanxia Empire's Thok and Annihilator. It is fighting with GM2 and various series of short sword MS. It will not be suppressed like the previous generation of MS. Although still suffered some suppression, but at least can fight back and forth. This allowed the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy and the Wanluo Federation to update immediately and then rely on the next battle to improve the deficiencies. The Garth Empire and the Hanxia Empire also put a new generation of verified new mobile suits into actual combat. The Ares mobile suit and Yuelu mobile suit were verified to be no less than the Magic Wind and Fierce Eagle by actual combat. The two empires also accelerated their pace of upgrading. The Ares MS is 20 meters high. The head is a bit like an ancient warrior's helmet. There are propellers on the back and feet, which make the body have good mobility and speed. It can be matched more than the Magic Wind and the Fierce Eagle. Powerful weapon. Originally, the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation wanted to manufacture a little more new generation mobile suits and then fight the second battle. However, as the parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps produced more and more Jegun MS, gradually replacing the GM2 and various series of Dagger MS, even the branch bases began to produce Jigang MS. This new generation of mass-produced mobile suits from the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is much more powerful than their Magic Wind and Fierce Eagle, and they are basically suppressed once encountered. The United States of Anglo-Safari and the Wanluo Federation and other democratic countries of the Democratic Alliance decided to fight immediately. The longer the time is delayed, once the mass-produced machines of the Tianyi Mercenary Group are replaced by Jegun MS and more Gundams appearing, then the Democratic Alliance Army will only lose even worse. Hurry up and fight now while there is still a chance of winning. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.